Chapter 1082. Young Master, save us! Please take us away with you. We can also swear an oath that we won't speak any more. Young Master, please don't go. The demon guards around Lan Bo all began to plead, their faces filled with panic. Everyone in the dark abyss knew how terrifying the red-eyed demon race was. Once one fell into their hands, death was the best result. Lan Bo turned a blind eye to all of this, turning a deaf ear to it. He lowered his head and walked away. Save you? I'm sorry, it's already not easy for me to preserve my own life. Liao Shi revealed a mocking smile. She suddenly said, Young Master Lan Bo, are you going to leave now? Shua He Tiangang stood in front of Lan Bo, his cold face expressionless and his eyes indifferent. Being shrouded by this gaze, Lan Bo's heart trembled and he subconsciously felt fear. He clenched his teeth and looked up. Miss Liao Shi, since you and I are in danger today, we can only rely on our own methods to escape. Why must you make things difficult for me? Liao Shi faintly smiled. Young Master was the one who said that you would guarantee our safety, so how did it become me making things difficult for you? Lan Bo didn't want to stay here for even a single breath of time. He turned to look at the leader of the blood-eyed demon race and said, You were the one who wanted me to leave. By doing this, they are defying your will. The blood-eyed demon race leader was expressionless. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. There was a loud explosion in the world as vast demonic energy gathered. In the blink of an eye, this demonic energy condensed into a terrifyingly thick demonic arm. It was covered in translucent blood-red scales, and its 5 fingers came clenching downwards. He Tiangong's face was like a rock, expressionless. In his eyes, his pupils instantly expanded, filling up his entire eyeballs, causing them to turn pure black. Bang! A formidable aura erupted like a volcano erupting from a dam. His black robes fluttered in the wind as he punched out without hesitation. Amidst the heaven-shaking explosion, the demonic arm carrying a boundless aura suddenly exploded. Demonic chi surged outwards, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Wherever it swept, the earth would shatter. Countless thick trees were uprooted and tumbled in the air, turning into dust in the blink of an eye. The demon guards who were begging for help, Lady 13, and over 100 red-eyed demons were all sent flying by the force of the attack. The world was deathly silent. Lan Bo's eyes widened. Just now, a protective treasure had taken the initiative to block the attack. He was still standing in his original spot. Looking at He Tiangang, who was slowly withdrawing his fist, he suddenly felt like a clown. Demon Commander. He was a demon commander, but how could this be possible? She had witnessed with her own eyes how He Tiangang had jumped into the river to catch fish just because of a single sentence from Liao Shi, as well as other ingredients for her to eat. How could such a thing happen to a demon commander? This was simply the greatest humiliation. Lan Bo's body stiffened even more, because he thought of another matter. He Tiangang was the devil marshal, then what about the other old fellow who played the role of the chef? Gulp. He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt as if his heart was filled with ice water, sinking continuously. Spring Breeze 13th Lady was also shocked and panicked. She found that she seemed to have hit an iron plate this time. Once news of her relationship with the blood-eyed demon race spread, what awaited her would be an incomparably miserable end. Even if she never returned to 5 Elements City and gave up all her businesses there, the blood-eyed demon race was a group of violent and bloodthirsty villains. They wouldn't support a useless person like her. Thinking about how the blood-eyed demon race dealt with similar matters, Spring Breeze 13th Lady's face became even paler. Her flirtatious and charming appearance no longer existed. Demon Commander, the blood-eyed demon race's leader said in a deep voice. His scarlet eyes flashed with seriousness and excitement. The reason why he was able to break through to his current level was because he accidentally devoured an injured demon commander and took its bloodline for himself. The process was extremely dangerous, and he was so close to being possessed. But in the end, the blood-eyed demon race's leader had the last laugh and obtained the strength he had today. Therefore, he was well aware of the benefits that a demon commander could bring. However, the prerequisite was that he had to successfully suppress the other party and completely devour it. If it was somewhere else, he might not be able to do it. After all, the demon commander in front of him was clearly extremely powerful. Fortunately, he had brought all his subordinates with him just in case. If he borrowed their strength, he would have a chance. The benefits were directly proportional to the risks he had to take. However, since he had made his move today, there was no room for negotiation. If he wanted to quietly grow and find a chance to transform, he definitely could not expose his existence. Therefore, these people in front of him had to stay. He raised his hand and patted the giant beast beneath him. It looked like a giant lizard. At this moment, it opened its mouth and roared. A large pool of mucus dripped from the corner of its mouth, revealing countless sharp fangs. They were like messily placed sharp knives, flashing with a cold light. Roar! As it roared, a ball of energy similar to a breath shot out of its mouth. He Tiangong's expression became grave. However, before he could do anything, the ball of breath exploded on its own and turned into a huge black net. Specks of blood-colored light flowed on the surface and flickered continuously. This thing was actually a powerful imprisonment demonic artifact. The leader of the blood-eyed demon race stood on the head of the giant lizard and slowly raised his hands. As he did this, the large number of blood-eyed demon race behind him instantly revealed pained expressions. Their blood-colored eyes revealed savagery and ruthlessness. They were like wolves that could devour people at any moment, but they did not dare to resist the robbery of their leader. Waves of blood energy flew out of the blood-eyed demon race and entered the leader's body. This caused the aura of the blood-eyed demon race to rapidly rise. Roar! With a roar, roiling abyssal demonic energy gathered from all directions and condensed into the phantom of a monster above his head. The reason it was called a monster was because such an absurd and terrifying creature had never appeared in the abyss before. It had 5 heads, each of them in different shape. One of them was simply a lump of rotten meat that had been kneaded together. Then there was a twisting head that looked like countless tentacles tangled together, forming a thick body. Dozens of sharp claws and arms grew out in a barbaric manner. They were like branches blown by the wind in the dark night, wildly dancing in the air. This was the outline of the blood-eyed demon race's life demon seed. Their incomparably diverse bloodline abilities were barely fused together to form this thing that would make anyone feel a sense of terror and madness just by looking at it. To be able to condense the outline of a life demon seed, this represented a strength that surpassed the limits of a demon commander. In the giant Deer City Beasttide, He Tiangang and the Blackpool City Lord had only barely managed to do this because they had taken the invincible strength pill that Liao Shi had given them. From this, one could see that after plundering the power of his subordinates, the blood-eyed demon race's leader's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. His eyes became even redder, as if blood was about to flow out. He locked onto He Tiangang. But just as everyone thought that he would unhesitatingly slaughter He Tiangang and plunder his power, this blood-eyed demon race leader suddenly attacked. His target was the nearby Liao Shi. Roar! The monster-level chaotic life demon seed let out a roar into the sky. Dozens of arms stretched out at the same time, grabbing at her. Although the blood-eyed demon race leader was impatient for the power of a demon commander's bloodline, he clearly understood the principle of taking the easy way out first. After capturing Liao Shi and swallowing her, he would seize the demon king bloodline in her body. Even if he couldn't break through his current bottleneck, he would still be able to increase his strength. At that time, killing He Tiangang would be easy. His plan was correct and his attack had been sudden. He had used this diversion tactic to perfection. But unfortunately, even if Liao Shi couldn't do anything, Hei Tiangang wasn't the only one protecting her. Old Fox took a step forward. Without holding back, he erupted with his own power. Although he wasn't a true demon commander, by relying on the secret treasure of the Thousand Eye Hall, he could erupt with strength comparable to it. Giving up his position as the branch steward didn't mean that he would have to hand over this secret treasure. Old Fox had paid an unknown price to finally obtain the recognition of this secret treasure and obtain the qualifications to rule over a region. Unless he died, no one could take this thing away. The Fox race's demon race bloodline wasn't strong, but a demon commander was a demon commander. After reaching this level, they could control the abyssal demonic energy with just a thought and act according to their will. The image of a 300-meter-tall demon fox appeared and blocked the attack of the demon commander's demon seed. However, the difference between Old Fox's strength and that of the demon commander blood-eyed demon race was still very obvious. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the demon fox's body continuously shattered. It could barely block the attack of the demon seed's demon seed. 2 demon commanders. As expected, there were 2 demon commanders. Lan Bo closed his eyes in pain. He had made a grave mistake. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have needed to escape. But unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world, and there was no chance for him to start over. A miss was a miss. With the protection of 2 demon commanders, even if a demon commander blood-eyed demon race appeared, Liao Shi would most likely be able to escape unscathed. What should he do? His actions just now had completely offended the other party. If he let Liao Shi escape today, the other party would definitely make things difficult for him. If it was just before, with Liao Shi's impression in his heart, even if he offended the other party, Lan Bo wouldn't feel fear. After all, his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, a demon commander with a limitless future. He also had a powerful royal family backing him. Yet, before Liao Shi, the 2 demon marshals were nothing more than the most lowly of servants. If so, just how fearsome was her true identity? He didn't dare to imagine it. She was probably one of the strongest royal families in the abyss, and she had a long history and shocking strength. At that time, even his elder brother wouldn't be able to protect him. He might even be implicated and face trouble. Beg for mercy? Gain Liao Shi's sympathy? No, impossible. That woman was definitely not a fool. After what happened just now, she naturally wouldn't believe any of his flowery words. Then there was only one way to make all of them stay here forever. Only then could he solve all of his problems. Lan Bo's expression flickered, and all kinds of emotions collided. In the end, he took a deep breath, and a crazed coldness appeared in his eyes. Every man for himself. I don't want to do this, but I have no choice. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Lowering his head, raising his head. Concealing all of his emotions, Lan Bo walked over with a face full of shame. Miss Liao Shi, I was blind. Please forgive me. Women were strange creatures. No matter how much they hated a person, they wouldn't kill them directly. Instead, they would vent all of their anger before announcing the death sentence. To put it simply, there would always be a distance between death and death, which could buy them some time. Lan Bo wanted this time, or more accurately, he wanted a chance to get close to Liao Shi. As for being humiliated or humiliated, what did it matter compared to life and death? Chapter 1083. Women were born to act, and they had powerful buff. This was something Qin Yu already knew. However, he was still shocked by Liao Shi's performance in the next 2 seconds. His eyes couldn't help but stare blankly. How could he describe her eyes at this moment? There was sadness mixed with mockery, and there was a hint of happiness in the sadness. There was also a hint of hesitation and self-mockery in the happiness. Coupled with the subtle changes on her face, she actually released several different emotions in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness or pretentiousness. Anyone could see that it came from the bottom of her heart and represented her true emotions. Lan Bo, who had always thought that he could control a woman's thoughts, couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Could it be that this woman really fell in love with me? If I beg for mercy now and come up with some other reason, will I have a chance to win back her feelings? However, this thought only existed for a moment before he suppressed it into the depths of his mind. I can't take the risk. Capturing Liao Shi and using the blood-eye demon race to kill them all was the best way. However, on the surface, under Liao Shi's gaze, his emotions became more and more intense. Guilt, regret, embarrassment, despair, all sorts of complicated emotions intertwined. This scene made Qin Yu sigh in his heart. Perhaps this was the scene in front of him. As expected, in the field of acting, he really didn't have much talent compared to these powerful actors. Miss Liao Shi, I know that my mistake is unforgivable, but I really have no other choice. I can't die. Before I fulfill my mother's wish. I promised her that I would take revenge for her. I can't die. I really can't die. Lan Bo's eyes were red, and large droplets of tears flowed out. His eyes were filled with pain and stubbornness, but who knew what he was saying? As he spoke, he took a few more steps forward. He was already at a distance where he could make a move. Right now, other than herself, there was only Qin Yu beside Liao Shi. Although she hadn't seen him make a move, it was clear that he was just a kid with a background like Liao Shi. His aura was ordinary, so there was no need to fear him. So what if he had 2 demon commander guards? Now that she was being held back by the blood-eyed demon race's leader, as long as he could capture her, everything would be settled. You! Liao Shi stammered with a quivering voice, but before he could finish his words, Lan Bo, who had been waiting patiently for an opportunity, had already made his move. His figure suddenly sprang out, and the power that erupted in an instant, although it had not yet reached the level of a devil general, it was not far from it. Furthermore, he had even borrowed the power of a powerful demonic artifact when he made his move. With a light Kacha, Liao Shi and Qin Yu were enveloped by a mass of crimson energy, imprisoning the 2 of them within. A trace of excitement appeared in Lan Bo's eyes. But at this moment, a cold and sinister energy instantly invaded his body. It was like an icy chain that directly suppressed all the demonic energy within his body. His entire body froze on the spot. He was only a zhang or so away from Liao Shi, but he was unable to cross the gap. Lan Bo widened his eyes as he looked at the shadowless demon that appeared in the air. His eyes were filled with endless fear. Demon Commander! The 3rd Demon Commander! His body trembled, and he actually lost control of his lower body. A fishy smell immediately spread through the air. Young lady, young master! Shadowless Demon bowed. He did not kill Lan Bo because he had guessed that this matter would not be so simple. Otherwise, there was no need for the mist to go around in such a large circle and play around with this boy. Liao Shi blinked his eyes and wiped away all the messy thoughts on his face. He said what he was about to say next. You are so stupid that you are cute. She lifted a hand and gently tapped the air. There were no fluctuations of aura at all, but the crimson energy that covered her and Qin Yu shattered like a mirror. Qin Yu looked at Lan Bo and his lips twitched. Have you played enough? Not yet, Liao Shi confidently said, a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. My acting skills have just begun. I have already thought of what I will do next, and the effect will be absolutely perfect. I never thought that this boy would be so uncooperative and directly attack. I'm so disappointed. Lan Bo's body trembled several times. His eyes widened with disbelief. Although Liao Shi had only said a few words, there was far too much horrifying information within. Could it be that this woman had been playing with him from the very start? But why? There was no enmity between the 2 of them. They had only fought once by the lake, and the conflict hadn't even occurred yet. Yet, it was all because of such a minor matter? Wasn't this a bit too boring? Whether or not it was boring, Lan Bo wasn't in the mood to think about it. He felt as if he had been thrown into icy water, a cold chill drilling into his heart and into his bones. It turned out that he was a clown. It wasn't just what had happened just now, but the entire situation had been a play in the eyes of others. He was the performer on the stage. He thought that his performance was perfect, but he didn't know just how pathetic and laughable everything was. Lan Bo's eyes shined with hatred. He stubbornly stared at Liao Shi, as if he wanted to imprint this beautiful face into the depths of his mind. He believed that he would die without a doubt this time. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide the emotions in his heart. Hee, your eyes are quite fierce, but who are you trying to scare? Liao Shi chuckled and walked over. Lan Bo couldn't speak. The only thing he could do now was to turn his eyes. Looking at Liao Shi in front of him, the tiny blood vessels on the surface of his eyes rapidly filled with blood, turning crimson as if they would spit out flames at any moment. Bang! That clean kick was followed by two sounds that sounded like blunt objects breaking. Shadowless Demon's body under the black robe froze subconsciously, and the way he looked at Liao Shi became more and more respectful. Lan Bo couldn't move. But at this time, his face and even his entire body seemed to have worms drilling into his flesh, causing him to violently twitch. Blood dripped down from his crotch. It was incomparably red, like a crystal-clear gem. As it fell to the ground, it splashed outwards. Because you had some very rude thoughts in the past, this kick is an extra reward from me. You don't need to say any words of thanks, and you can't even speak right now. Liao Shi turned around and snapped his fingers. That's enough. Let's hurry up and end this so that we don't waste this sumptuous lunch that old who spent so much effort to prepare today. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He thought that Liao Shi had just used such a terrifying kick to cut off his descendants, and yet he was still in the mood to eat a sumptuous meal? His mental fortitude was truly incomparably strong. Qin Yu glanced at Sir Lan Bo, who couldn't move or make a single sound and was trembling all over. His lips moved and he swallowed back the words he was about to say. It would be best if he didn't provoke this woman for the time being. Shadowless Demon bowed. Yes, miss. By himself, old who could only barely resist the attack of the Blood-Eye Demon leader. But with Shadowless Demon added on, the situation was completely different. Condensing the outline of a demon seed was a strength that surpassed the limits of a demon commander. But, without reaching the Demon King realm, it was impossible to obtain the recognition of the Abyss Will. Strictly speaking, the Blood-Eye Demon leader was the same as Old Hu and Shadowless Demon. They were all at the Demon Commander level. With 2 against 1, even if they couldn't win, delaying him would be an incomparably easy matter. And the strongest of the 3 was He Tiangang. Although there was a Demon Commander level brain-eating lizard, it wasn't too much of a problem for him. In Giant Deer City, in order to maintain the Abyssal Titan bloodline, Liao Shi had extracted He Tiangang's bloodline and then used Qin Yu to repay him. He had also solved the problem of his bloodline withering that had plagued He Tiangang for countless years. With his accumulated strength, he had reached the peak of the Demon Commander level. He was only a step away from becoming an Abyssal Demon King. With such strength and the incomparably powerful 3-headed demon hound bloodline in He Tiangang's body, the power he could erupt with was simply terrifying. Boom! The net-shaped demon tool that imprisoned him shattered with a loud bang. Then, there was a heaven-shaking roar. A 3-headed demon hound phantom directly condensed. Its 3 heads and 6 eyes locked onto the brain-eating lizard, and it roared as it charged forward. The outline of a demon seed, even if it was forcefully condensed by borrowing the abyssal demonic energy, it had the strength of a demon commander for a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, it began fighting with the brain-eating lizard. He Tiangang's eyes locked onto Spring-Wind 13th Lady and the hundreds of Blood-Eye demon experts around her. He raised his hand and pressed forward. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy instantly turned into a giant hand. With a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, it suddenly pressed down. The ground rumbled, and a 1,000-foot-deep pit appeared, burying all of them. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Just this strike alone had almost killed all of them. The few that survived were groaning with heavy injuries. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Demon Commander! This was the terrifying power of a demon commander. The abyssal demonic energy they mobilized had the power to destroy mountains and break rivers. After this strike, He Tiangang did not continue to attack. His eyes landed on the brain-eating lizard that was fighting with his demon seed outline. Soon, with a painful howl, the lizard's entire head was snapped off and pulled out from its neck. Stinking beast blood gushed out like a giant fountain, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. Rumble, the corpse of the brain-eating lizard fell to the ground. The blood-eyed demon leader that was being entangled by Old Fox and the shadowless demon revealed a trace of anger and fear. He gritted his teeth and suddenly roared. In an instant, he erupted with power that far surpassed his own limits. Bang bang, Old Fox and the shadowless demon were both sent flying. In the next moment, the blood-eyed demon leader turned and fled. In order to buy time, he chose to self-destruct his demon seed outline without hesitation. Even if it was just a trace that hadn't solidified the outline of his life, it would still cause a huge backlash to him. His bloodline was weak, and he would not be able to return to his peak state for at least 10 years. This might even affect his chances of breaking into the Demon King realm in the future. It was a very cliché phrase, but it had to be said here. Compared to life and death, this was nothing. If he didn't flee, he would die. It was true that he was a demon commander, blood-eye demon leader, and his strength was incomparably strong, far surpassing those of the same realm. But now, he was facing 3 demon commanders, and one of them was not much weaker than him. If he didn't leave now, once he was surrounded by these 3, his only fate would be death. Not good. The blood-eye demon leader's heart shrank. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in his ears and his vision fell into darkness. A sharp pain came from his mind. It was as if a rusty iron nail had been smashed by a heavy hammer, piercing through his skull and into his brain. However, the blood-eye demon leader's strength was indeed very strong. After being caught off guard and attacked, he used less than a breath's time to regain control of his body. This was already shockingly fast, but for a demon commander, a breath's time was enough for the 2 sides to decide life and death. No. With a roar of unwillingness, the blood-eyed demon leader's head flew into the sky. Then, his body and limbs were cut off without hesitation. Puff, his chest suddenly exploded. The shadowless demon was like a real shadow that directly pierced through his chest, holding a still beating heart in his hand. What played a crucial role in killing the blood-eye demon leader was, of course, Qin Yu's handiwork. Strictly speaking, Lan Bo wasn't counted correctly because there were at least 4 demon commanders around Liao Shi. Because Qin Yu didn't summon his Titan True Body, he was only a demon commander. But if he used it, he could be counted as 10? Chapter 1084. Giant bronze torches burned fiercely in the underground palace built from giant stones, but it didn't give off the slightest feeling of warmth or light. Instead, it made people feel more and more gloomy. An altar stood in the center of the palace. It wasn't big, but it was built with great care. Disregarding everything else, just the materials used to build it were the most precious top-grade magic crystals. Every piece was extremely valuable. But this kind of magic crystal was very hard, and if it was subjected to too much power, it would directly shatter into powder. Thus, to carve such a large area of complex patterns on the surface of a top-grade magic crystal and keep it intact was an incredibly difficult task. A figure sat cross-legged on the altar. His back was straight, and even though he was sitting there, he still gave off the feeling of a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to shake him in the slightest. This was an incomparably calm and heavy invisible aura, or more accurately, it came from a person who truly held power and possessed great strength. Unexpectedly, this demon was very young. His tall nose and slanted eyebrows were enough to tempt the hearts of countless abyssal witches. Especially when paired with his powerful aura, it was very appropriate to say that he was so handsome that people couldn't close their legs. But now, this young demon seemed to have encountered some problems. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and between those wrinkles, there was a solemn and dignified look. After a long time, the demon opened his eyes. There was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes, but he immediately calmed down, like an ancient well without any ripples. As expected, I still can't lock onto his position. This guy is even better at hiding his aura. I just don't know what happened for him to personally make a move. Doesn't he know that once his existence is exposed? I hope nothing will happen, the demon muttered to himself on the altar. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Without giving him any time to react, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but his entire body trembled violently, and blood continuously seeped out of his ears and eyes. After a long time, it was unknown how much blood the demon had shed, but the altar beneath him was covered in blood. A thick stench of blood floated in the air. With a series of cracking sounds, cracks began to appear on the surface of this altar that was astonishingly expensive and difficult to construct. It could no longer be used. He's dead. He's actually dead. I've spent so much effort, and I didn't even hesitate to delay the cultivation speed of my main body. To think that this is the result. Was I too greedy, or was the abyss too harsh on me? With every word he spoke, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that this demon had suffered an even more terrifying injury than what could be seen on the surface. However, the strange thing was that as he spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes gradually turned from dim to bright, and his slightly weakened aura increased at an alarming rate. Ah! He roared at the sky, and a terrifying magical fluctuation swept out in all directions like a volcanic eruption. The entire underground palace shook, and the thick and shockingly sturdy boulders shattered one by one. The body outside had been destroyed, and his many years of hard work had been destroyed. However, this also freed him completely. He didn't need to continue fighting with it, and his cultivation that had been used up could erupt again. Roar! As he roared, the image of a giant beast appeared above his head. Although it was blurry, it released an aura that made one feel despair. The blood-eyed demon commander rank was very rare, and its reaction after death was shocking. The corpse of the blood-eyed demon race's leader and the heart in Shadowless Demon's hand quickly dissipated, turning into wisps of scarlet blood energy that condensed into a ball the size of a child's fist that kept shrinking and expanding. Liao Shi waved his hand, and the ball flew into her hand. With a flip of her hand, it disappeared. Then, he said with a bored expression, "The show is over. Hurry up and clean up. I'm very hungry, and I'm going to have a big meal." Spring Wind 13th Lady's body trembled. Because her dress was severely damaged, large amounts of her snow-white skin were revealed. Her curled-up body outlined her perfect figure, which was even more shocking. She originally thought that she was dead for sure. Her flirting didn't move He Tiangang, who was in the middle of cleaning up the blood-eyed demon race. This guy had a cold expression, and his attacks were swift and clean. He walked in the deep hole that he had created with his palm, and he would point at those who were panting. Then, with a muffled sound, a terrifying demonic energy attacked and crushed the blood-eyed demon race that was struggling at death's door. "Wait!" Liao Shi suddenly said. He Tiangang stopped and bowed. "Miss, what are your orders? It's too boring to just kill them like this. I have a good idea." Liao Shi blinked her eyes and said proudly. A moment later, the blood-eyed demon race that had escaped death left with Spring Wind 13th Lady and the unconscious Lan Bo. "Hey, remember what I said. You must take care of this brat. Don't let him die easily. Do you hear me?" Spring Wind 13th Lady's body trembled. She quickly nodded and ran even faster with the blood-eyed demon race, disappearing without a trace. TSK, who said that the blood-eyed demon race is a bunch of brainless monsters like demon beasts. I think they are quite tactful. Liao Shi had a curious expression. Old Fox and He Tiangang had helpless expressions. They thought that at least they had some intelligence, so it was easy for them to judge the situation. To be able to keep their lives today was a blessing that they had cultivated for many years. If they didn't run away now, were they supposed to stay and wait for death? But why didn't the mist kill all the evil and fallen blood-eyed demon race? And that Lan Bo was the new city lord of Evil Peak City. They had heard of him before, and it was said that he was a person that shouldn't be provoked. Although with the status of the young Miss and Sir Qin Yu, there was no need to fear them at all. The less trouble there was, the better. They couldn't understand. They really couldn't understand. But since Miss Liao Shi had said it, even if their brains were mush, they would obey without hesitation. The sumptuous lunch that had been delayed for a long time finally began. Because of the battle just now, the shock waves had destroyed the entire camp. Even the river not far away had been broken, and the rapid flow of water had spread in all directions. Therefore, lunch continued in a different place. One could see the waterfall when they raised their heads. Apart from the annoying sound of water falling, the environment was pretty good. Lan Bo's guards had already fled in all directions. Only Black Armor, who was heavily injured and unconscious, was left behind. He Tiangang casually threw him to the side. Liao Shi fed him an unknown potion. It was completely gray, and even Qin Yu had never seen it before. During this period of time, she had been very secretive. She had refined a few potions, but no one knew what they were. But the effects of this potion seemed to be very good. After taking it, Black Armor's aura quickly stabilized. Although he didn't show any signs of waking up for a while, at least his injuries had stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. This made Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon secretly jealous. How precious was Miss Liao Shi's potion! Even though the three of them had gone all out and killed the red-eyed demon leader, they hadn't been able to obtain the reward from the miss. Of course, perhaps it was because the red-eyed demon leader's strength wasn't much in the miss eyes. But no matter what, how could a brat like Black Armor obtain the miss's potion? Presumably, this was one of the reasons why He Tiangang had unintentionally used a bit more strength when he had thrown him. Oh, the deep pit under Black Armor's body didn't seem too shallow. The taste of the Fox clan's secret pheasant was indeed top-notch. Liao Shi ate it to her heart's content and praised Old Fox. Qin Yu also couldn't help but nod. The taste of the chicken was definitely in the top 3 of all the delicacies he had eaten in his life. Most of the 2 pheasants went into the stomachs of the 2 people. There was even a dispute over a chicken wing that was roasted golden and glistening with oil. In the end, Qin Yu was defeated. Liao Shi smiled in satisfaction. He chewed in large mouthfuls, his cheeks puffed up high and his eyes filled with pride. Shadowless Demon actually had precious demonic wine on him. According to him, it was something he had casually picked up during a hunt. After opening the first jug, He Tiangang wrinkled his nose. He raised a thumb and said, "This is truly a rare wine. The master of this wine must have cursed you many times in the past." Shadowless Demon laughed, a bit of pride in his voice. "Who cares if he cursed me or not? It's not like I can hear him anyway. Moreover, for his wine to enter the mouths of the Miss and Sir, as well as the 3 of us demon commanders, it can be said that he died a worthy death." This wine was indeed good wine. With Qin Yu's taste, his eyes brightened after drinking it. Liao Shi was even more satisfied. She hugged the jug of wine and didn't let go. Her face flushed red and her eyes became increasingly bright. She tilted her neck and looked at Qin Yu's face. The corners of her lips occasionally moved as she let out a few chuckles. Qin Yu frowned. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you," Liao Shi replied directly. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. "Is there something on my face?" Liao Shi paused. What she said next scared Qin Yu so much that he dropped the jug of wine in his hand. Qin Yu, when you looked at me before, did you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have? Cough, 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, Qin Yu felt like he was about to cry. Instinctively, the image of Liao Shi's disheveled appearance appeared in his mind. Although he didn't want to admit it, after so much time had passed, it was still vivid in his mind, as if it had just happened. Embarrassment appeared on his face, followed by anger. If it wasn't for you running around carelessly, would I have seen something that I shouldn't have? Moreover, I was the one who took the initiative to buy clothes for you to change into. What? Now that we drank some wine, you want to settle old scores? I'm not afraid of you. I'm not guilty at all. I'm not guilty at all. Liao Shi sneered. I just mentioned it. Why did you have such a big reaction? If you were really magnanimous, you wouldn't be like this. Qin Yu, looking at the aggrieved, indignant, and embarrassed look on his face, Master Liao shouted, You do have it. But she didn't get angry. Instead, there was a hint of smugness in her eyes. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. This woman was indeed abnormal. What was there to be proud of? Old Fox and He Tiangang hid far away. But even if they were 10 times further away, with the strength of a demon commander, they could still hear everything clearly. The two old demons looked at each other and could feel the sly smile in each other's heart. As expected, the relationship between Qin Yu and Miss Liao Shi wasn't that pure. But to them, this was good news. Since the two of them were one family, wouldn't it be the same no matter who they relied on? Because of the existence of the excellent cook, Old Fox, and the large amount of abyss wine from the shadowless demon, lunch became dinner and then midnight snack. In the end, Qin Yu felt dizzy, and Liao Shi couldn't hold on any longer. He fell into Qin Yu's arms and fell asleep. This made Qin Yu smile. Hey, woman! I can't drink as much as you. Raising his spirit, Qin Yu glanced around. After making sure that Old Fox and He Tiangang were awake, and Shadowless Demon was nowhere to be found, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu was woken up by the rumbling sound of the waterfall. He let out a breath and slowly stood up. Liao Shi, who was sleeping in his arms, had already crawled up. She squatted on the platform in front of the waterfall and looked down at the puddle that was formed by the sudden increase of the waterfall's water flow. Qin Yu walked over. Liao Shi didn't look back, but she seemed to know it was him. She said, Qin Yu, look at the little worms in the water. They are called larvae. They are a kind of worm that likes to live in water in the abyss. They can barely be counted as a kind of demon beast. Of course they are the weakest kind. They are at the bottom of the food chain. Even a small fish can turn them into food. And the most tragic thing is that their life cycle is only 7 days. From the moment they are born and open their eyes, they will become a corpse on the 7th day of their life. Their body will quickly decompose and become a part of the abyss. Qin Yu squatted down by the side and took a look at the parasites that Liao Shi spoke of. They were around the size of a grain of rice, and they had transparent wings growing on their backs. They swam in the water in groups, and from time to time, they would gather together and scatter apart. It was as if they were fighting over food or playing with one another. He didn't understand why she was suddenly interested in these little things today. Also, her tone was obviously not right. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if it was because she had read too many nonsense books before that this woman was suffering from the disease of being a literary girl. How could he be so sentimental? Qin Yu turned to look at her. So emotional? It's not emotional. Liao Shi smiled. Her expression was calm and composed. It even gave Qin Yu a completely different feeling. It was like she was another her? Liao Shi continued. I just can't figure out how such a weak and short-lived thing can live with so much vigor. It's only 7 days. No one will remember them. Once death comes, they will completely disappear from the abyss. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Liao Shi's state seemed very strange, but he couldn't tell just what was strange. His thoughts raced and he said, "The life of a larva is only 7 days. Perhaps it is as you said, and no one in the abyss will remember its existence. But it has existed." It opened its eyes and saw the abyss. Everything it saw was engraved into its memory. This is an eternal truth. Even if it dies, even if no one remembers it, if it sees it, if it exists, then it exists. It is itself, and that is its greatest affirmation and recognition. Liao Shi paused for a moment, mulling over this in her heart. Then, she said in a soft voice, "Itself is its affirmation and recognition. Although these words are a bit strange, they do sound a little interesting." Seeing her mood improve a little, at least not as depressed as before, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Of course, I am a very insightful person. It's just that you haven't discovered it before. You really are a narcissist." Liao Shi stood up and stretched her waist. "But, thank you." She turned and walked towards the camp, shouting as she walked, old Hu, hurry up and prepare breakfast, I'm hungry again." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He couldn't help but wonder if what he felt just now was wrong. This woman could be depressed? Illusion, it had to be an illusion. But, what should he eat for breakfast? Yesterday's fish soup wasn't bad, but wouldn't it be too greasy to drink fish soup so early in the morning? As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Yu's face darkened. He discovered that he seemed to have been infected by Liao Shi and turned into a foodie. No, he seemed to have forgotten something very important. He remembered, it was the 10-day agreement. Today was the 10th day. "Hey, Liao Shi, you promised me that you would tell me everything in 10 days. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise." Liao Shi turned around, a smile on her face. "That's what I said, but it's only the 10th day. Moreover, I haven't eaten yet, so I don't have the strength to talk to you." Qin Yu was so angry that his vision darkened. His first thought was that this woman was going to break her promise. Damn it! I should have known that with Liao Shi's personality, there was no way she would reveal everything so easily. No, he definitely couldn't let this go. Even if he had to interrogate her this time, he had to dig out the information he wanted from her. Qin Yu had enough of being kept in the dark, of not understanding anything at all. "Stop right there. Just stand there. We didn't say that before. If you dare to brush me off again, there's definitely no end between us." Qin Yu shouted as he chased after her. Liao Shi laughed heartily as she ran forward. Come on. Even if you catch up to me, I won't tell you that it hasn't even been 10 days. Reality had proven that when a woman acted shamelessly, especially a woman like Liao Shi, her stubbornness was absolutely maddening. Qin Yu threatened her again and again. She puffed out her chest and shouted, "You dare come over?" He glared at her again and again, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Breakfast passed in an atmosphere of confrontation between the two of them. This caused Old Fox and He Tiangang to sigh with emotion. They thought that the relationship between Miss Liao Shi and Sir Qin Yu was really good. But this feeling didn't last for too long. This was because just as breakfast ended, an uninvited guest arrived at the camp. Although he had already restrained his aura as much as he could, everyone still felt as if they were facing a giant beast of destruction as he walked. It was like a blazing sun. Any flame from it could engulf all of them and burn them to ashes. The two little fox fellows were so frightened that they shivered. They hid behind Mianya, only daring to reveal half of their eyes as they stared at the approaching person. Old Fox and He Tiangang respectfully bowed. Shadowless Demon also revealed himself and lowered his head in awe. This was because the person who had arrived was an elder of the Abyssal Demon Dragon clan, one of the truly powerful existences that had stepped onto the peak of the abyss, Elder Alpha. He bowed slightly and said with a respectful tone, "Miss Liao Shi, 10 days have passed. I have come as promised." Chapter 1085. Qin Yu was sure that he wasn't mistaken. The moment Liao Shi saw Elder Alpha, An unnatural expression appeared on her face. Although it quickly vanished from sight, it was enough to prove his previous guess. There really was some secret between her and this elder demon dragon. Moreover, it was an agreement of 10 days. Just what did this woman want? Before Qin Yu could think too much about it, Liao Shi pushed away her bowl and stood up. She smiled. Elder Alpha, you came quite quickly. Sensing a trace of dissatisfaction in her words, Elder Alpha had a cautious expression. Of course. Miss, how could I dare to delay matters? With a humph, Liao Shi turned and walked away. Come with me. She muttered something to herself, but her voice was too low to be heard clearly. Elder Alpha smiled. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, paused for a moment and then nodded. Then, he followed. Beside the waterfall was a cave. Perhaps a long time ago, a demon beast had once lived here, but now it had been abandoned. Old Fox had tidied it up. Liao Shi hadn't been able to stay in last night, so she brought it over to speak with Elder Alpha. The rumbling sound of the waterfall poured into their minds, covering up all other sounds. No one knew what they were talking about. Around 2 hours later, Elder Alpha emerged from the cave. His complexion was pale and there was shock in his eyes, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His eyes fell on Qin Yu once more. Elder Alpha's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Instead, there was a complex look in his eyes. There was a bit of confusion, a bit of envy, and even a bit of unwillingness. Miss Liao Shi has asked you to enter. Elder Alpha walked to the side. Qin Yu frowned. He strode towards the cave. The area inside wasn't too large. After Old Fox had carefully arranged it, it was quite comfortable. Behind a large table, Liao Shi sat on a soft couch. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Qin Yu. You came. Qin Yu nodded. He felt that these words were unnecessary, but he also felt that it was inexplicable. He didn't want to bicker with her, so he went straight to the point. What happened with your agreement of 10 days? Liao Shi waved his hand. I'll explain everything to you later. I need to make some arrangements first. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the pile of bottles and jars on the table. The ones with names on them were specially prepared by me. The ones without names are for you to use in the future. I've already written down their effects. He Tiangong's potential is very good. If it weren't for the fact that he was heavily injured in his early years and his bloodline had atrophied, he would have reached his current realm long ago. In fact, he might even have the slightest chance of breaking through to the Devil King realm and obtaining the recognition of the will of the Abyss. What I can give him is to make up for his lack of cultivation over the years. I can give him a chance to attack the Demon King realm. Once he succeeds, you will have one more Demon King level helper. Liao Shi glared at Qin Yu, indicating that he should not interrupt and let him finish speaking. He paused for a moment before continuing. Old Hu's cooking skills are indeed first-rate, but unfortunately, his demonic bloodline is a bit lacking. Even if he uses the potion I gave him, breaking through to the Demon Commander realm is basically the end of his life. It is almost impossible for him to take another step forward. As for Shadowless Demon, that fellow's condition is the most marvelous. I don't know what he experienced, but his demonic bloodline has mutated, allowing him to have such powerful concealment methods. Of course, while he is strong, he is also bad in this area. Because of his mutated bloodline, he can't find a suitable direction to improve himself, so his achievements are doomed to be limited. The potion I gave him was only a test. Perhaps it will open up a completely different path for him, or perhaps it won't be of any use to him. In short, the result will depend on his luck. After saying so much in a single breath, Liao Shi licked his lips. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, letting out a satisfied breath. Of course, there is no such thing as reaping without sowing. Although they have contributed a great deal, my potion isn't so cheap that it can be easily obtained. I left behind a contingency plan in the potion. If they are willing to serve you as their master, of course, it won't be the abyssal slave contract, that sort of freakish thing. But, at the very least, you can control them and they won't dare to betray you. If they agree, then they will naturally be able to fully absorb the medicinal efficacy and have the qualifications to reach an even brighter and more powerful future. If they refuse, then a portion of the medicinal efficacy will be absorbed by them. Consider it a reward for all the hard work they have put into this period of time. But, if they want to achieve the effects I mentioned before, that is simply impossible. You don't need to say anything about this matter. Let them make their own choice. Qin Yu was expressionless. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his calm and indifferent demeanor gave off a stiff and rigid feeling. It was like he was forcefully faking it, hiding away the true fluctuations of emotions in his heart. He looked at Liao Shi and slowly let out a breath. Why are you telling me all of this? Liao Shi, just what do you want to do? Liao Shi rolled his eyes. Don't interrupt me. Can you let me finish speaking in a single breath, and then you can ask me questions? She flicked her sleeves. Without the slightest fluctuation of strength, space twisted and 3 more jade boxes appeared. Compared to the previous bottles and jars, these 3 jade boxes were clearly different. They were pitch black without the slightest impurity, as if they were formed from the darkest night. The surface of the boxes were engraved with complex and exquisite textures that connected together. Although one didn't know what they were, they still gave off a mysterious and mystical feeling. Dang dang dang, these are jade boxes made from top-level demon crystals. They are things I stole from that old arcane demon dragon. They can hold all sorts of precious items without fear of their strength leaking out or their aura leaking out. Liao Shi's eyebrows arched up, a smug look on his face. That's me. Why don't you try someone else? Anyone who dares to try extorting the treasure-loving abyssal demon dragon must be tired of living. I'll tear you to pieces with a single bite. Liao Shi glared at Qin Yu. Brat, although you are usually disrespectful to me and even have some very rude thoughts, I am still a magnanimous person and won't lower myself to your level. So, the things in these 3 jade boxes are the gifts I carefully prepared for you, hee. If someone could spend so much effort to prepare a gift for me, that would truly be a blessing. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Yu, you must be overjoyed right now. Humph. The first jade box contains the fresh and warm dragon blood that was released from that old arcane demon dragon. After you bathe in this, your demon body will automatically absorb it and become a half-dragon. Although it is still a little weaker than a true abyssal demon dragon, it is enough to make your body 10 times stronger than it is now. The abyssal demon race's strength originates from the demon bloodline in their bodies. But they don't seem to realize that only a sufficiently powerful mortal body can contain an even stronger demon bloodline. The second jade box contains the blood sphere condensed by the leader of the Blood-Eye demon race after he died. If you are preparing to refine an avatar in the future, it will be the best material. Don't ask about the specifics. In short, if you want to refine an avatar, don't forget this thing. As for the last one, it can strengthen the Titan bloodline in your body. Of course, because of the time and materials, I'm not too sure what the final effect will be. But it shouldn't be any worse than it is now. After all, you have the 1000 illusion demon mirror. At the very least, you should be able to summon the Titan true body. Liao Shi raised a hand and rubbed her forehead. Her face was slightly pale. It seemed that speaking so much had taken a lot of her energy. She raised her hand and drank the tea in one gulp. She casually put down the cup and looked at Qin Yu for a while. Then, she suddenly laughed. So obedient. I told you to be quiet. Now that I've said everything I need to say, it's your turn to ask questions. Qin Yu frowned. His eyes were solemn. Liao Shi, what's wrong? The promise in 10 days could go to hell now. He suddenly realized that things weren't as he thought. Liao Shi laughed. Did you think that what I said just now was like saying my last words? You're just too smart. She snapped her fingers and pointed at Qin Yu. Well then, congratulations again. You're right. Qin Yu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and growled, Liao Shi, how can you joke about something like this? I'm asking you very seriously. I know. That's why I'm answering you very seriously. Liao Shi was still smiling. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. I'm really going to die. Qin Yu's body stiffened. His brows furrowed even tighter. The heavy emotions in his eyes were like a raging volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. Liao Shi shrunk her head and said with dissatisfaction, What? You clearly sensed that I wasn't lying. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? I'm about to die. Don't you have any sympathy at all? You should know that I just gave you so many parting gifts. Qin Yu's lips moved several times. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse to the point of being frightening. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to die? Liao Shi nodded. An inexplicable emotion flashed deep in her eyes. But before she could catch it, it had already vanished. She patted the soft couch beside her and beckoned Qin Yu over. Sit here. I don't have much time left. If you have anything you want to ask, hurry up and ask. I've already told you everything I can. Qin Yu nodded. He walked over and sat down beside her. His first words were, Are you really going to die? You know what I mean, so I want you to answer me very seriously. He turned his head and stared straight into Liao Shi's eyes. Of course, it's not true. Liao Shi patted his shoulder. She said in the tone of a big shot, Boy, we will meet again. And I think it won't be too long before we meet again. Of course, the premise is that you leave the abyss alive. I've prepared so many good things for you. If you were to be killed by the abyssals, that would really be shameful. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to her words. His eyes fell on her face, capturing the slightest change in her expression. There were no flaws at all. She spoke as if it were a matter of course and from her heart. In other words, they really would meet again. The death that Liao Shi spoke of should be described as dissipating. That would be more accurate. Qin Yu had already expected this. She should be the projection of some extremely formidable existence in the world of living beings. This was because this could explain everything that had happened to Liao Shi. For instance, she couldn't easily use her strength in order to avoid arousing the awareness of the abyss's will. The reason she was able to rapidly grow into a formidable demon refiner was because she possessed a pair of eyes that could see through the truth. As for the demon dragon elder Offa's reverence towards her, this was also proof of this. This was only a projection, or at most an avatar, and yet it possessed such might. If so, then Liao Shi's true strength was beyond imagination. How could someone as mysterious and formidable as her die? A projection or avatar that dissipated was a part of her strength. If the two of them met again in the future, Liao Shi would still be Liao Shi. Their shared memories would forever exist. Thinking of this, the depression in Qin Yu's heart lifted a little. But, for some unknown reason, he was still shrouded in a low pressure that made it hard for him to raise his spirits. Perhaps it was because Liao Shi had always been by his side ever since he entered the abyss. It was because of her existence that he was able to achieve his current situation. Once she left, he would definitely find it hard to adapt, or perhaps, he would miss this woman a little. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He leaned backwards and said, Don't worry, I will definitely return alive. At that time, don't hide from me. I won't hide. But, if you want to see me, it won't be easy. That will depend on whether or not you have the strength to do so. Liao Shi had a smug expression. My status in the world of living beings isn't ordinary at all. In the future, you will know just how thick a thigh you are holding onto. As long as you don't court death, you will be able to travel back and forth in the world of living beings. Qin Yu said, Then I ask this thigh to protect me more in the future. It's nothing, just a word from me. Liao Shi laughed. After a moment of silence, she reached out a hand and pushed Qin Yu. You don't want to ask anything else? Qin Yu thought for a moment. There doesn't seem to be anything to ask. Moreover, I don't think you will tell me what I want to ask. Liao Shi curled her lips. Even a monkey is smarter than a dog. I originally wanted to make you feel depressed for a bit. After a moment of silence, she continued to say, You have always been thinking about the myriad soul Tao. Although I haven't found the answer yet, the foundation of the myriad soul Tao came from the abyss nightmare race. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. If you follow this direction, perhaps you will be able to find the answer. Qin Yu grunted in acknowledgement. Liao Shi stretched her body and then lay back down. Old Hu, this person, his stewards are all very good. He arranged this soft couch very well. She tossed and turned twice before turning her head and snuggling into Qin Yu's chest. Don't move and don't think too much. I just don't feel comfortable lying down, so I will find something to hold on to. Just think of yourself as a rock or a piece of wood. In short, just stay still and don't move. Qin Yu nodded. I won't move. I'm tired. Let's sleep for a bit. Liao Shi closed her eyes and her breathing soon became even. Qin Yu frowned. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just raised his arms and held her. This carefree woman who acted like a big boss was only a woman. She was very small, and he could hold her with one hand. Liao Shi grunted twice. She seemed a little dissatisfied with Qin Yu's offense, but that was all. She didn't ask him to move his hand away. Soon, she fell asleep as if she had a dream. Qin Yu didn't know what happened in the dream, but seeing her laugh from time to time, he guessed it was a sweet dream. Oh, she was actually drooling. This woman couldn't be dreaming of all kinds of delicious food, right? Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. The light at the entrance of the cave gradually dimmed. Liao Shi seemed to be very tired. After falling asleep, she didn't wake up. Qin Yu lay there, staring up at the ceiling. His heart was calm, even blank. He didn't know what to think, and he didn't want to think about anything. Until a certain moment, he suddenly felt the woman in his arms become a little lighter. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked down. Liao Shi was still sleeping in his arms. Her breathing was even and there was a smile on her lips. But her entire person seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. She became a bit blurry, making it impossible to see her clearly. But this haziness caused her to become incomparably beautiful. At this moment, Qin Yu could feel the shock that the abyssal demons felt when they saw Liao Shi. Because at this moment she was truly beautiful. Liao Shi, who was getting more and more beautiful, was also getting lighter and lighter as time passed. She was like a shadow, light and weightless. Her figure became increasingly faint, like the ink on a painting of a beautiful woman on a piece of white paper. Gradually, all that was left was a faint shadow. Just as Qin Yu thought that she would disappear in her sleep, Liao Shi suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Qin Yu, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. There was no way to describe this smile. It seemed to contain all the beauty in the world, sucking away Qin Yu's mind and causing his thoughts to go blank. By the time he snapped out of his daze, Liao Shi had already disappeared from sight. Just like when she arrived, she suddenly appeared by Qin Yu's side. Today, she suddenly left. Drops of cool liquid fell to the ground and shattered. Qin Yu lifted a hand to touch his face and discovered that he was crying. It seemed as if he hadn't cried for a very, very long time. This was an emotion that he hadn't felt in a very, very long time. But why was he crying? Liao Shi had dissipated, but she hadn't truly died. They would meet again in the future. Yes, that was it. Perhaps if he had to blame someone, he could only blame this woman. Why did she smile so beautifully at the end? She had tricked him into crying. Luckily, no one had seen this. He had to keep this matter to himself and not let anyone else know of it. Otherwise, Qin Yu could already imagine Liao Shi's smug expression the next time they met. Humph! He couldn't let her be too smug. Wiping away his tears, Qin Yu turned and looked around the cave. Then, he adjusted his mood, put away the things that Liao Shi had left behind, and walked out. Although he hadn't asked anything today, Qin Yu believed that before Liao Shi dissipated, she had made all the necessary preparations. Thus, the abyssal demon dragon Elder Alpha wouldn't pose a threat to him. In fact, he seemed to be a great help to him in the abyss. Outside the cave, Elder Alpha stood there. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, who had just walked out. His eyes flashed for a moment before returning to tranquility. He lightly said, "The agreement between me and Miss Liao Shi is now officially in effect. Remember what I said before. No matter what the situation is, you have the right to summon me once." With that said, Elder Alpha glanced at the cave one more time before turning and leaving. Demonic energy flashed and he vanished from sight. Chapter 1086. Liao Shi left. Qin Yu spoke of this matter to Old Fox, He Tiangang, Shadowless Demon, Mianya, and the others. Seeing that he didn't seem to be in a good mood, it was clear he didn't have any intention of explaining this matter. No matter how shocked the abyssal demons were, they didn't dare to continue asking. Indeed, Qin Yu didn't speak the truth. Firstly, he didn't want to think about Liao Shi's disappearance. Secondly, this would allow the people in front of him to maintain a sense of pressure and awe. Even if they had to make a decision in the future, they would have some more concerns. These were all things to prepare for a rainy day. Moreover, with the things that Liao Shi had left behind, it was impossible for Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others to betray him. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was safer than safer. Qin Yu knew that Liao Shi's existence was the core of the team's stability. She had suddenly disappeared. Although Old Fox, He Tiangang, and the others didn't say anything, they were clearly a bit unsettled. If this situation continued for too long, it wouldn't be a good thing. If he wanted the team to stabilize, Qin Yu had to establish his position as the core of the team as soon as possible and fill in the gap left by Liao Shi's departure. The bottles and jars that she had left behind were the best choice. Perhaps it was because she had come too late or her talent wasn't high enough, but Liao Shi hadn't made any arrangements for Mianya before he left. After thinking about it, Qin Yu took out a bottle of potion and gave it to her. According to the information that Liao Shi had left behind, this potion could strengthen a demonic bloodline and even repair damaged bloodlines. Looking at Mianya's pleasantly surprised expression as she held onto the two little nine-tailed demon foxes in her hands, it was clear that she wasn't planning on using this potion herself. After she left with the two little foxes, Qin Yu looked into the cave and saw Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon respectfully standing to the side. Their expressions were calm, but there was a bit of restlessness in their eyes. Before Liao Shi left, he made some arrangements for you. He flicked his sleeves and demonic energy flashed and 3 bottles appeared. Your information is on them. Take them and then choose a safe place to use them. As for the effects, that will depend on your own luck. The 3 demon commanders took deep breaths and their eyes blazed with heat. They bowed together. Thank you, Miss Liao Shi. Thank you, Your Excellency Qin Yu. Each of them found their own bottle and held it tightly in their hand. Within their chests, their hearts were beating rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu saw this and waved his hand. Go. I will wait for you here for 5 days. But I have to remind you that there are no free gains in the abyss. The more you get the abyss, the more you have to pay. You must think everything through. Yes, Your Excellency. The 3 old devils paused for a moment, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces as if they had thought of something. After bowing, the 3 of them turned around and left. Mi Yu Shi, Wu Shan Shan, Tian Demon, Yu Tian Shi. And Fox Yu and Gang Yu and Fox Fox Shen and Ao Wu Li Yu Hao Yu. Looking at the place where He Tiangang had left, he frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and murmured, I've already decided on something, and now I'm actually hesitating. Sure enough, I can't break through to Demon Commander. Is it because I lack a little decisiveness to kill? Old Fox glanced at the silent, shadowless demon. He cupped his hands together and walked away, disappearing from sight in several blinks of an eye. Beneath the black robes, shadowless demon frowned, his eyes full of hesitation. He had already expected that today's situation would occur, but he didn't think it would come so quickly. Moreover, Miss Liao had left. In truth, if it was simply to find a powerful master, Shadowless Demon had many choices. There was no lack of formidable abyssal demon kings among them. One of the reasons he had wandered the world alone for so many years was because he enjoyed his freedom. But more importantly, he feared that once he was controlled, he wouldn't be able to control himself. At that time, the hidden strength that gave him his current status might also push him into the abyss of eternal damnation. This potion, he couldn't give it up. It was left behind by Miss Liao, so it was likely to be an extraordinary treasure. Since that was the case, he would have to see the value of this potion and see whether or not it was worth risking his life for. A sharp light flashed in Shadowless Demon's eyes. He took a step forward and his figure rapidly faded, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the cave, Qin Yu's expression was calm. For now, he didn't have any thoughts of taking the things that Liao Shi had left for him. He took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the soft couch. He could still smell the scent that Liao Shi had left behind in his nose. When he closed his eyes, it was as if she was still beside him, but this was just an illusion. No matter what the reason was, Liao Shi had already disappeared. Then, he could only venture into the abyss alone. The Nightmare Tribe, Qin Yu muttered. As he thought of Liao Shi's actions, a light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. As expected, he already knew where he had to go next. It was just that after being toyed with by Liao Shi, the difficulty of his appearance had undoubtedly increased. But without a storm, how could he see through everything that was hidden beneath the deep waters? Since Liao Shi already knew that he didn't have much time left, then she definitely wouldn't waste it on useless things. Perhaps she had already expected this, and this was just a chess piece that she had placed ahead of time. After Mianya gave the potion to two of her fellow tribesmen, the damage to their bloodline caused by Qin Yu's extraction of the chaotic energy from their bodies was completely healed. In fact, they were even stronger than before. This left her pleasantly surprised. Her attitude towards Qin Yu became even more respectful. Of course, her thoughts of seducing him also became heavier. After Liao Shi left, she was the only woman left in the entire squad. Moreover, she was so beautiful and charming. Which man wouldn't be tempted by her? This was a heaven-sent opportunity, so she naturally couldn't miss it. As for Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon, Liao Shi could roughly guess where they were, but he was smart enough not to ask. Even a little girl like her, who was marginalized in the squad, was able to obtain such a precious potion, much less three demon commanders who could clearly provide great support. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious. But Mianya had always been a woman who knew her own limits and knew what was appropriate. The first to leave was He Tiangang, and the first to return was also him. He arrived in front of Qin Yu and knelt down. He lowered his head and respectfully said, "Sir, I have returned." Qin Yu smiled. "There is no need to be so polite. Stand up." When he stood up, he looked up and down several times. His smile widened. "Congratulations, congratulations!" He Tiangang had a calm expression. "It was the Miss and Sir who raised me." Standing at the side, Mianya couldn't help but open her mouth. It had to be known that when He Tiangang faced Qin Yu, he was respectful, but he absolutely didn't have this sort of attitude. Moreover, no matter how she looked at it, his kneeling just now didn't seem normal. It was as if there was some sort of tacit understanding between them. Moreover, what shocked her the most was that He Tiangang's aura didn't seem to change, but there seemed to be some sort of earth-shattering change. But as for what this change was, she couldn't explain it. She only felt that his entire person seemed to have gained an inviolable dignity. Old Fox was the second to return. Like He Tiangang, he knelt down in front of Qin Yu without hesitation. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. He touched his head to the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, sir and miss, for your great graciousness. I, Hu Bushan, vow to follow sir with my life." Mianya had noticed the change in his body with a single glance. This was because there was a difference in cultivation realms. Although Old Fox's aura had been strong before, that strength was a bit unstable. Moreover, she could faintly feel it. But now, when she faced Old Fox again, it was like facing a boundless lake. There was even a feeling that it was endless. Demon Commander! He had broken into the Demon Commander realm. Without a doubt, this was because of the effects of the potion that Qin Yu had given him. And that potion must have come from Liao Shi. This discovery left Mianya's heart shaking. She had never personally experienced the amazing effects of Liao Shi's potion, so she naturally found it hard to believe. Unavoidably, Mianya felt a trace of regret. If she had eaten the potion that Qin Yu had given her, just as this thought appeared, she suppressed it. She looked at the two little fellows and her eyes softened once more. The future of the nine-tailed demon fox clan rested on them. Her decision was correct. Moreover, Mianya's eyes turned to Qin Yu. Her expression didn't change, but the heat in her eyes became even hotter. As long as she climbed into his bed, obtaining the potion wouldn't be a problem at all. No need to be so polite. Old Fox, please rise. Qin Yu smiled. He couldn't help but sigh at Liao Shi's abilities. If she said that he could break into the Demon Commander realm, then he really did. But as he thought about how she had been busy refining these potions in the last moments of her life, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit sour in his heart. After all, although these potions weren't for him, they were ultimately helping him. He felt that he owed this woman more and more favors. He took a light breath and suppressed all these thoughts. Then, his lips curled up in a smile. It didn't matter. They would eventually meet again. At that time, he would naturally find a way to return these favors. But, he didn't know whether or not this woman would try anything funny. He felt that returning her favors wouldn't be a simple matter. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, Old Fox stood up and looked at He Tiangang. His pupils shrank and then he revealed a look of joy. He solemnly bowed, "Old Black Dog, congratulations." These words contained far too many emotions. There was joy, excitement, as well as a sense of relief, as well as complete relaxation. There was no longer any meaning in talking about what happened in the past. But He Tiangang had been plagued by illness for many years. He had once been so depressed that he could only be the master of a mere merry forest in Giant Deer City. This was inextricably linked to him. Now, He Tiangang could be considered a blessing in disguise. After all these years of tempering, he had finally forged the good fortune he had today. Old Fox could finally calmly face his old friend. He no longer needed to feel any guilt or entanglement in his heart. He Tiangang could hear the emotions in his words. He smiled and said, "I was a step ahead of you, so I don't want to fall too far behind. You will need to work hard." Old Fox laughed. In this life, to be able to break into the Demon Commander realm is already a great lucky chance. If it weren't for Sir and Miss helping me, I would have had no hope. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I know my own limit. I don't dare to have any thoughts of reaching the Demon King realm. His voice paused for a moment. His smile faded and he revealed a solemn expression. As for you, since you have a chance, you should bravely move forward and fight for your own world. He Tiangang nodded. I will do my best. Mianya's eyes widened. She had been frightened by the information revealed in the conversation between the two old demons. What did this mean? She looked at He Tiangang, then at him, and then at him. This old fellow, could it be that he had already touched upon the threshold of breaking into the Demon King realm? Although touching upon the threshold didn't mean he could definitely break through, at least there was a great chance. Once he succeeded, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He would obtain the recognition of the will of the abyss and become an abyssal demon king. At that time, he would be able to directly rule an entire level of the abyss and become the supreme ruler of his entire race. This was the wish of all abyssal demons. From the day they were born, under the influence of their demonic bloodline, it had been branded into their souls. Demon King, it meant the peak of the abyss, it meant a supreme existence. It also meant a nearly endless life that coexisted with the abyss. In the world of flesh and blood, it was a level that all cultivators pursued, a level that corresponded to immortality. Within her mind, it was like countless bolts of thunder had exploded. Mianya's thoughts were torn to shreds. She didn't know how long it took before she regained her composure. She looked at He Tiangang, a look of endless awe in her eyes. But soon, Mianya realized something. Her eyes widened and she slowly turned her head. Finally, her gaze fell onto Qinyu. He Tiangang, who had touched upon the threshold of the Abyss King realm and could step into it at any moment, had done the same thing as Old Fox. He had knelt down in front of Qinyu. Although he hadn't done it in such a straightforward manner, he had still expressed his respect and submission. In other words, he was willing to become a demon under Qinyu's command. No, I'm a little dizzy. It was only at this moment that Mianya realized just what sort of status the man she wanted to seduce and climb into her bed had. But after this dizziness, there was an incomparably strong fighting spirit and a raging flame burning deep in her eyes. Capture him, she had to capture him. As long as she could hold onto the thick and invincible thigh that was Qinyu, then the revival and rise of the nine-tailed demon fox clan would be within reach. And in this world, was there any method that could establish an inseparable bond faster and more directly than the matters between men and women? Perhaps there was, but Mianya didn't know. And even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to take a detour. The path to the heavens was right in front of her, so who had the time to think about anything else? Qinyu, don't even think of escaping from my palms. Being stared at by this burning gaze, Qinyu felt uncomfortable. His lips couldn't help but twitch. He wondered if he should find a chance to drive away this woman Mianya. If he kept her by his side, he always felt that she would be a disaster. As if sensing Qinyu's ill intentions, Mianya lowered her head. When she looked up again, her eyes were incomparably clear. She faintly smiled as she met Qinyu's surprised gaze. Within her respectful gaze, there was actually a trace of coldness and distance. His Excellency Qinyu clearly didn't like people who were too direct and proactive. Then, she would change her strategy. Give up? Haha, it was impossible for her to give up. No matter what, it was impossible. Qinyu sighed in amazement. Although he didn't know what this woman was thinking, he couldn't help but admire her acting skills. Moreover, he faintly felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to drive her away. In the future, he would have to worry about her. After waiting for another 3 days, Shadowless Demon still hadn't returned. There was a bit of disappointment in Qinyu's eyes, but he immediately composed himself. When he gave them the potions, he had already told them to think carefully before making their choice. It seemed that he had chosen a different path. Fine, he would let him be. Since there was no longer a need to continue waiting, there was no need to waste any more time. Qinyu stood up and said, "Let's go." He Tiangang bowed. "Sir, do you want me to go with you?" Qinyu shook his head. "No need. Whether he stays or goes is up to him. I can accept it." Old Fox coldly sneered. "What a short-sighted fellow. Leaving today will surely be his greatest regret. If we meet again in the future, young master may be magnanimous and not care about this, but I will not let this matter rest." It was still He Tiangang driving the carriage, and Old Fox riding on his wildebeest. When Qinyu boarded the carriage, He looked back at the rumbling waterfall as well as the cave not too far away. He looked at it earnestly, as if he wanted to completely imprint this scene into his mind. He turned back and narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered the carriage. "Hey," Tiangang said, "young master, where are we going?" Qin Yu paused. "Which race's sphere of influence does Erfeng City belong to?" Hey Tiangang thought for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, "The nightmare race." Qin Yu smiled. "Then that's right. Let's go. Teacher Liao, I want to see what kind of endgame you have prepared for me ahead of time." Chapter 1087. The abyss was endless. Even now, no one knew how many layers it had. But in every layer of the abyss, there was a channel that led to other abysses. These channels were called World Abyss by the demons. The World Abyss, ruled by the three-headed demon hound race, was located in the northeast. They had built a large city to guard it so that if there was an invasion, they could immediately respond. After all, there had never been true peace and stability in the abyss. Borrowing the convenience of the Black Heavenly Dipper, he released a little bit of the bloodline aura that belonged to the three-headed demon hound race. The demons guarding the realm abyss all respectfully bowed. Then, the green lights were turned on the entire way. Without any proper inspection, they watched as the group stepped into the realm abyss. In fact, he was even exempted from collecting the magical crystals as per usual. The speed was so fast that many of the surrounding demons were left dumbfounded. They secretly guessed just where this tyrannical character had come from. Looking at the endless pitch-black world abyss that was like a horrifying maw that swallowed He Tiangang and his group, on a high platform not too far away, the demon powerhouse that had been ordered to guard the world abyss let out a long breath. He wiped away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead at some unknown time. "My lord, what's wrong?" The subordinate beside him was puzzled. To be sent here to guard the world abyss, his lord's strength was beyond doubt. He had long since become a demon commander-level powerhouse and was highly regarded by His Majesty the Demon King. Even ordinary royal family members had to respectfully bow when they saw his lord. He couldn't understand why he would behave like this. "You don't understand." The demon powerhouse guarding the world abyss had a dignified expression. There was fear and shock deep in his eyes. He must have already sensed my existence, thus he released his aura on his own initiative. "This is a warning to me." He was silent for a moment, his eyes filled with emotion. "It seems that the rumors are true. He Tiangang has obtained a great lucky chance. Not only has his bloodline dried up, but he has also taken a critical step and touched upon the threshold of breaking into the king level. Just one step. He is just one step away. No, perhaps he is only half a step away. He can break through the bottleneck at any time and attract the attention of the will of the abyss, becoming the new king of his race." The subordinate's eyes widened, his body shivering. He had been thoroughly shocked by the information in these words. Breaking through the threshold of the king stage. The new king of the race. Of course he knew what this meant. If He Tiangang wanted to, once he successfully obtained the approval of the abyss, he could directly set off a terrifying war that would engulf the entire abyss. Between the new king and the old king, the final victor would be decided. The loser would be completely destroyed, because only one demon king was allowed to exist in a race. This was the law of the abyss. Fortunately, He Tiangang had already left. According to the rules of the abyss, once he touched the threshold of the king's step and left this level of the abyss, he would automatically give up the qualifications to become the new king of his race. Sucking in a deep breath, the demon race powerhouse's eyes turned cold. "This matter cannot be leaked out. Do you understand?" The subordinate knelt down with a thud. "Lord, rest assured. Even if I die 10,000 times, I will not dare to say a single word. As long as you understand." The voice of the expert guarding the devil race softened a little, then he turned around and left. Although He Tiangang has already left, I still have to personally report this matter to His Majesty. Shuar, his figure disappeared. Evil Peak City. As the most important city that guarded the Nightmare Race's ancestral land, the scale of this city was no less than that of an ordinary capital city. As for its defensive strength, it was said that even if several abyssal kings joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to break through it. Towering over the mountains, it was like a giant beast crouching on the ground. As long as it opened its mouth, it could swallow the world. Currently, there was an inn in the city that had been completely booked out. All the inn staff had been sent away, and guards from the city lord mansion stood guard with icy cold eyes. To be able to set up such a grand scene in Evil Peak City, where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers and tyrannical characters, it was certainly not an ordinary person. Today, the one who had booked out the entire place and was personally guarded by the City Lord Mansion guards was the brother of the Lord City Lord, Sir Lon Bo, otherwise with Smoky Wave Tower, which was renowned for its high quality and astonishing prices. Just who could book out the entire place? Before the banquet began, everyone who received an invitation had arrived without a single one missing. To be valued so highly by Sir Lon Bo to the point of booking out the entire Smoky Wave Tower to entertain them should have been an incredible honor. But today, everyone present had forced expressions on their faces. Their faces were all pale. Even though they forced out a smile, it was even uglier than if they were crying. Beside Lon Bo, a fiery and alluring woman with her head slightly lowered poured him a cup of wine. He lifted it and swept his eyes across everyone present. Everyone, you and I can be considered to have experienced life and death together, going through trials and tribulations together. For us to be able to meet again today is truly something worth celebrating. Please raise your cups and drink with me. After this cup, everything in the past will vanish like smoke and be forgotten. His tone was calm, but there was a trace of oppression in his eyes. However, hearing this, everyone who was invited relaxed slightly, and joy appeared on their faces. They had originally thought that Lon Bo had become rotten meat in the stomach of the blood-eyed demon race, which was why they had fled all the way back. Who would have thought that when they returned to the city, they would discover that not only was Lon Bo alive and well, but he had also returned to Evil Peak City before them. Before these demon guards could react, they were all pulled into the Smoky Wave Tower by an invitation. Of course, it would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. After all, once what happened that day spread, Lon Bo would definitely be in trouble. Now, from the meaning of these words, Sir Lon Bo clearly realized this. That was why he immediately brought all of them here to seal their mouth. Seal. Absolutely seal. Whoever said that was a coward. They were already very satisfied with being able to survive. How would they dare to move or have any other thoughts? Sir is right. Everything in the past will disappear with this cup of wine. Things in the past? What? How come I didn't know about it? Ha ha, that's right. Nothing happened. Lon Bo revealed a smile, seemingly very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He drained the cup of wine in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone drained their cups in one gulp and revealed smiles on their faces. It looked like they had passed this hurdle. After all, there were so many of them. There was no way they could hide it. If something happened, it would definitely attract attention. Sir Lon Bo had just arrived, so it was better to avoid trouble. That was the best decision. Of course, even though that was the case, caution was something that could not be considered too much. The moment they put down their cups, some of the guards were already thinking about how to leave Evil Peak City as soon as possible. Nothing happened now, but that did not mean that it would be fine in the future. After all, no one wanted to be in trouble. Lon Bo's smile was brilliant. He clasped his hands together and said, "Today, I will send you all on your way. I will naturally take care of your family." You. A demon guard suddenly stood up. But before he could finish his sentence, black blood began to flow out of his nose and mouth. He fell to the ground with a thud, and in the blink of an eye, he was dead. A series of muffled sounds rang out. The poison that Lan Bo had prepared was indeed very effective. None of the demon guards were able to resist. They all fell to the ground and died. In the blink of an eye, this exquisitely decorated private room had become a purgatory filled with corpses. Because of the pain of death, their faces were twisted, and blood flowed out of their eyes and mouths. It was truly a ghastly sight. The thick smell of blood floated in the air. Lan Bo's face was expressionless. His eyes were cold and sinister. Of course, he knew that killing everyone with poison would definitely attract some trouble. Even if his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, he would still have to pay a price. But he had no choice. In this world, only the dead could keep secret, and the things that had happened that day could not be revealed in the slightest. Tell me, don't you think these people are stupid? If they dare to come back, then they clearly believe that you are dead. The woman beside him spoke in a calm voice. She looked up, revealing a charming face. It was Spring Breeze 13. Lan Bo's lips twitched. He seemed to recall some very bad memories, and his entire face twisted. He grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair and pressed her beneath his body. His other hand had already ripped open her belt. Spring Breeze 13 did not resist. She obediently lowered her head, and her tongue began to move in and out. But a cold sneer flashed in her eyes. This was a man who couldn't even get hard. The more he made her like this, the more pitiful he was. Bitch! You bitch! Lan Bo clenched his teeth and cursed in a low voice. His eyes flashed with madness and cruelty, but in the deepest depths there was a trace of fear that he couldn't conceal. He couldn't deceive himself with these emotions that came from the depths of his heart. So, his face twisted even more. He grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair with one hand and thrust his other hand into her chest, vigorously kneading. Young master. There was a knock on the box door. From start to finish, the guards of the city lord's mansion hadn't taken a single step inside. It was clear that they had been warned beforehand. The city lord has asked for you to go back. Lan Bo grabbed Spring Breeze 13's hair and threw her to the side. The twisted expression on his face quickly disappeared. He took a deep breath and stood up, a smile on his face. Come, help me tidy up my clothes. Spring Breeze 13 walked over expressionlessly. A moment later, Lan Bo knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion's study. He stepped in and bowed respectfully. Elder brother, why did you summon me? Lan Hai's expression was calm. Just a slight frown still filled the study with an invisible pressure. His eyes paused on Lan Bo for a moment. He slowly said, "Those guards were carefully selected by me. Why did you kill them?" Lan Bo licked his lip. Elder brother, these people know a secret about me. Once this secret is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to me. Lan Hai's frown deepened, but he soon let out a breath. I understand. I will help you deal with this matter. You need to rest for the time being, so don't go out if there's nothing important. Lan Bo bowed. Thank you, elder brother. Lan Hai looked at his back as he left. A light flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment and then said, Go investigate what happened on the way second young master came. Yes, city lord. A faint fluctuation of magic appeared in the air before disappearing. Chapter 1088. After crossing many layers of the abyss and entering the abyss ruled by the nightmare race, Qin Yu chose to go into seclusion. No one knew what the situation was like in Evil Peak City. Although Liao Shi shouldn't have placed him in such a dangerous situation, since he was here to stir up a storm, how could the risks be low? Before that, raising his strength to its peak was, of course, the wisest choice. Qin Yu had personally seen the benefits that Old Fox and He Tiangang had obtained. There was no reason for the effects of what Liao Shi gave him to be worse. But the time he spent in seclusion still surpassed his expectations. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. If it weren't for the fact that Old Fox and He Tiangang could confirm that Qin Yu's aura was calm through their mutual connection, they would have rushed in already. And in truth, this period of seclusion wasn't a beautiful memory for Chinyu. This was because the process of absorbing the demon dragon blood was no different from being cut to pieces. But the final result was better than expected. Chinyu stood up and left the cave he had stayed in for over a month. He looked back and his lips twitched. Liao Shi's figure appeared in his mind. This woman, she definitely knew how difficult it was for him to achieve the half-dragon body. Yet, she didn't warn him at all, causing him to fall into a sea of skinning pain without any preparation. She was no longer in the pugilistic world, but the people of the pugilistic world couldn't forget her. Liao Shi, just you wait. Chinyu clenched his teeth. He met Old Fox and He Tiangong's eyes and composed himself. He smiled and said, "I've made you wait for a long time." Old Fox had a suspicious look in his eyes. He swept his eyes over Chinyu. In his senses, there hadn't been much change in Chinyu's aura. But for some unknown reason, it gave him a natural feeling of being suppressed. This feeling was like facing the aura of a terrifying predator at the top of the food chain. That's right, although it was weak, it was a feeling that made one's mind tremble. He Tiangong's senses were clearly sharper. His lips moved but he didn't say anything. Chinyu glanced at the pale-faced Liao Shi and the two little fellows hiding far away. His eyes flashed and he suddenly restrained his aura. Soon, it vanished from sight. Just like before, it became ordinary and unremarkable, not attracting any attention at all. "We've already been delayed for too long. Let's hurry along." Chinyu's order was passed down through the highest will of the entire squad. The group quickly set off. 10 days later, after stepping into the third world abyss, the darkness before him gradually dissipated and light reappeared. After Elder Fox confirmed it, he said respectfully, "Young master, we are here." In the carriage, Chinyu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. "Let's go to Evil Peak City." Although they had entered the abyss ruled by the nightmare race, the area of this abyss was shockingly large. After 5 days of non-stop travel, they finally arrived at this massive demon city. The reason it was called a giant city was because Evil Peak City was truly massive. As he passed through dozens of layers of the abyss, he had seen several times from afar, and he had seen the capital city that was guarded by an abyssal demon king. Other than the terrifying demonic energy pillar that seemed to connect to the sky and the abyss, the scale and grandeur of Erfeng City was not the slightest bit inferior to the capital. After all, the Incubus clan was one of the most powerful royal clans in the entire abyss. The location of their ancestral land was related to the safety and inheritance of their clan, so it was naturally worth managing and maintaining it in a state of absolute safety. The group smoothly entered the city. Although Evil Peak's city guarded their ancestral land, they never rejected outsiders. This was a manifestation of their formidable self-confidence, and it was also because every year, Evil Peak's city relied on their ancestral land to earn a massive amount of demon crystals. This amount was astonishing. It was enough to maintain the operation of the entire city, and it was even able to provide a considerable amount of additional income for the nightmare race. Evil Peak City was self-sufficient and they could also offer demon crystals to the nightmare race. This was completely different from the nightmare race, which completely relied on the support of the nightmare race. The difference was an unimaginably astronomical figure. It was because of this that even though the nightmare race had been opposing the opening of Evil Peak City to the outside world for many years, they had never received any support. If one didn't manage a household, they wouldn't know how expensive food, fuel, and salt were. The nightmare race was a large household, but their daily expenses were horrifying. In simpler terms, they didn't have much surplus food. The place they stayed in the city was Elder Fox's choice. It was a large inn, and one could tell from the entrance that it wasn't a low-level inn. According to this old devil, if they had enough demon crystals, they should choose the most expensive place to stay, which was absolutely safe and comfortable. As it turned out, Elder Fox was right. With the backing of the Nightmare Race royal family, this inn was one of the top 3 safest places in all of Evil Peak City. When they had been assigned rooms, Qin Yu had refused without hesitation. Elder Fox's suggestion to have Mianya serve him made the old devil subconsciously look strange. He thought to himself, could it be that what he had heard back then was true? Then, could he do something about this in exchange for His Excellency Qin Yu's appreciation? Of course, he had to do something so private and obscure. He had to let His Excellency Qin Yu know what he was thinking, but he couldn't be too straightforward. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. Nourishing food. That's right, that was it. Elder Fox smiled and couldn't help reaching out to stroke his beard. There was a hint of pride in his eyes as he thought that learning to cook well back then had truly been the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. But unfortunately, the nourishing food plan that Elder Fox had worked out for a long time had been interrupted by Qin Yu's arrangements before he could put it to use. He Tiangang went to inquire about the news in Evil Peak City that was worth paying attention to. He had his own plans. Evil Peaks City guarded the ancestral land of the Nightmare Race, and the power that this ancestral land naturally released was extremely oppressive to the souls of the demons. This oppressive power, after being modified and used, was first used by the Nightmare Race to help the demons cultivate. Later, for some unknown reason, the news leaked out and attracted countless demons, hoping to borrow the power of the Nightmare Race's ancestral land to cultivate. At first, they were rejected, but it was only after a long time that it was gradually opened up. Then, it evolved into the current situation. Evil Peak City had become the best shortcut for the demons of the abyss to temper their wills and increase their soul cultivation. As mentioned earlier, because of the demon bloodline in their bodies, the minds of the demons of the abyss were affected. In terms of souls and wills, they had always been the shortcomings of the demons of the abyss. When Qin Yu attacked twice before, he was able to catch the demon commander Yin Hanshin and the Blood-Eye demon race commander off guard. This was all because he had borrowed the killing ability of the soul that the Nightmare Race excelled in. It was because of this that the Nightmare Race was able to possess the peak status of the abyssal royal bloodline in the abyss. Qin Yu wasn't interested in the cultivation methods that the various races of the abyss flocked to. After all, although he had the body of an abyssal demon, in terms of the level of his soul, it was far from what the demons could compare with. This was something that Qin Yu had already noticed when he was in contact with Elder Fox and He Tiangang. And this was also the disadvantage of the abyssal demon race that built all of their strength on the demon bloodline in their bodies. According to Qin Yu's speculations, even if an abyssal demon king obtained the recognition of the abyss's will, besides absolute strength, they might not be much stronger than him in terms of the level of the soul. Moreover, he had the Sun-Moon force field and the cosmic Sea-Cross spell. But after Qin Yu learned of the significance of the ancestral land, he made a decision. Before he found a turning point to enter the Nightmare Race, this would be one of the ways he could explore the secrets of the Myriad Soul Dao. The Myriad Soul Dao was established in ancient times. It was built on the source of the Nightmare King that had been besieged by the world of living beings. It could even be said that the Myriad Soul Dao came from the formidable cultivation method of the Nightmare Race. Even if there were some differences, both sides came from the same source. Then, if he approached the Nightmare Race's ancestral land, there was a high chance he would find an unexpected surprise. Even if it was useless, it would only delay him a little. 9 Netherworld Tower. This was the only place in Erfeng City that had a connection to the Nightmare Race's ancestral land. Strictly speaking, this was a giant tower that was built upside down. The first level was the largest on the surface. The further down one went, the smaller it became. In simpler terms, it was an upside-down stone tower that was buried deep in the earth. The tower had 9 levels. The deeper one went, the clearer one could feel the strength released from the ancestral land. And this strength was called the power of refining souls by the various abyssal races. Of course, using the power of refining souls was not free. The starting price of the first level was enough to make ordinary demon generals feel a pinch. The deeper one went, the deeper the tower was, and the higher the level, the higher the cost of entering the tower. Moreover, the 9th level of the 9 Netherworld Tower was not open to the public. Only members of the royal bloodline of the Nightmare race, who had made great contributions and obtained the recognition of the entire race, were qualified to enter. Legend had it that the 9th level contained all sorts of miraculous abilities. It could even help the Nightmare race strengthen their demonic bloodline and open the race's bloodline inheritance. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the greater the storm. This was certainly applicable in the Abyss. With the Nightmare race's status among the abyssal royal races, the more power they had, the more benefits they occupied, and the more enemies they had. As the only place that had a connection to the Nightmare race's ancestral land, there were naturally people who tried to use it as a medium to break into the Nightmare race's ancestral land or to attack it. But without exception, all of these attempts ended in failure. Besides the Nightmare King, no one knew where the entrance to the ancestral land was. It existed in Dark Peak City, but it was like it existed in a completely different dimension. Without a method, one could not enter. Qin Yu stood outside the 9 Netherworld Tower, gently rubbing his chin. Right now, he was thinking about something that countless demons had considered in the past. Could he enter the Nightmare race's ancestral land through this place? Without a doubt, if he could succeed, then there was an extremely high chance he could find a way to unravel the myriad soul Dao. And this was also Qin Yu's most important goal since entering the Abyss. Once he completed it, he could think of a way to escape and return to the world of the living. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This was a beautiful idea, but the abyssal demons had tried for countless years without anyone succeeding. Although Qin Yu was looking forward to it, he didn't believe he was better than them. But he still had to try. After all, true knowledge came from practice. What if he succeeded? There were many demons outside the 9 Netherworld Tower. Some came with massive amounts of demon crystals to borrow the power of refining souls to enhance their own strength. Some simply wanted to admire this illustrious cultivation, holy land of the abyssal demon race. Mixed in the tide of demons, it took Qin Yu a long time before he managed to squeeze into the first level. He asked about the price and found that it really wasn't ordinary. Ordinary demons would only have the courage to come here to cultivate if they were reincarnated experts or those with large families. Otherwise, even a demon general wouldn't be able to help but stare with wide eyes and curse inwardly. These Nightmare race bastards, they really had a black conscience to earn money. Others would at most bleed with a knife, but they were blatantly cutting off their own flesh. Qin Yu calculated. If a demon general didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price, they would at most be able to stay here for less than a month. Moreover, this was in a situation where they didn't go too deep into the ground. No wonder the Nightmare race would even take out their ancestral land to earn demon crystals. This was a business that didn't cost anything, but the profits were truly amazing. Luckily, thanks to Liao Shi, Qin Yu had been able to pick up 2 powerful old demons like Old Fox and Hei Tiangang for free. And what was even more amazing was that both of them had considerable wealth. It was hard to say how much they had, but Qin Yu didn't think it would be too difficult to take out 1 billion demon crystals. Thus, although the 9 Nether Towers' expenses were high, it didn't scare Qin Yu. But no one's demon crystals could be bought on a whim. Moreover, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the Abyss. There was nothing wrong with being frugal. Moreover, as for how effective the 9 Nether Tower was, he would only know after trying it out. Qin Yu smiled. I'll have to trouble you to help me open a room on the first floor of the 9 Nether Tower. After a long period of time, the 9 Nether Tower had already been used by the Nightmare race in all sorts of ways. For instance, as long as you opened a room, well, let's just call it that for now, it was simple and easy to remember. No matter how long you stayed inside or how long you could last, You would have to pay a day's worth of demon crystals first. The demon behind the counter was a cute little girl with large eyes. This wasn't wrong. Her eyes were really large and she looked cute and adorable. She sweetly smiled at Chinyu. "Dear guest, do you simply want to open a room? Our 9 Nether Tower provides a series of matching packages, such as all sorts of refreshments and drinks, as well as the service of accompanying you in your cultivation. The specific price list is here. If you have any needs, please feel free to mention it. We will do our best to help you solve it." Chinyu glanced at the crystal screen. He didn't know what methods were used, but a tempting scene appeared on it. Then, he looked at it a second time and then a third time. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The dignified nightmare race was known as one of the top 10 royal abyssal clans. In order to earn demon crystals, were they willing to resort to any means possible? Refreshments and drinks were fine, but what about the demonic girls that accompanied him in his training? Each and every one of them was wearing such skimpy clothes. TSK, what a trap! However, in the time that Chinyu glanced at the screen, there were already 7 or 8 demons. After choosing their packages, the demonic girls took their arms and led them deep into the 9 Nether Tower. This wasn't what he expected. This sort of set service seemed to be very popular, Chinyu coughed. "Just opening a room is fine." The demon behind the counter nodded. "Good. Dear guest, please pay the demon crystals. Moreover, I would like to remind you that if you need anything along the way, you can contact us through our internal communication demon artifact, Chapter 1089. Soul refining the power of refining souls. Chinyu felt that there was a hidden meaning in the demon's words. If he needed anything along the way, could he be so hungry that he couldn't wait while he was cultivating? Chinyu was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After paying the demon crystals, he received his card and followed the instructions to enter the true area of the 9 Nether Tower. As he stepped in, Chinyu paused. He could feel an invisible pressure filling the air. It wasn't strong, only faintly discernible. But it was like there was a thick cotton covering his nose and mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe. His eyebrows rose up before he composed himself. For the abyssal demon race to call this the power of refining souls, the ancestral land of the nightmare race really had some tricks up its sleeve. Although he saw many demons bringing all sorts of women into the rooms, he couldn't hear a single sound in the hallway. It could be seen that the conscience of the nightmare race wasn't completely rotten. At the very least, they had done a good job in terms of soundproofing. It was unknown how long the 9 Nether Tower had been built, but the materials used to build it were massive pieces of bluish-black stone. The surface was rough, and there were clear signs that it had been excavated by humans. Besides that, there wasn't anything strange about it. But, for some unknown reason, as Chinyu looked at these stones, he felt a trace of dignity. That's right, it was this sort of feeling that made one's heart shiver and subconsciously feel awe. But even if it had existed for many years and was a material used to build the 9 Nether Tower, it shouldn't have this sort of attribute, right? It had to be known that with Chinyu's current strength, even if he didn't summon his Titan true body, he could still roll over an ordinary demon commander. Something that could make him feel awe at first glance had to be at least on the level of an abyssal demon king. Could it be that these stones used to build the 9 Nether Tower also had the attribute of an abyssal demon king? That was impossible. Chinyu's mind raced, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Soon, he found the room that corresponded to the card. Here, he had to praise the nightmare race's ability to rake in wealth once more. Of the 9 floors of the 9 Nether Tower, besides the 9th floor that wasn't open to the public, every other floor was divided into a massive number of rooms for rent. He opened the door and swept his eyes around. It wasn't large and the layout was simple. Besides a mat woven from some unknown material, there was also a large bed. It was indeed a large bed. Looking at its size, it was large enough for 5 or 6 people to sleep side by side. It occupied most of the room. In contrast to the crude decorations of the room, This bed was extremely comfortable and luxurious. Pure white bedsheets and soft and fluffy pillows. Just looking at it made one want to lie down and rest. A strange expression crossed Qin Yu's face. He thought that this 9 nether tower was quite interesting. However, as he thought about the abyssal demon races that brought witches to train, perhaps it was normal for them to arrange such a large and comfortable bed. Suppressing these random thoughts, Qin Yu closed the door. His divine sense swept out, carefully searching the room several times. Very good, he didn't find anything wrong. With the intensity of his soul, and the fact that this was only the first floor of the 9 nether tower, if he didn't find anything wrong, then there really shouldn't be any problems. Qin Yu quickly walked to the wall and took a deep breath. He lifted his hand and touched the stone used for construction. But soon, he couldn't help but frown. Before, when he looked at it, he did feel something called majesty. But now that he touched it with his own hands, he didn't feel anything at all. In fact, the majesty he had felt earlier had also disappeared. It was indeed strange. Qin Yu tried several more times, but in the end he didn't find anything. He drew back his hand and frowned, revealing a thoughtful expression. In his heart, a faint thought tumbled about. Perhaps this stone that he could touch at any time wasn't as simple as it seemed. But so what if it wasn't simple? He had no clue at all. Moreover, taking a step back, since the nightmare race dared to place the 9 nether tower that was connected to their ancestral land in the open and openly trade with the various abyssal races to earn a massive amount of demon crystals, it was clear they had already made preparations and weren't afraid of any accidents occurring. In other words, it was normal for the 9 nether tower to be a bit strange. If they placed it here without any concealment, then their brains must have been flooded with water. Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the stone in front of him and put away his thoughts for the time being. First, he would try out the so-called use of the power of refining souls and see if he could obtain some harvests from it. Qin Yu walked in front of the prayer mat and looked down. It was woven from some kind of vine and was completely black without any other color. Without hesitation, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, his complexion changed. He could truly feel the existence of the power of refining souls. That's right, this prayer mat on the ground was the true medium for connecting to the power of refining souls. Only by sitting on it could he feel it. Of course, this was only the first level. It was said that the deeper one went into the 9 nether tower, the greater the medium for the power of refining souls would be and the stronger it would be. Qin Yu didn't have the mind to consider these things right now. He frowned and carefully felt the fluctuations of the power of refining souls. How should he put it? In Qin Yu's senses, this was a power that was close to fire. It penetrated through his mortal body and wrapped around his soul. It was like a crimson furnace fire, slowly roiling and burning. It could remove the impurities in materials and strengthen their quality. Of course, this was only a metaphor. It wasn't too appropriate, but it was easy to understand. This was because besides removing impurities, the power of refining souls could also allow the soul to slowly increase its strength in a suppressed state. Of course, slow wasn't enough to describe the degree of slow. Whether it was strengthening or removing impurities, one could only feel it. Although it did have this effect, it was difficult to see any obvious effect. Qin Yu didn't know about others, but looking at the intensity of his soul, he would need to stay on the first level of the 9 nether tower for at least 3 years. Moreover, this had to be a continuous state before he could clearly feel an increase in strength. This wasn't to say that spending 3 years to strengthen his soul wasn't worth it. After all, with the level of Qin Yu's soul, to be able to strengthen it in a mere 3 years was already an astonishing speed. If this were placed in the world of the living, the existence of the 9 nether tower would inevitably cause countless cultivators to fight over it. But this was the abyss. Disregarding the attributes of the demons' souls, they could withstand the baptism of the power of refining souls for a long period of time. Even if they could withstand it, what about the expenses? Don't forget that the 9 Nether Towers' fees were terrifyingly high. Moreover, this so-called terrifyingly high price was only calculated in 1 day. If this was extended to 3 years or even longer, even if the nightmare race knew how to be flexible and give a large customer a tempting discount, it still wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, Qin Yu felt that even if he could spend as much as he wanted, he still wouldn't be able to accept Old Fox and He Tiangong's demon crystals. It wasn't that it was heartache, but that it simply wasn't enough. Thinking about it this way, the nightmare race's ability to rake in wealth was truly enviable. What Qin Yu didn't know was that it was because of this that the nightmare race had quarreled with each other for countless years. Even so, they couldn't change the fact that the 9 Nether Tower was still open to the outside world. Demon crystals moved the hearts of men. If they didn't move, that meant there wasn't enough. After surpassing a certain limit, even an abyssal demon king wouldn't be able to ignore it. Moreover, Qin Yu soon discovered that when the power of refining souls helped the demons become stronger and temper their souls, there was a drawback that appeared. The power of refining souls was a flame. It used an incomparably brutal method to forcefully suppress the potential of the demons and strengthen their souls. During this process, the fire energy would contaminate their souls, causing their heartbeats to accelerate, their mouths to dry up, and their blood to boil. Qin Yu finally understood why there were so many demons that were willing to pay extra demon crystals to bring the demonesses into the training room. It wasn't that they couldn't restrain their bestial nature during cultivation, but that the cultivation itself was something they couldn't restrain. If they couldn't expel the fire energy from their bodies as soon as possible, then their minds would become unstable and it would affect their cultivation. In the worst case, it might even cause them to lose control of their minds, causing the strength within their bodies to go beyond their control. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He suddenly thought of a very rude question. But the more he tried to suppress this thought, the more lively it became. It was as if it wanted to jump out at any moment, so he should just face his heart. That was, after the female demons entered the 9 Nether Tower, what would they do? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yu didn't see the 9 Nether Tower provide additional services to the female demons just now. Moreover, the several demonesses he saw seemed to be alone. The man that was focused on bringing the demonesses into the room hadn't thought about this at all. But now, as his thoughts raced, he felt his breathing deepen and his heartbeat speed up. He had to rely on himself. Tsk. He couldn't think about it, that scene was just too explosive. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped his forehead, dispelling all these random thoughts. Back to the main topic. The first floor of the 9 Nether Tower didn't give him any pleasant surprises. The soul-refining power that didn't hurt or itch wasn't anything to miss. If he continued to stay here, it would only be a waste of time. Qin Yu apologized to Old Fox in his heart, because the demon crystals he paid today came from his savings. But wasting demon crystals was better than wasting time. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door. Coincidentally, the one who received Qin Yu this time was the big-eyed demoness from before. As she saw Qin Yu come out, her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't think that he would be unable to endure it so quickly. However, she had reminded him before that if he couldn't endure it, he could directly apply for services through internal communication. There was no need for him to waste time running here from his room. Could it be that this guest has taken a liking to me? What should I do? I've never had a part-time job before or something like that. However, this guest was very handsome, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of security. If I can be with him, it doesn't seem like I'll suffer a loss. As these random thoughts raced through her mind, the big-eyed demoness blushed and her eyes became watery. Qin Yu's lips couldn't help but twitch. He could only repeat what he had just said. I want to get another room. Get a room, no need, you only have 1 day of use. It hasn't ended yet. I have to think about it, give me some time. The big-eyed demoness spoke incoherently. Her face flushed red and her heartbeat sped up. Qin Yu's face darkened. In particular, when he felt the envious gazes of the surrounding demons, it was impossible to say that he wasn't secretly happy. This was the common bad habit of men, no one could deny it. But who knew what this demoness was thinking? He didn't even think about it, nor did he have any random thoughts that he shouldn't have. After repeating it for the third time, the big-eyed demoness finally understood. She was stunned for a moment. Then, throughout the entire process, she looked at Qin Yu with resentment in her eyes. It was clear she was dissatisfied with his lack of understanding. Qin Yu could only pretend that he didn't know anything. After receiving the room card, he turned and left. There were sighs of regret behind him, as well as malicious gazes. They were probably thinking that if he didn't want a beautiful woman who came to his door on her own initiative, could there be some problem with his body? The soul-refining power of the second level of the 9 Netherworld Tower was twice as strong as the first level. Of course, the amount of demon crystals required was also several times greater. But unfortunately, Qin Yu still hadn't been able to use the soul-refining power to find any clues about the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Could he have been wrong? Thinking about it, it was unknown how many years Evil Peak City had existed. The various abyssal races must have sent countless elites into the 9 Netherworld Tower to search for its secret. Up until now, there hadn't been any news of it. This point alone was enough to show that the Nightmare race had prepared a comprehensive response in this aspect. Or perhaps, the 9 Netherworld Tower was only the 9 Netherworld Tower. Although it could release the soul-refining power from the Nightmare Ancestral Land, there was no direct connection between it and the Ancestral Land. If this was the case, then there was no meaning in Qin Yu staying here any longer. Of course, it wasn't that there was no meaning at all. But this degree of soul-refining power was limited. Unless he could enter the deeper levels of the 9 Netherworld Tower, that was a possibility. What if the soul-refining power here wasn't strong enough? Thus, he couldn't sense any information from it. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He couldn't deny that this was a possibility. Since he had come here, he should at least give it a try. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door. In any case, he had already wasted a sum of demon crystals. If he wasted a second sum, he would feel much more at ease. Indeed, humans were creatures of inertia. His luck wasn't bad this time. He met the large-eyed demon sister from before and directly asked her about the room on the 8th level of the 9 Netherworld Tower. But it was clear that he had suffered because he hadn't made enough preparations. There were some things he didn't know about the 9 Netherworld Tower. However, similar situations weren't rare. Many demons from other abysses had heard of the 9 Netherworld Tower, but in truth, they only had a general understanding of it. The demon woman behind the counter faintly smiled. She explained, "Dear customer, greetings. Because the power of soul refining will cause a certain degree of damage to the soul, all rooms on the 5th level and below must be verified before they can be opened in order to avoid any accidents. If you really wish to open the 8th level of the 9 Netherworld Tower, then please pay the verification fee first. Only after passing will you obtain the qualifications to enter. Of course, this verification is only required for the first time. Afterwards, you can directly open the card." Chapter 1090. He felt that the demon race's big-eyed girl's words had a deeper meaning. If she needed it midway, could it be that he couldn't wait while he was cultivating? Qin Yu was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After paying the demon crystals, he received the door card and followed the instructions to enter the true area of the 9 Nether Tower. As Qin Yu stepped in, he paused. He could feel an invisible pressure filling the air. It wasn't strong, only faintly discernible. But it was like there was a thick cotton covering his nose and mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe. His eyebrows rose up before he composed himself. For the abyssal demon race to call this the power of refining souls, the ancestral land of the nightmare race really had some tricks up its sleeve. Although he saw many demons bringing all sorts of women into the rooms, he couldn't hear a single sound in the corridor. It could be seen that the conscience of the nightmare race wasn't completely rotten. At the very least, they had done a good job in terms of soundproofing. It was unknown how many years had passed since the 9 Nether Tower was built. The materials used to build it were massive pieces of bluish-black stone. The surface was rough, and there were clear signs that it had been excavated by humans. Besides that, there wasn't anything strange about it. But, for some reason, when Qin Yu looked at these stones, he felt a trace of dignity. That's right, it was this sort of feeling that made one's heart shiver and subconsciously feel awe. But even if it had existed for many years and was a material used to build the 9 Nether Tower, it shouldn't have this sort of attribute, right? It had to be known that with Qin Yu's current strength, even if he didn't summon his Titan true body, he could still roll over an ordinary demon commander. To make him feel awe at first glance, it had to be at least on the level of an abyssal demon king. Could it be that these stones used to build the 9 Nether Tower also had the attribute of an abyssal demon king? That was impossible. Qin Yu's mind raced, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. He soon found the room that corresponded to the door card. He had to praise the nightmare race's ability to rake in wealth once more. Of the 9 floors of the 9 Nether Tower, besides the 9th floor that wasn't open to the public, the other floors were divided into a massive number of rooms for rent. He opened the door and swept his eyes around. It wasn't large and the layout was simple. Besides a mat woven from some unknown material, there was a large bed. It was indeed a large bed. It was large enough for 5 or 6 people to sleep on, occupying most of the room. In contrast to the crude decorations in the room, the bed was very comfortable and luxurious. The pure white bedsheets and the fluffy and soft pillows gave one the urge to lie down and rest at a glance. Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. He thought that this 9 underworld tower was quite interesting. However, when he thought of those abyssal demons who brought witches to cultivate, perhaps it was normal for them to arrange such a large and comfortable bed. Suppressing these random thoughts, Qin Yu closed the door and swept out his divine sense, carefully searching the room several times. Very good, he didn't find anything wrong. With the strength of his soul, and the fact that this was only the first level of the 9 Netherworld Tower, since he didn't find anything wrong, then there should really be no problem. Qin Yu quickly walked to the wall and took a deep breath. He lifted his hand and placed it on the stone used for construction. But soon, he couldn't help but frown. Previously, when his gaze fell on her, he had indeed felt a trace of something called majesty. But now that he had personally touched it, there was nothing unusual. In fact, the majesty he had felt earlier had also disappeared. It was indeed strange. Qin Yu tried several more times, but in the end he didn't find anything. He drew back his hand and frowned, revealing a thoughtful expression. In his heart, a faint thought tumbled about. Perhaps this stone that he could casually touch wasn't as simple as it seemed. But so what if it wasn't simple? He had no clue at all. Moreover, taking a step back, since the nightmare race dared to openly display the 9 Netherworld Tower that was connected to their ancestral land and openly trade with the various abyssal races to earn a massive amount of demon crystals, it was clear they had already made preparations and weren't afraid of any accidents occurring. In other words, it was normal for the 9 Netherworld Tower to be a bit strange. If they had placed it here without any concealment, then their brains had gone haywire. Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the stone in front of him and put away his thoughts for the time being. First, he would try out the so-called use of the power of refining souls and see if he could obtain some harvest. Qin Yu walked in front of the prayer mat and looked down. It was woven from some kind of vine and was pitch black without any other color. Without hesitation, Qin Yu sat down. In the next moment, his complexion changed. He could truly feel the existence of the power of refining souls. That's right, the prayer mat on the ground was the true medium for connecting to the power of refining souls. Only by sitting on it could he feel it. Of course, this was only the first level. It was said that the deeper one went into the 9 netherworld tower, the greater the medium for the power of refining souls would be and the stronger it would be. Qin Yu didn't have the mind to consider these things right now. He frowned and carefully felt the fluctuations of the power of refining souls. How should he put it? In Qin Yu's senses, this was a power that was close to fire. It penetrated through his mortal body and wrapped around his soul. It was like a crimson furnace fire, slowly roiling and burning. It could remove impurities from materials and strengthen their quality. Of course, this was only a metaphor. It wasn't too appropriate, but it was easy to understand. This was because besides removing impurities, the power of refining souls could also allow the soul to slowly increase its strength in a suppressed state. Of course, slow wasn't enough to describe the degree of slow. Whether it was strengthening or removing impurities, one could only feel it. Although it did have this effect, it was difficult to see any obvious effect. Qin Yu didn't know about others, but looking at the intensity of his soul, he would need to stay on the first level of the 9 netherworld tower for at least 3 years. Moreover, this had to be a continuous state before he could clearly feel an increase in strength. This wasn't to say that spending 3 years to strengthen his soul wasn't worth it. After all, with the level of Qin Yu's soul, to be able to strengthen it in a mere 3 years was already an astonishing speed. If this were placed in the world of the living, the existence of the 9 netherworld tower would inevitably cause countless cultivators to fight over it. But this was the abyss. Disregarding the attributes of the demons' souls, they could withstand the baptism of the power of refining souls for a long period of time. Even if they could withstand it, what about the expenses? Don't forget that the 9 netherworld towers' fees were terrifyingly high. Moreover, this so-called terrifyingly high price was only calculated in 1 day. If this was extended to 3 years or even longer, even if the nightmare race knew how to be flexible and would give a large customer a tempting discount, it still wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, Qin Yu felt that even if he could spend as much as he wanted, he still wouldn't be able to accept Old Fox and He Tiangong's demon crystals. It wasn't that it was heartache, but that it simply wasn't enough. Thinking about it like this, the nightmare race's ability to rake in wealth was truly enviable. Qin Yu certainly didn't know that it was because of this that the nightmare race had been quarreling amongst themselves for countless years. Even so, they still hadn't been able to change the fact that the 9 netherworld tower was still open to the public. Demon crystals moved people's hearts. If they didn't move, that meant there wasn't enough. After a certain limit was exceeded, even an abyssal demon king couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Qin Yu soon discovered that when the power of refining souls helped the demons become stronger and temper their souls, there was a drawback that appeared. The power of refining souls was a flame. It used an incomparably brutal method to forcefully suppress the potential of the demons and strengthen their souls. During this process, the fire energy would contaminate their souls, causing their heartbeats to accelerate, their mouths to dry up, and their blood to boil. Qin Yu finally understood why there were so many demons that were willing to pay extra demon crystals to bring the demonesses into the training room. It wasn't that they couldn't restrain their bestial nature during cultivation, but that the cultivation itself made them unable to restrain themselves. If they couldn't expel the fire energy from their bodies as soon as possible, then at the very least their minds would become unstable and it would affect their cultivation. At the very least, it might cause them to lose control of their minds and their strength would go beyond their control. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He suddenly thought of a very impolite question. But the more he tried to suppress this thought, the more lively it became. It was as if it wanted to jump out at any moment, so he should just face his heart. That was, after the female demons entered the 9 Netherworld Tower, what would they do? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yu didn't see the 9 Netherworld Tower provide additional services to the female demons just now. Moreover, the several demonesses he saw seemed to be alone. The man that was focused on bringing the demonesses into the room hadn't thought about this at all. Now that his thoughts changed, he felt his breathing deepen and his heartbeat quicken. He had to rely on himself. TSK. He couldn't think about it, that scene was just too explosive. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped his forehead, dispelling all these messy thoughts. Back to the main topic. The first floor of the 9 Netherworld Tower didn't give him any pleasant surprises. The soul refining power that didn't hurt or itch wasn't anything to miss. If he continued to stay here, it would only be a waste of time. Qin Yu apologized to Old Fox in his heart, because the demon crystals he paid today came from his savings. But wasting demon crystals was better than wasting time. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door. Coincidentally, the one who received Qin Yu this time was the big-eyed demoness from before. As she saw Qin Yu come out, her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't think that he would be unable to endure it so quickly. However, she had reminded him before that if he couldn't endure it, he could directly apply for services through internal communication. There was no need for him to waste time running here from his room. Could it be that this guest has taken a liking to me? What should I do? I've never had a part-time job before, or something like that. However, this guest was very handsome and gave off an inexplicable sense of security. If I could be with him, it wouldn't be a loss. As these messy thoughts raced through her mind, the big-eyed demoness blushed and her eyes became watery. Qin Yu's lips couldn't help but twitch. He could only repeat what he had just said. I want to get another room. Get a room. No need, you only have 1 day of use. It hasn't ended yet. I have to think about it, give me some time. The big-eyed demoness spoke incoherently. Her face flushed red and her heartbeat sped up. Qin Yu's face darkened. In particular, when he felt the envious gazes of the surrounding demons, it was impossible to say that he wasn't secretly happy. This was the common bad habit of men, no one could deny it. But who the hell knew what this demoness was thinking? He hadn't moved a single bit, nor did he have any messy thoughts that he shouldn't have. After repeating it for the 3rd time, the big-eyed demoness finally understood. She was stunned for a moment. Then, throughout the entire process, she looked at Qin Yu with resentment in her eyes. It was clear she was dissatisfied with his lack of understanding. Qin Yu could only pretend that he didn't know anything. After receiving the room card, he turned and left. There were sighs of regret behind him, as well as malicious gazes. They were probably thinking that if he didn't want a beautiful woman who had delivered herself to his doorstep, could there be some problem with his body? The soul refining power of the 2nd level of the 9 Nether Tower was twice as strong as the 1st level. Of course, the amount of demon crystals required was also several times greater. But unfortunately, Qin Yu still hadn't been able to find any clues about the Nightmare Ancestral Land through the soul refining power. Was he wrong? Thinking about it carefully, Evil Peaks City had existed for countless years. The various abyssal races must have sent countless elites into the 9 Nether Tower to search for its secret. Up until now, there hadn't been any news of it. This point alone was enough to show that the Nightmare race had prepared a comprehensive response in this aspect. Or perhaps, the 9 Nether Tower was only the 9 Nether Tower. Although it could release the soul refining power from the Nightmare Ancestral Land, there was no direct connection between it and the Ancestral Land. If this was the case, then there was no meaning in Qin Yu staying here any longer. Of course, it wasn't that there was no meaning at all. But this degree of soul refining power was limited. Unless he could enter the deeper levels of the 9 Nether Tower, that was a possibility. What if the soul refining power here wasn't strong enough? Thus, he couldn't sense any information from it. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He couldn't deny that this was a possibility. Since he had come here, he should at least try it. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door. In any case, he had already wasted a sum of demon crystals. If he wasted a second sum, he would feel much more at ease. Indeed, humans were creatures of inertia. His luck wasn't so bad this time. He met the big-eyed demoness from before and directly asked about the room on the 8th level of the 9 Nether Tower. But it was clear that he had suffered because he wasn't prepared enough. He didn't know too much about the 9 Nether Tower. However, similar situations weren't rare. Many demons from other abysses had heard of the 9 Nether Tower, but in truth, they only had a general idea of what it was. The demoness behind the counter faintly smiled. She explained, "Guest greetings. Because the power of soul refining will cause a certain degree of damage to the soul, all rooms on the 5th level and below must be verified before they can be opened in order to avoid any accidents. If you really wish to open the 8th level of the 9 Nether Tower, then please pay the verification fee first. Only after passing will you obtain the qualifications to enter. Of course, this verification is only required for the first time. After that, you can directly open the card." Chapter 1091. The 9 Nether Towers' so-called qualification verification could be considered simple and crude. After paying the demon crystals, Qin Yu was brought to a small courtyard not too far away from the tower. Before entering, the 9 Nether Towers' demon guide specifically reminded him that he had to be respectful and that no matter what he felt, he shouldn't make a fuss. Then, Qin Yu saw the method that the nightmare race used to verify one's qualifications. In a wide chair in the courtyard, an old demon had his eyes half closed, as if he had fallen asleep. He was indeed very old. Qin Yu could clearly feel the thick aura of the baptism of time coming from his body. The layers of wrinkles on his face were densely packed together. Every one of them gave off an oppressive feeling. These were the marks of being corroded by death. It was clear that this demon's life was nearing its end. He was like a candle that could be extinguished at any moment. In the next moment, he might die in his sleep. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he lowered his head. At this time, the old demon in the wide and comfortable chair suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy, almost without light. But in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning flashing through them. His eyes fell on Qin Yu and paused for a moment. As the 9 Nether Towers' demon guide was soaked in a cold sweat, he slowly closed his eyes once more. "Who?" The 9 Nether Towers' demon let out a light breath. He respectfully said, "I've troubled my lord." He turned and pulled on Qin Yu. After the two left and the courtyard doors closed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and weakly say, "Congratulations, guest, you have passed the test. Take this token, and you can go and find a room." As he spoke, he handed Qin Yu a crystal token that was as thick as a child's palm. One could see that it was covered with exquisite textures. To be able to withstand the threatening gaze of a demon commander, the intensity of one's soul wasn't bad, it was indeed fast and convenient. Qin Yu's lips twitched. To think that someone could come up with such a test method was truly a rare genius. But on the surface, he didn't reveal any of this. He smiled and cupped his hands together, taking the jade token. This thing looked ordinary, but it clearly had its own screening method and couldn't be casually borrowed. But Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to study this. Since he had the qualifications to find a room, he might as well hurry up and give it a try. As he turned around to leave, his gaze swept over the tightly shut courtyard door. Thinking back to the faint feeling he had sensed earlier, his eyes rippled. As expected of Nightmare, one of the top 10 Abyssal King bloodlines. Its strength was indeed extraordinary. Even an old and dying demon commander had such tyrannical strength. Unfortunately, this old devil's luck was obviously not good enough. He was just one step away from the natural moat that blocked his way. He could only watch helplessly as his lifespan was depleted bit by bit, and the blood in his body gradually dried up. In the end, he died. The cultivation of the great Tao was difficult and cruel. Throughout the abyss and the world of the living, this was an unchanging rule. So what if he became a demon commander? If he couldn't continue forward, then it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of turning into ashes. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts and returned to the 9 Netherworld Tower. After receiving the crystal token that Qin Yu handed over, the witch behind the counter became even more respectful. The expressions of the surrounding demons who were handling the business of the 9 Underworld Tower also changed slightly. To be able to pass the test meant that one had the qualifications to open the 8th level of the 9 Netherworld Tower. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was proof of one's identity. But it was clear that one's identity and luck were two completely unrelated things. After the witch behind the counter looked over the token, she revealed an apologetic expression. "I apologize. Honored guest, the room on the 8th level that you wanted to reserve is currently full. You must wait patiently." As expected, those that dared to come to the 9 Netherworld Tower to cultivate weren't lacking in money. As Qin Yu looked at the price of the room on the 8th level, he was secretly dumbfounded. It was actually full. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "How long do I need to wait?" The witch behind the counter shook her head. "I'm sorry, I cannot guarantee you this. But you can pay demon crystals in advance, and we will reserve a vacant spot for you. Before that, we will need you to wait for a moment in the 9 Netherworld Tower." Qin Yu nodded. All right. Since he had come here, he had to make sure. If the 9 Netherworld Tower really had nothing to do with what he was thinking, then there was no need to waste any more time. The witch brightly smiled and her eyes shimmered. "For the convenience of all guests, our 9 Netherworld Tower has built all sorts of entertainment venues nearby. Since you have already reserved a room on the 8th level, you are the most honored guest of our 9 Netherworld Tower and can enjoy the highest level of treatment for free. I will arrange it for you now. I wonder if you have any specific requests." As she spoke, her eyes constantly swept over Qin Yu's face, incomparably hot. It was clear that if Qin Yu wanted to, he only needed to beckon with a finger and she would immediately deliver herself to his doorstep. For such a strong, handsome, and wealthy guest, she certainly didn't mind something happening between them. Although he could understand that in the environment of the abyss, people instinctively attach themselves to powerhouses, Qin Yu still found it hard to accept the enthusiasm of these abyssal witches. "There's no need. Just prepare a quiet room for me." "Very well. Please wait a moment." The witch was clearly disappointed, but she didn't dare to pester him any longer. After the arrangements were completed, a demon soon arrived and respectfully led Qin Yu away. The quiet room's environment was excellent. After Qin Yu sent away the demon guide, he walked to the window and looked outside. This place was very close to the 9 Netherworld Tower. Standing in front of the window, he could clearly see the demons constantly entering and exiting. And a bit further away was the place where Qin Yu had undergone the qualification test. The small courtyard was quiet and ordinary. There were no demon guards outside, but Qin Yu could clearly feel the invisible aura that filled that space. It was deep and difficult to understand, but within this difficulty, there was also a blazing and exuberant energy. Now that he had some time, Qin Yu stood in front of the window and carefully looked outside for a long time. Then, he sighed. As he thought, someone that could break through to the demon commander level and nearly reach the peak, someone that was only a step away from the king level, how could they be willing to wait for death? But unfortunately, in Qin Yu's opinion, even though they had made some preparations, they were still far from being able to open up a new situation. Unless they had an external force to help them, Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows, a thoughtful look on his face. Although the demon that had nearly died of old age in the courtyard looked incomparably miserable now, with his strength, he must have had a high status within the nightmare race in the past. Perhaps this was a chess piece that he could borrow. For a moment, he was tempted. But as he thought about it, Qin Yu suppressed this thought. First, the current situation was unclear. If he didn't grasp the critical moment, it wouldn't be a good choice to rashly enter the game. Second, he didn't know the old demon's background or identity for the time being. Even if he didn't consider this, he still wasn't at the end of the line. Even if he did attack, he had to wait until the other party was in complete despair and death was truly upon them. Only then would he have the best effect. Of course, these were only momentary thoughts on Qin Yu's mind. As for the specifics, he would have to observe the situation in the future. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He turned and opened the door. Outside was the demon that had brought Qin Yu here. He respectfully bowed and said, "Honored guest, how do you do? I just received news that there is a vacancy on the 8th floor. If there are no other problems, please follow me." Qin Yu revealed a happy expression. He didn't think that there would be a room after waiting for such a short period of time. A moment later, Qin Yu finished applying for a room card and entered 9 Netherworld Tower. The room card in his hand flashed with a dim light and his field of vision darkened. When light returned, he had entered the 8th floor. "Welcome guest to the 8th floor. I am responsible for maintaining order here. There are some rules that I ask guests to abide by." In the passage, as a low and deep voice sounded out, Qin Yu noticed that there was a table in the corner and a black-robed figure sitting on a chair behind it. This caused him to be vigilant. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could sense everything around him with just a thought. But before this person spoke, he hadn't sensed anything at all. This point alone was enough to show that the person sitting behind this old table wasn't an ordinary character. 9 Netherworld Tower's 9th floor was never open to the public. This wasn't a problem with demon crystals, but the bottom line of the nightmare race. The 8th floor was already the limit. It seemed that there was indeed a problem here, otherwise the nightmare race wouldn't have specially sent a powerhouse here. Qin Yu swept his eyes over the table. There was a sign on the table with taboos written on it. He nodded in understanding. The black-robed person behind the table didn't speak again. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then left to search for his own room. During this time, he suppressed his impulse to look back. This was because at this time, Qin Yu discovered something else that shocked him. That was when the black-robed demon didn't speak, even though Qin Yu knew he was here. His perception of him became a bit fuzzy. To put it simply, he felt as if he were about to forget this person's existence. He knew that if someone was sent here to maintain order on the 8th floor, it wouldn't be an ordinary character. But this person's strength was likely far greater than he imagined. As Qin Yu was secretly startled, he heard the sound of footsteps in front of him. Because of the shape of 9 Netherworld Tower, the passage was mostly circular. As he continued forwards, he saw a figure walking towards him from outside his blind spot. It was a woman. A woman. In Qin Yu's mind, a very rude thought suddenly popped up. Then, he couldn't help but let it drift a little. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed these thoughts. As he thought about it, once he was provoked too much, his thoughts were starting to go out of control. This wasn't a good sign. Stabilizing his thoughts, Qin Yu maintained his composure. His eyes fell on the other party. The demon woman didn't hide her appearance, but when his eyes fell on her, they were a bit blurry, as if her face were covered in a thin layer of mist. Even so, just her eyes were enough to make one feel breathless. It was hard to imagine just how beautiful she would be if she revealed her entire face. Moreover, what was more important was that Qin Yu could sense a tenacity within those eyes. Of course, Qin Yu had seen far too many beautiful women. Disregarding everything else, just Myanya, who he wanted to climb into his bed, was one of the most stunning beauties in the entire abyss. So, even though she was breathless, Qin Yu only glanced at her for a moment before looking away. Anyone that could enter the 8th level of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate, he didn't need to think to know they weren't ordinary characters. It was best to cause as little trouble as possible. But, just because Qin Yu didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean that trouble wouldn't take the initiative to pester him. As the two of them brushed past each other and were about to become brief passers-by in each other's lives, Qin Yu's heart throbbed without warning. Then, this throbbing suddenly erupted, turning into an incomparably intense emotion that set off a tide in Qin Yu's mind. His feet paused and his breathing quickened. Qin Yu suddenly had an impulse to press down on this demon woman and obtain her at all costs. Luckily, Qin Yu's mind was strong enough. He coughed and forcefully restrained this impulse. His eyebrows instantly furrowed together. As his eyes fell on the woman in front of him, Qin Yu's frown deepened. He discovered that this woman seemed to have a similar change in emotion, and it was even more intense than his. Her face was flushed red. The power that covered her face like water vapor was quickly disappearing at this moment. A peerlessly beautiful face appeared in front of Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because of the demonic bloodline flowing through her body, but her facial features were more distinct than those of an ordinary woman. It was a perfect match with the tenacity in those stunning eyes, causing the demon woman in front of him to become even more beautiful and soul-stirring. But now, these beautiful eyes were filled with anger and shame. She glared at Qin Yu, a cold chill rising from them. In addition, there was even more bewilderment. It was clear that she never imagined that she would suddenly feel such emotions towards a strange man, and such intense emotions at that. Smelling his scent, it was like she was constantly pouring fuel into a raging flame. The woman's breathing became increasingly rapid. She suddenly bit her lips and took several steps back, putting some distance between her and Qin Yu. Immediately, that impulsive desire that seemed as if her entire body was burning away all reason and restraint, rapidly faded away like a tide, vanishing without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that her breathing was still rapid and her body still a bit weak, she would have suspected that everything just now was an illusion. But the wetness in her eyes clearly told her that an illusion was impossible. It wasn't an illusion at all. What happened just now was enough to destroy her. Thinking of this, her complexion paled even more. The anger and surprise in her eyes faded away, leaving behind only an endless chill and callousness. She deeply looked at Qin Yu and then turned to leave without a word. Her figure flickered several times and she vanished from sight. This was truly an unexpected calamity. Who knew just what had happened? But the look in the other party's eyes before he left caused Qin Yu to bitterly smile. His heart chilled. He feared that this inexplicable matter wouldn't end so easily. But what was the reason? He lifted a hand and rubbed his chest. The fiercely beating heart of the abyss was still rapidly beating, but compared to just now, it was several times slower. Before this, he was worried that this heart of the abyss would explode into pieces because it was beating too fast. Chapter 1092. In any case, he didn't feel the least bit guilty about this matter. If he had to say that he had some rude thoughts just now, cough cough, perhaps that woman was the same. Everyone was the same, so there was no need to blame anyone. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He found the room that corresponded to the card, opened the spell, and pushed the door open. As he stepped in, Qin Yu's complexion changed. At this time, there was a light hum in his mind, followed by a faint dizziness. It was the power of refining souls. However, its strength was more than 10 times stronger than what he felt before. The 8th floor of the 9 Underworld Tower was worthy of its heart-shaking price. Looking around, he could see that the material used to construct the 9 Netherworld Tower was still rough stone. But the tiles on the ground had turned a pure black color, and their surface was extremely smooth, without the slightest bit of bumps or bump. It was like a huge black mirror that could clearly reflect a person's image. Of course, because it was pure black, even though the silhouette of a person was clear, it was impossible to see them clearly. Qin Yu looked down at his own shadow. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why, but as he looked at his own shadow, he felt a bit strange, as if it had become much more unfamiliar. As for the shadow, was it really just a meaningless illusion? Qin Yu didn't think so. Moreover, he had already experienced the invasion of a shadow once. It seemed to be a consciousness that existed in another dimension, two sides of himself. Perhaps it could be called Qin Yu's shadow version. Or, to put it more simply, could it be called a heart demon? But no matter what it was, within the shadow that all living beings in this world possessed, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying secret. Of course, there were extremely few people that were able to touch upon this secret. Or perhaps, those that touched upon it had mostly been swallowed up. They still lived in this world. Their soul aura and flesh and blood bodies didn't change at all. Even the people closest to them weren't able to detect it. However, the true consciousness of these people had already become a completely different and unfamiliar existence. Thinking about it, it was horrifying. Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his mind. When he looked at his own shadow again, the strange feeling from before had already disappeared. Half squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian got closer. Even though his reflection on the pitch-black ground was still blurry, he could still make out his facial features. His expression was exactly the same as Xiao Qin's. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with shock and scrutiny. Slowly letting out a breath, Qin Yu stood up and looked around. The area of the room hadn't increased, but when he considered the area of the 8th floor compared to the 1st and 2nd floors, it had shrunk by more than half. For it to still maintain such a large room was already quite good. Praying mat, big bed. Come to think of it, all the rooms in the 9 Netherworld Tower had the same internal facilities. After entering the room, Qin Yu could feel an astonishingly strong soul-refining strength being released from the pitch-black floor. Then this praying mat, after a moment of hesitation, he walked over and sat down cross-legged. In the next moment he stuffily coughed and his face paled. The moment he sat down on the praying mat, the soul-refining power that pierced through his flesh and blood and affected his soul instantly skyrocketed. Even with the intensity of Qin Yu's soul, he nearly couldn't withstand it. But at this time, the surface of the dormant cosmic sea-cross bell suddenly flashed. Then, the terrifying magma-like burning strength that wrapped around Qin Yu's soul suddenly dissipated by a large portion and was transferred to the cosmic sea-cross bell. Its old and rusted body began to gradually light up. It was like it had been thrown into a burning hot charcoal. With the strength of the flames, the rust on the bell's surface was slowly burned to ashes. Qin Yu let out a long breath and his complexion relaxed a little. With the cosmic sea-cross bell transferring away nearly half of the soul-refining strength, the remaining portion was something he could just barely withstand with the intensity of his soul. Of course, the taste wasn't too good. Moreover, perhaps it was because the rapidly rising soul-refining strength had an even stronger effect on Qin Yu. His heart began to grow restless and hot. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall that woman's face that he had seen before. In fact, in the 9 Nether Tower, the shadows of the 2 witches that had been flirting with him began to constantly flash in his mind. Qin Yu licked his dry lips and took a deep breath, suppressing all these random thoughts into the depths of his heart. However, wanting to completely not think about it was truly difficult. Even with Qin Yu's soul strength, he found it difficult to withstand it, much less the abyssal demon race that had the bloodline of a demon race flowing through their veins. The 8th floor was full before he arrived, and there was only one vacancy. And he had met that woman in the passageway. In other words, this room had been used by her before then. As he diverted his thoughts once more, just what was that woman doing in this room? As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became heavy. The tiny blood vessels in his eyes rapidly filled with blood, gradually turning a deep red. His body shivered and his face twisted with struggle. Qin Yu seemed to have fallen into a dangerous state. And at this time, in the quiet shadow behind him, small ripples began to appear. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover them. These ripples seemed to be sensing something, or perhaps they were receiving some aura from Qin Yu's body and making a judgment. Drip, drip, blood dripped down from every orifice of Qin Yu's head. His face was completely twisted and his eyes were blood-red, as if they had been soaked in blood. As he gasped for breath, his hands clenched into fists. His knuckles turned white as they constantly emitted crackling sound. Drop after drop of blood fell onto the shadow, as if it had fallen into the surface of water, causing new waves to splash up. Finally, as if something had been determined or some crucial information had been obtained, the ripples in the shadow became increasingly intense. It wildly tumbled, like a sea covered in a storm, like a great beast awakening from its slumber and about to escape. But all of this occurred in silence. Everything that occurred within the shadow existed in another world. One could clearly see it, but one couldn't sense it, nor would there be the least bit of sound. Finally, as the tumbling of the shadow reached the limit, a cold and gloomy strength broke through some sort of limit and entered the real world. A black arm slowly drilled out, grasping at Qin Yu. It wanted to take advantage of the moment when his mind was distracted and his thoughts were about to collapse to pull him into the world of shadows. The black arm grabbed onto Qin Yu. The moment the two sides touched, there was finally the first sound. It was clear and blurry, as if reality and illusion were colliding. Schwar on Qin Yu's twisted face, deep in his blood-red eyes, a sharp light flashed. In the dim skies above, a bolt of thunder suddenly exploded, tearing apart the layers of clouds. It recklessly released its own destructive strength of light and heat, brazenly piercing through the world. Ah! A miserable scream came from the shadow on the ground. The hand that grabbed onto Qin Yu was like a burning hot iron. It loosened its grip, wanting to return to the world of shadows. But Qin Yu had spent a great deal of time and effort, and had even nearly had his consciousness burnt away by his inner desire. How could he allow it to escape so easily? Freeze! With a deep roar, the black arm suddenly paused. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for Qin Yu. He fiercely turned around. Without hesitation, he grabbed onto this black arm that had crossed over into his domain. The world of shadows is your home field, but this is the abyss. Although strictly speaking, this isn't a place where I can exist, it should be even harsher for you. Qin Yu's eyes were blood-red and his face twisted, revealing endless cruelty and insanity. He was like a devil that wanted to devour its prey. And at this moment, he really wanted to eat up this shadow that represented some great and terrifying threat. This was because when he held onto the black hand, in the true sense of the first direct connection between the two of them, a thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. The shadow could be eaten, and after he ate it, it would bring him an incomparably astonishing harvest. Qin Yu didn't know what those harvests were, but to be able to confirm this point, that was enough. Bang! Without hesitation, Qin Yu opened the blood-refining technique. A wild, plundering strength rushed out from his body. On the ground, the shadow wildly tumbled around like boiling water, trying to break free from Qin Yu's imprisonment. But soon, it determined that this was all in vain. With a deep roar filled with hate and unwillingness, the tumbling shadow instantly returned to tranquility. Between extreme chaos and deathly stillness, the change was abrupt and without warning. It was like an invisible strength had suppressed everything. At the same time, it also severed the connection between the shadow world and the abyss. The arm that stretched out from the shadow was cut off at the shoulder. Then, with a loud explosion, the incomparably thick and black arm fused into Qin Yu's body. An icy cold aura emerged from his soul. The blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes rapidly faded away. He gasped for breath, a look of fear on his face. After sensing the abnormality in the shadow, Qin Yu maintained his composure. In fact, he had already decided to take action and eliminate this hidden danger. In the past at Dragon City's arena, he had once entered the shadow world and was nearly corroded and replaced by the other party. Although he had managed to retreat in the end, That feeling of powerlessness and anger was still fresh in Qin Yu's mind. He would never allow himself to face a similar situation again. So, after a short period of thought, he decided to lure the snake out of its hole. At the very least, he would be able to take the initiative. Moreover, Qin Yu had never heard of the existence of the shadow world. Either this sort of thing was something that very few people had experienced, or the strength of the shadow world was greatly limited in the main world, so much so that it couldn't directly descend upon the world. Of course, all of this was just Qin Yu's guess. He didn't have absolute confidence in it, but opportunities were fleeting and he didn't have enough time to verify them. Luckily, reality proved that Qin Yu's guess was correct. But unfortunately, even though he had used this chance to cut off the other party's arm, he hadn't been able to completely eradicate this hidden danger. As he thought of that resentful and unwilling roar he heard in the end, Qin Yu sucked in a deep breath. His eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Just what sort of secret was the shadow world hiding? After today's events, even if he hadn't managed to kill the other party, the pain of losing an arm wouldn't have eased. At least for a period of time, the shadow world wouldn't make another attempt. But he had to figure out this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, with this hidden danger lurking in the dark and eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, sooner or later there would be a major problem. After raising his guard, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to sense the strength that had fused into his body from that severed arm. What had condensed into this arm was clearly the strength of the shadow world. Within the cold and gloomy aura, there was an attribute that was completely incompatible with the present world. But now, this strength was directly absorbed by Qin Yu. He didn't even need to refine it. In just a breath of time, it had completely transformed into a part of him. It was like, this strength originally belonged to Qin Yu, or perhaps, it was a part of his own strength. This discovery caused Qin Yu to be even more vigilant. His dread of the shadow world increased by several degrees. But this was a matter for the future. Right now, he had to determine just what sort of changes the strength from the shadow world had brought him. Qin Yu closed his eyes and retracted his mind into his body. After a long time, he let out a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. There was surprise and shock in his eyes, but even more was a pleasant surprise that hadn't yet faded. He never imagined that because of this sudden change, he would have an unexpected harvest in his confrontation with the shadow world. The reason Qin Yu entered the 9 Netherworld Pagoda was because he hoped to find some information related to the Nightmare Race's ancestral land through it. The fundamental reason for all of this was to determine the origin of the myriad soul Tao and then find a way to unravel it. After entering the 8th level, Qin Yu had been a bit disappointed. Although the power of soul refining had risen over a dozen times, he still hadn't been able to sense any clues. It was only because he had discovered the changes in the shadow world that Qin Yu hadn't revealed it. Instead, he had set up a trap so that he could grasp the initiative. He never imagined that because of this, something that he had no clue about would suddenly surface. After the strength of the shadow world fused into Qin Yu's body, it wasn't absorbed by his flesh and blood. Rather, it was directly transformed into a part of his soul. Moreover, this strength didn't disappear. Rather, it fused into his soul and he could clearly sense it. This was a yin cold that was constantly released from his soul. Although this yin cold was yin cold, it didn't harm Qin Yu at all. In fact, it made his soul even clearer and his senses sharper. If this was just it, then it would at most be a small pleasant surprise. But, the key point was that Qin Yu's soul was withstanding the power of soul refining, a strength similar to burning fire. When fire and yin cold met, there was no conflict between the two. Instead, they fused together, forming a strength that Qin Yu couldn't understand. It poured into Qin Yu's soul without end. But, there wasn't much produced, so there wasn't any obvious change for a time. But as this strength poured into Qin Yu's soul, he discovered that a subtle connection had been formed between him and the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. Or, it was more accurate to say that there was a faint connection between him and some unknown existence deep within the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. Qin Yu wasn't sure where he sensed it, but when he thought of the source of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda's strength as well as the responsibility of Darkpeak City, a bold guess leapt out from his heart: the Nightmare Race's ancestral land. Chapter 1093. His mind tumbled for a long time before he barely managed to calm himself down. Qin Yu rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Although it was likely that he had formed a connection with the Nightmare ancestral land due to a lucky chance, of course, this wasn't necessarily the case. But before he could confirm it, he had to believe it for now. Qin Yu could feel that as his soul continued to absorb the Yin cold and fire, the special strength formed was constantly strengthening his connection with the Nightmare ancestral land. But what made him frown was that the speed of this increase was extremely slow. If he wanted to complete the accumulation of a quantitative change to a qualitative change, it would likely be a very long process, unless there was some other accident that sped up this process. For instance, in the Shadow World, the one that coveted Qin Yu came to him on his own initiative and had his arms and legs cut off by Qin Yu. But unfortunately, the one that had just suffered a great loss and was hiding in the Shadow World would be silent for a long time, refusing to do anything like sending warmth to his door. In other words, unless Qin Yu gave up the idea of exploring the Nightmare ancestral land, he would need to stay in 9 Netherworld Tower for a long time. This involved a very real problem, and that was that this process would incur an incomparably shocking amount of expenses. As mentioned before, the Nightmare race had a way of accumulating wealth. They used the ancestral land to read a book of business, flipping through it until it made a flapping sound. The fees of the 9 Netherworld Tower weren't ordinary. Even if Qin Yu could take an unlimited amount of demon crystals from Old Fox and Dark Dipper, with the wealth of these 2 old demons, how long could they last? Not to mention, Qin Yu had to consider the feelings of these 2 old demons. They had worked hard for their entire lives to accumulate, and now they were being squandered away by Qin Yu. Although they didn't seem to have any objections on the surface, how could they not feel anything in their hearts? Moreover, Qin Yu had to have some face, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face Old Fox and Hei Tiangang in the future. Demon crystals, he really didn't care about these things before, but today he was taught a solid lesson. After mocking himself in his heart, Qin Yu simply stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. He nodded at the demon guarding the entrance behind the long table. Without saying anything, he directly stepped inside. Demonic fluctuations flashed and Qin Yu's figure disappeared. Behind the long table, the black-robed guardian demon with unfathomable strength and a strange aura couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at the teleportation formation that Qin Yu had left through, he subconsciously frowned. He had paid a great price to enter the 8th floor of 9 Netherworld Tower, yet he had left in such a hurry? This was the first time he had seen something like this. Could it be that the soul refinement art had triggered the Jinqi in his body, and he had no choice but to rush up to vent it? Shaking his head, the demonic tribe guardian closed his eyes. To be unable to even withstand this bit of soul refinement energy, it seemed like he had overestimated this young man. If this person couldn't withstand the power of the demon guarding the tower, then he wouldn't be able to. The cost of the 8th floor of the 9 Underworld Tower was simply too shocking. If the upper floors could also meet the requirements, then the special energy absorbed by the soul would naturally be able to save a great deal of money. Unfortunately, this idea was soon shattered. After testing the 1st and 2nd floors to no avail, Qin Yu directly opened the 7th floor room, but he still failed. Obviously, only the strength of the soul refining power at the 8th level could reach the standard of complete integration with the cold aura of the Shadow World. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a fluke mentality. Earning demon crystals was something he had to face next. At this moment, he subconsciously thought of Liao Shi. If this woman was around, with her skills as a fiend refiner, magic crystals would not be a problem at all. But now, he could only rely on himself. Liao Shi had left behind some potions before he left, and Qin Yu had examined them carefully. Most of them were extremely valuable, and he would definitely be able to exchange them for a large number of demonic crystals if he sold them. However, Qin Yu had no intention of using them. After frowning and thinking for a while, Qin Yu's expression became calm again. For better or worse, he, Old Fox, and He Tiangang were all demon commanders, so how could they be choked by demon crystals? Humph, if he was really forced into a corner, then he would do some business without any capital. As long as he chose a fat sheep, everything else wouldn't be a problem. Stabilizing his thoughts, Qin Yu turned and returned to the 8th floor. He had already wasted some time. This time, he didn't even nod and hurried back to his room. Behind the long table, the black-robed guardian devil couldn't help but twitch his lips at this display. So fast? Haha, no wonder he didn't have the face to greet him. If it were him, he would have already found a piece of tofu and killed himself. He was simply throwing away the face of a man from the abyss. Qin Yu certainly didn't know that he had already become a sharpshooter in the eyes of some old demon, and that he was even looking down on him. Of course, even if he knew, he absolutely couldn't tolerate this. If he found out, he would definitely knock on their door. So, sometimes being ignorant was also a good thing. As the room card in his chest heated up, Qin Yu opened his eyes. This was a reminder that the time limit for his room was about to end. In his heart, Qin Yu was willing to stay here until his soul absorbed enough energy. But Old Fox and He Tiangang were still outside, and there was also the matter of earning demon crystals. He needed to make arrangements as soon as possible. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu stood up and walked out. After returning the room card, he left 9 Netherworld Tower. As the absolute core region of underground Crest City, this place seemed to be overcrowded at all times. As he squeezed through the stream of demons, Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he subconsciously frowned. Someone was following him, and judging from their aura, they didn't seem friendly at all. He had been discovered so quickly? Although this was his first time in underground Crest City, if he wasn't wrong, then Lan Bo, who Liao Shi had deliberately let go, should have already returned. No, even if it really was Lan Bo and he discovered his whereabouts, he absolutely wouldn't dare to directly send someone over. After all, Liao Shi had already left behind an incomparably deep impression on him. In addition, there was Old Fox, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon. 3 demon commanders. Even if his older brother was the city lord of underground Crest City, he could only temporarily endure it. Had Lan Bo been blinded by resentment, or was there some other reason behind these people? It didn't matter if he couldn't think of an answer. Since these people had come, Qin Yu would naturally be able to obtain the information he wanted. A moment later, in a remote area of underground Crest City, Qin Yu slightly pressed down on his fingers. With a light cracking sound, the wild fluctuations of strength in the demon's body were immediately extinguished. He let go, allowing the corpse to fall to the ground. Looking down, he saw that his robes had been cut open, revealing a shallow white mark on the surface of his flesh. His face darkened. Qin Yu turned and walked away. After several flashes, he had vanished from sight. He walked onto the street and slowed his step. Qin Yu frowned. Things had been a bit unexpected, and he had nearly suffered a great loss. Although he had smoothly eliminated the people following him, he hadn't been able to pry open their mouth. It had to be known that even Myanya couldn't withstand his methods in Giant Deer City, and had obediently revealed the matter of the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. Although today's time had been short, Qin Yu had been ruthless, and these demons had actually been able to resist him. Some of them didn't even wait for him to do anything before they chose to commit suicide. This caused Qin Yu's frown to deepen. A dignified look appeared in his heart. Looking at all the traces left behind, these demons had an extraordinary background. It was likely they were death soldiers specially raised. And if they had the ability to raise death soldiers, they absolutely wouldn't be ordinary. It wasn't Lan Bo. It wasn't that Lan Bo looked down on him, but from what Qin Yu could see, this boy didn't have the qualifications to use death soldiers, nor did he have the courage to brazenly attack. But if there was someone else, who could it be? When he first came to Underground Crest City, he hadn't entangled himself with anyone before coming to Nine Nether Tower. If there was anyone who was dissatisfied with him, it should only be those two witches from before. They had failed to seduce him and were filled with resentment. But if such a trivial matter had led to death soldiers chasing him, and there were even 2 demon generals among them, haha, this was simply a joke. No, there was another person. In Qin Yu's mind, the image of a beautiful woman appeared. She had sharp facial features, and her eyes were filled with tenacity. On the 8th floor of Nine Nether Tower, when he brushed past her, he had nearly lost control of himself and pressed her against the ground. Could it be her? Since things had already happened, and all impossibilities had been eliminated, the only option left was the only answer. Qin Yu's complexion was a bit ugly. Although before he left, the other party's eyes made him certain that this matter wouldn't end so easily, he didn't think that this woman would be so cruel and merciless, and her methods would be so brutal and direct. If he wasn't strong enough, he feared that he would have been dragged along by that group of death soldiers and died without a grave. As he thought of how the 2 demon general death soldiers had suddenly chosen to self-destruct after realizing that they couldn't do anything, Qin Yu's eyes darkened even more. Trouble wasn't scary. If he encountered it, he just needed to solve it. But this sort of inexplicable and unrooted trouble was really disgusting. In this world, one's looks were not differentiated by the abyss or the world of the living. But no matter how beautiful you are, if you want to take my life, then you better pray that I don't run into you again. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it feels like to be pressed against the ground and rubbed against. Qin Yu's lips curved in a cold smile. After making a detour and confirming that he wasn't being followed, Qin Yu returned to the inn. On this day, Old Fox and He Tiangang didn't remain idle. They both inquired about a great deal of useful information. For example, the city lord Blucia's younger brother, Lanbua, had arrived at Darkcrest City not too long ago. For example, not too long ago, when Lord Bluesea invited his guards to a banquet, someone poisoned him. All of his close guards died, and Lord Bluesea was also poisoned. He hadn't appeared for many days, and the city lord was enraged by this. After he caught the person who poisoned him, he sentenced him to death. Of course, this was only the information that the 2 old demons had deliberately chosen. They believed that Qin Yu needed to know. There were still many other bits and pieces of information. Qin Yu patiently listened for a long time, gradually gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation in Darkcrest City. In his heart, he gradually understood why Liao Shi had arranged for him to enter Darkcrest City. The nightmare race, it really was related to them, but if he wanted to do this, it would be difficult. Even if he was very strong and had the help of Old Fox and He Tiangang, if he were to truly be drawn into this, he would die a horrible death if he wasn't careful. He needed to be a bit more cautious. At least for the time being, Qin Yu didn't plan on getting involved. Of course, there was another key factor that made him make this decision, and that was because Qin Yu had already found another way to achieve his goal. At the very least, there was a high possibility of it. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm was a human instinct. As for the massive amount of demon crystals that would be consumed, it wasn't anything at all when compared to the risks of using the other path. Although Old Fox and He Tiangang were trustworthy, when it came to the Nightmare Ancestral Land, the fewer people that knew, the less likely it was to be exposed. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Qin Yu only said that he needed to borrow the 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate for a period of time. Without needing to explain any further, the two old demons understood. A place like the 9 Netherworld Pagoda was extremely expensive. Does young master need demon crystals? The two of us still have some. If young master needs them, please don't hesitate to ask. Old Fox smiled. He Tiangang respectfully nodded. Qin Yu coughed. Right now, our interests are one. If I need demon crystals, I won't be polite. But. He paused for a moment and then continued, I fear there isn't enough. Old Fox and He Tiangang stiffened. Their wealth, even in the demon commander level, was definitely considered to be rich. Although the two of them hadn't carefully calculated it, a rough estimate was that there were at least 1 billion demon crystals. That's right, the 9 Netherworld Pagoda did consume an astonishing amount of demon crystals. But this was 1 billion demon crystals. It wouldn't be a problem to take them out and pile them into 2 mountains. And this still wasn't enough? Old Fox hesitated for a moment. He cautiously asked, Young Master, may I ask if you have any additional services in the 9 Netherworld Pagoda? As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. The 9 Netherworld Pagoda was a holy land for cultivation. It was recognized by all the demon races in the abyss as the best place to temper one's soul. But at the same time, it was also a den of ecstasy that ate people up without spitting out their bones. It was said that there were all sorts of things that could be played here. As long as you couldn't imagine it, there was no service that the 9 Netherworld Pagoda didn't have. Of course, the expenses were also quite touching. Not to mention whether or not Qin Yu was truly addicted to it, even if he was, his words weren't pleasant to hear. He Tiangang glared at Old Fox and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Young master, there is no need to worry. Leave the problem of demon crystals to us. We will definitely satisfy you. Qin Yu's lips twitched. It's not as messy as you think. I need to stay in the 8th floor of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda for a period of time. I don't know how long it will be, but it's not wrong to prepare more demon crystals. He raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Think of a way for this matter. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. I don't have the time to be distracted by this. The two old demons respectfully nodded. As for whether or not they believed him, only they themselves knew. Qin Yu was too lazy to say anything more. After a slight hesitation, he said, There is one thing, forget it. You can leave. I will rest for a while. Regarding the matter of that vicious woman, although Qin Yu didn't have a guilty conscience, he still felt a bit ashamed. Should he tell others that he wanted to do her the moment he saw her? She probably had the same mentality and hated him. She sent people to kill him but was killed by him instead. It was simply ridiculous. Forget it. If that woman stopped here, then perhaps he would be magnanimous and let this matter go. Otherwise, humph, he would settle old and new debts together. At that time, he would naturally know what was going on. Although he said he was going to rest, the truth was that Qin Yu only stayed for a short period of time. He didn't even see Myanya before he turned and went straight to the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. Although there was a faint connection between him and the nightmare ancestral land, no one knew what would happen in the future. It was best to turn this connection into something substantial as soon as possible. He arrived at the 9 Netherworld Pagoda with ease. Just as he was about to step in, Qin Yu's complexion changed and his eyes darkened. He saw a person. To be more precise, it was a woman. She was tall and slender, and there was something called an aura that naturally exuded from her. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the woman in the crowd turned to look at him. Their gazes met and then separated. The woman turned and entered the 9 Netherworld Pagoda, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Although she appeared calm and didn't reveal any emotion, Qin Yu was still able to detect the subtle changes in her expression. It really was that little girl. Chapter 1094. The 9 Nether Towers' #1 principle was to earn demon crystals. Then, whether or not it was related to the nightmare ancestral land, in essence it was a service organization, and service organizations always followed the principle that customers came first. If there was anything that could stand above this, then it was honored guests. For guests with greater spending power, they provided more thorough and perfect service. This was a reasonable point that could not be questioned. Qin Yu looked at the little girl who had entered first. He led the demons to the 9 Nether Tower and showed them something similar to an identity card. Then, he was respectfully asked to leave and enter a special VIP room. It was impossible to line up, and this was a one-to-one service. The demoness behind the counter was clearly a level higher in appearance. The reason Qin Yu knew this was because he had also walked in. Strictly speaking, the VIP identity card wasn't accurate. After he passed the qualification verification, the crystal card he obtained was what the little girl had shown to the 9 Nether Towers demon guide. Originally, Qin Yu thought that if she stopped here, he could forget about what happened before. But when they looked at each other, this little girl was calm and indifferent, without a hint of panic in her eyes. This left Qin Yu feeling quite uncomfortable. He sneered inwardly and immediately followed her in. What to do? Of course he couldn't do anything. This was the 9 Nether Tower. Don't think that they were smiling at you and providing you with all sorts of services. Do you really think that the Nightmare race, one of the top 10 strongest abyssal royal races, is easy to provoke? The woman who had entered first turned and glanced at Qin Yu. Although she didn't speak, her icy cold eyes were filled with warning. Qin Yu understood her meaning. He sneered inwardly. You don't want me to be too close to you, but I don't care. Before he figured out what was going on, he didn't want to experience that sudden rise in desire that nearly swallowed his mind. Qin Yu turned and walked towards a counter far away. Across from him, the demoness revealed a sweet smile. Honored guest, how are you? How can I help you? Qin Yu handed over the crystal card. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "The 8th floor. Help me get a room." Shwa, an icy cold gaze fell on his face like a blade. Qin Yu faintly smiled, meeting his gaze without fear. Behind the counter, the demoness with a sweet smile had a flash of excitement in her eyes. She said in an impeccable tone, "Hello, esteemed guest. There is only one room left on the 8th floor. The esteemed guest beside you has also chosen the 8th floor." "Oh? She chose, so why can't I choose? Have you booked a room for her?" Qin Yu tapped his fingers on the table. "The room hasn't been booked yet. Although that esteemed guest is a little faster than you, according to our rules, when 2 guests choose the same room and there are no other rooms of the same level available, in order to ensure that there are no problems with our service, it's best that the 2 of you can come to an agreement." The witch behind the counter smiled even more brilliantly. "After all, the 2 of you are the most distinguished guests of our 9 Underworld Tower. No matter which side we offend, it is something we do not wish to face." This lass's mouth is quite sharp. Does she think that I can't guess what you're thinking in your heart? Qin Yu chuckled on the surface, but he was shaking his head inwardly. It was only because the Nightmare race was tyrannical and the 9 Netherworld Tower was a unique business. Otherwise, did they really think everyone was stupid? They actually dared to sow discord here. However, if they wanted to sow discord, then so be it. In any case, he came here today to stir up trouble. As for whether doing this would infuriate that vicious and merciless little girl even more, and bring even more trouble to himself, humph, with her previous attitude, did it seem like she wanted to keep the peace? Since there was trouble left and there was trouble right, then he might as well vent his anger first. At the very least, he could disgust her a little. It was a bit childish, but it was too tiring to live rationally at all times. He could only follow his heart. "I'll pay double the room fee," the little girl said without expression. Whether it was in front of her or across from Qin Yu, the witch behind the counter couldn't help but brighten with excitement. Competing in wealth, competing in bidding, that was simply what they loved the most. In this process, all the added value that was produced, according to the 9 Netherworld Towers rules, they could receive a commission. The more the added value, the more commission they would receive. They were naturally happy to see this happen. As for doing this, when the guests came back to their senses, would they provoke retaliation? Haha, they were simply thinking too much. This was the 9 Netherworld Tower. The 9 Netherworld Tower was in Evil Peak City. Evil Peak's city guarded the nightmare ancestral land. Did they understand? This was where their confidence came from. Perhaps there were guests that dared to act out against the 9 Netherworld Tower, but they had never seen one. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He stretched out a finger, 3 times the room fee. 4 times. The little girl's tone was indifferent. Her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't care about spending demon crystals at all. Qin Yu coldly sneered, 10 times. Today, this room is mine for sure. The little girl lightly said, 20 times. Behind the counter, the 2 witches' faces flushed red. They were so excited they nearly fainted. It wasn't uncommon for people to compete for rooms in the 9 Netherworld Tower. But to directly increase the price by 20 times, and moreover for a room on the 8th floor, this was the first time. Just by silently calculating the amount of demon crystals they could obtain in this premium transaction, their hearts nearly stopped. But even if their hearts stopped, it couldn't stop them. At this time, their eyes were tightly locked onto Qin Yu, their hearts wildly screaming. Increase the price. Hurry up and increase the price. Didn't you just say that you would obtain this room today? So many of us are listening, do you want to go back on your word? Hee, you are a man, so what face do you have to say? Hurry up and bid. Whether we are rich or poor, everything will depend on you. Qin Yu ignored the witch behind the counter. Her eyes were so fervent that they nearly melted him. He shook his head and sighed. I never thought that there would be someone willing to pay 20 times the price to open a room on the 8th floor. Hee, you really are wealthy, truly admirable. He blinked and his lips curved up. Miss, I still have another room that was open for less than 4 hours. It is also on the 8th floor. I just want to give you a discount of 10 times the room fee. I wonder if you would be interested? The little girl's expression was icy cold and indifferent. Even though she had offered 20 times the room fee, her expression didn't change. But as she heard this, her body stiffened. She glared at Qin Yu, anger in her eyes. Ha ha ha! Qin Yu laughed out loud. He lifted a hand and rapped the counter. Don't just stand there. 20 times the room fee is enough. Greed makes one fat. You are so beautiful, so you should maintain your figure, right? Before I left, I renewed the room. Hurry up and give me the room card. As he said this, he glanced at the little girl whose face was slightly red. After all, I am not a rich man who can offer 20 times the price. This little delay is enough to make my heart ache. The 9 Nether Towers, which was embarrassed by Qin Yu. After checking that there was no problem, she quickly reissued a room card and gave it to Qin Yu. He stood up and left, vanishing from the door in several steps. The gaze that came from behind him was icy cold without the least bit of warmth. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have already died a horrible death. But what a pity, he couldn't. As for the future, if he dared to embarrass you in front of your face, he wouldn't be afraid of you retaliating. But at that time, things wouldn't end so easily. He entered the 8th floor and returned to his previous room. Qin Yu tossed aside all thoughts and sat down cross-legged on a cushion. Bang! A wild soul-refining power instantly arrived, penetrating through his flesh and blood and covering his soul. His complexion paled. Luckily, this process didn't continue for too long. The cosmic Seacross bell automatically activated and divided away half of the soul-refining power. Most of the suffocating and terrifying burning sensation immediately dissipated. Although there was still a great deal left, it was within the range that his soul could withstand. Qin Yu let out a long breath, a relaxed expression on his face. With the intensity of his soul, he still felt a tremendous pressure on the 8th floor. Then, just how tyrannical were the demons that came here to cultivate? After all, because of the demonic bloodline, the strength of a demon couldn't be directly related to the intensity of their soul. Thinking of this, he subconsciously revealed a gloomy expression. For instance, that little girl that he had just played with. He had seen her twice today and before today. This clearly proved that she had the qualifications to cultivate on the 8th floor of the 9 Nether Tower. Was it true that he was born to stir up trouble? He could casually encounter a woman and she would become his enemy. Moreover, she would be a perversely strong woman. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and bitterly smiled. In any case, he had already thoroughly offended her, so there was no point in thinking about this. Moreover, he wasn't someone to be provoked right now. Compared to an abyssal demon king, he was much worse. But even if he were to fight, he still had some confidence he could escape. He seized the strength of the shadow world and constantly released a cold aura that fused with the soul refining power and was then absorbed by his soul. Qin Yu didn't need to intervene in this entire process. But this didn't mean that he would waste his time in vain. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one didn't advance, they would fall behind. And the 8th level soul refining power was something that even Qin Yu's soul could obtain considerable benefits from. He certainly had to grasp it well. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His mind sank into his soul, gradually forgetting everything around him as he entered an ethereal state. Cultivation had no sense of time. In this blank state, Qin Yu didn't know how much time passed. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the lake of his heart and he awoke from his deep state. Then, Qin Yu discovered that the heart of the abyss in his chest was beating extremely quickly. Faintly, a restless feeling rose in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. This caused Qin Yu to frown. A gloomy look appeared on his face. But he couldn't find anything wrong with it. And in the 9 Nether Pagoda, the chances of him suffering an attack from outside were infinitely close to 0. His connection with the nightmare ancestral land had strengthened a little, but there was still a great disparity from a substantial transformation. Then, just what was going on with his current state? Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed it against his chest. He could clearly feel that the heart of the abyss was beating faster and faster. Thump, thump, thump in his ears. He could clearly hear the deep and heavy syllables emitting from the heart of the abyss as it contracted and expanded. In this rapid rhythm, there was a trace of panic and restlessness. No, something must have happened. It was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. At this time, Qin Yu looked up and his eyes fell on the door. Faintly, a wonderful feeling came from outside the door. It seemed that it was because of this feeling that the heart of the abyss was wildly beating. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the door. He reached out and opened it. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the woman walking toward him. She looked like she was drunk. Her face was red and her feet were swaying unsteadily. Her eyes met Qin Yu's and she revealed a trace of panic. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to stabilize her condition. But her field of vision suddenly darkened and she slumped to the ground. She gasped for breath, her body shivering uncontrollably. Qin Yu only hesitated for a second before he quickly walked over. And sure enough, that wild and inexplicable desire surged out from the depths of his heart once more, like a river bursting through a dam. With a stuffy cough, he clenched his teeth and his face flushed red. The veins on his neck bulged out like fierce blue snake. He reached out and picked her up. Then, he quickly walked back and slammed the door shut. Chapter 1095. The demonic energy within her went berserk, and from the depths of her heart she was struck by a raging tide of desire. Yun Lan's field of vision darkened. She felt as if her consciousness was a tiny plank in a tumbling tide, about to be torn apart and swallowed up at any moment. She could feel the burning hot aura coming from Qin Yu's body. Her heart was filled with anger, but there was even more uncontrollable fear. Yun Lan gasped for breath. She tightly held on to Qin Yu and pressed her body against him. she stuttered. "If you dare to touch me, I swear I will. I will kill you." There was a buzzing sound in the depths of her mind, and her consciousness instantly collapsed, completely crushed by the surging desire. Her consciousness fell into darkness. But her body still followed her instincts. Her hands held on to Qin Yu even tighter. Her astonishingly soft body was like a snake beauty, desperately twisting around Qin Yu as if she wanted to melt into his body. Yunlan's breathing became more and more rapid. He was no longer satisfied with the simple physical contact. Her hands began to tear at Qin Yu's robes, and she bit down on his face. But she clearly didn't have any experience in this aspect. Although her movements were wild, it could be said that she was as fierce as a tiger, but if one looked closely at her score, it would be 0-5. But even if Yunlan didn't grasp the crux of the matter, she still managed to push Qin Yu over the edge of the volcano. He was just a hair away from falling in. Then, the raging magma would melt the two of them together, causing them to tumble and tumble, wreaking havoc and havoc. Hoo, Qin Yu gasped for breath. Every inch of his exposed flesh and blood was violently shivering. It was like a wild beast had drilled its way into his body. He wished he could immediately wash off the woman in his arms and swallow her whole. His hands subconsciously tightened, sinking into her soft and elastic skin. Qin Yu's mind buzzed and he let out a deep roar. In the next moment, he held down Yunlan's face with one hand and pushed her away. His other hand wiped away the wet saliva on his face, and he spat out each word through gritted teeth. "You woman, you used your saliva to nearly drown me. Although I never thought of dying like this, it is truly humiliating." He rambled on and on. He had to do this in order to divert his thoughts from this woman. Yunlan, who had been pushed away, fiercely struggled, wanting to burrow back into Qin Yu's embrace. It wasn't easy, but with some unknown willpower, he finally pushed this woman away. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't give her this chance. "Behave yourself." His 5 fingers gripped her neck. Qin Yu slowly looked up, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Interesting, really interesting. This is the first time I've had this feeling of wanting to fuck a woman as soon as I see her. But whether I go up or not is my own business. Before I figure it out, you'd better behave yourself." He raised his hand and punched his chest. The crazily beating heart of the abyss seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu's complexion paled and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. The heartbeat of the heart of the abyss was forced to slow down and his mind immediately became clear. Yunlan's forehead flushed red. After suffering Qin Yu's slap, her struggling body finally gave up and she slumped to the ground. But this didn't mean that the trouble had ended. Yes, it was trouble. Although Qin Yu didn't know what problems existed between him and this little girl, his intuition told him that if he didn't do anything and watched helplessly as something happened to this little girl, then he would definitely pay a great price. Qin Yu took several deep breaths and bit down on the tip of his tongue. A sweet and bloody taste filled his mouth and nose. He lifted a hand and pressed it against Yunlan's body. He had to find out just what had happened to her. Otherwise, in his current state, while he could control himself for a while, he wasn't confident he could maintain his current lucidity. He had the qualifications to enter the 8th level of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. In addition to the entanglement from before, Qin Yu already had an estimate of this little girl's strength. That scene just now had seemed extremely erotic, but that was built on the foundation that Qin Yu's demon body was powerful enough. Otherwise, if this little girl had unconsciously hugged him and rubbed him, even a demon general would have been crushed into a meat patty by her. How about it? Now that he thought about it, he felt that the scene that had just happened wasn't so enviable anymore. This told him a truth. Only when he was strong enough could he have the qualifications to enjoy it. Otherwise, even if he was given an erotic experience, he feared he would only end up with his head broken and bleeding. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about such things right now. When his palm fell on the little girl's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't that it was difficult, but it was far too simple. He didn't even have to do anything, but he could clearly sense every single part of this girl's body. Powerful demonic strength was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, wildly rampaging in all directions. If it weren't for the fact that her mortal body was tyrannical enough, she feared she would have already exploded. Qin Yu's face was cloudy and uncertain, because now he discovered that not only could he clearly feel the strength within her body, more importantly, he seemed to be able to control this strength. That's right, it was this strange but particularly intense thought. Extremely strange, inconceivable. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. In this situation, he clearly had no better choice. If he wanted to save this woman, he had to give it a try. His thoughts stirred and his divine sense broke into Yunlan's body. The wild and tumbling demonic strength that was like boiling water suddenly seemed to feel some sort of suppressive strength, and it became much more relaxed. Following that, everything went smoothly to an unimaginable degree. He could actually easily control the strength within this woman's body, as if this strength belonged to him to begin with. A moment later, Qin Yu let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. The unconscious woman in front of him had already calmed down. Besides a slightly flushed face and rapid breathing, there was nothing abnormal about her. The rampaging demonic strength became docile once more. It slowly flowed through her body, repairing the damage that had been caused by the rampaging demonic strength before. Qin Yu withdrew his hand and drew back. When he was a certain distance away, the raging tide of desire in his mind rapidly dissipated. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He was becoming more and more confused. Just what sort of connection did he have with this woman? Could it be because of the demonic bloodline in his body? Although he hadn't verified it, this was clearly the most likely possibility. Qin Yu shook his head and gathered his thoughts. He sat down cross-legged and began to restore his exhausted mind. Although not much time had passed since he had carried this woman back to the room, Qin Yu felt an incomparably long time pass. In order to resist the wild and invading desires in his body, he was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. A stabbing pain came from deep within his head. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He felt as if he had been revived from the brink of collapse. Coincidentally, as Qin Yu exhaled and opened his eyes, Yunlan, who was in another corner of the room, also opened her eyes. Their gazes collided without warning. Although she had a calm expression, Qin Yu could still see an embarrassed blush on her face. It seemed that she wasn't completely unaware of what had happened just now. Although his 10 fingers had taken advantage of her a little before, Qin Yu felt that it was already very good that he could do this. If this woman dared to make a false accusation against him, he absolutely wouldn't be polite. In his heart, Yunlan was already prepared to fight back with a cold smile. However, he only paused for a moment before standing up and saying, "Just now, thank you." In truth, this reaction was beyond Qin Yu's expectations. He said, "There's no need to thank me. But, if you can tell me what the reason is, then we can be even." Yunlan hesitated for a moment. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't be sure right now." She let out a deep breath and turned to leave. "I'm leaving." "Wait." Qin Yu met her eyes. He lightly said, "Although I don't care about your situation, it's clear that there is a strange and inexplicable situation between you and I. If you have a problem, then I will also have a problem. You should be able to understand what I mean." Yunlan remained expressionless. "What do you want to say?" Qin Yu said, "The reason you are in such a situation today is because the demonic strength in your body has surpassed the limits of your control. Although I don't know why such a phenomenon occurs, I am only helping you temporarily smooth out your demonic strength. Even if you don't actively cultivate, your demonic strength will automatically revolve and continue to absorb abyssal demonic energy, constantly growing stronger. It won't be too long before you will face today's situation again, and it will be even more dangerous. I can help you extract a portion of the demonic strength that has surpassed your limits, of course. If you refuse, then just pretend I didn't say anything. But, if you have a problem next time, please stay far away from me and don't cause me any trouble. Qin Yu's words were impolite. He also believed that there was no reason for him to be polite to this woman. From the moment he met her, he had encountered endless troubles. Yunlan's eyes turned even colder. She could feel Qin Yu's hostile attitude. But after a moment of silence, she nodded. I'll have to trouble you. Her tone was faint, without much fluctuation. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Right now, you are in a clear-headed state. I hope that during the extraction process, you can restrain your consciousness and not cause any unnecessary accident. He walked to her side. Waves of desire erupted once more, but with his previous experience, Qin Yu could temporarily suppress it. Across from him, Yunlan's face flushed red and her breathing became rough. It was unknown what she was thinking, but a bit of shyness appeared in her eyes. She closed her eyes and didn't say a word. Qin Yu didn't want to be entangled with her. He grabbed her hand and, with a thought, flipped on a switch. This woman's demonic strength continuously poured into his body and was directly absorbed, becoming a part of his own strength. The entire process went smoothly without the slightest hesitation. Yunlan stiffened. She couldn't help but feel panic in her heart. This was because she discovered that when Qin Yu began to extract her strength, she couldn't resist at all. In fact, the demonic strength within her was cheering and rushing into his body in an impatient manner. If Qin Yu had evil thoughts in his heart and completely plundered her demonic strength, Yunlan would find it difficult to resist. This caused her heart to turn cold. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel regret. How could she agree to Qin Yu's request? Although she knew what he said was right, she had never been so careless before. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to live so smoothly until now. With all these thoughts in her mind, Yunlan bitterly smiled. But now that she was a fish on a chopping block, it was too late for regret. But if this person really thought that she had no strength to resist and could do whatever he wanted, then he was thinking too much. She might not be able to perish together with him, but she had some confidence she could destroy herself. A moment later, Qin Yu drew back. He said in a low voice, "You can go." In truth, he was even more aware of what Yunlan could feel. If he really plundered this woman's demonic strength, then his strength would surely rise. It could be said that during this period of time, Qin Yu had experienced an absolute temptation. But in the end, he didn't do anything. This wasn't because he had any protective feelings for the fairer sex. As a member of the world of the living, even though Liao Shi had displayed a different attitude towards abyssal life forms, Qin Yu didn't feel too much of a psychological burden for killing a demon woman. It was because he could feel that killing this woman wouldn't bring him any benefits. In fact, a temporary benefit might even lead to endless future troubles. Yunlan didn't know what Qin Yu was thinking. She only knew that this man who had the chance to easily take away all her strength didn't do so. She looked deeply at Qin Yu. Without saying anything else, she stood up and left. With a loud crack, the door closed. Qin Yu let out a long breath. His eyebrows furrowed together, a thoughtful look on his face. This woman, just who was she? He always felt that she represented a great and unknown trouble. He couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. He took several deep breaths and barely managed to calm himself down. Then, he returned to the cushion and continued to cultivate. At the same time, Yunlan left Nine Nether Pagoda. She turned her head and glanced at this cultivation holy land that extended deep into the ground. Then, she stepped onto the carriage. "Miss, are you all right?" The driver respectfully asked, a relaxed look in his eyes. He had received a message from the miss but hadn't seen her come out. If it weren't for him worrying about his identity being exposed, he would have already rushed into Nine Nether Pagoda. Luckily, there was nothing wrong with the mist. "I'm fine," Yunlan's faint voice sounded out. After several breaths of time, she said, "Come, let's go home." The driver's complexion changed. He certainly knew what the miss meant when she said go home. This had already deviated from the original plan. But no one dared to disobey the miss orders. The driver respectfully bowed and jumped onto the carriage. With a flick of his whip, the carriage turned around and left. Within the carriage, Yunlan was expressionless. But the tumbling emotions in her eyes indicated that her heart wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. She took a deep breath. It was so deep that her chest puffed up, making her already towering chest seem even more eye-catching. Then, she let out a long breath. This breath seemed to expel all of the suppression and perseverance in her heart, all of the struggles and restlessness she had accumulated over the years. She closed her eyes and opened them again. Yunlan was still Yunlan, but her essence, energy, and divine seemed to have undergone a slight change. She couldn't explain the specifics, but it was like she had let go of some burden, and also like there was an indescribable feeling of relaxation. Perhaps to her, this was the most correct choice. Although there was still a bit of unwillingness in her heart, this was already the best result. After all, even if she was willing to continue persisting, there was no road ahead. The carriage left the city, and its speed suddenly accelerated. With a dragon's roar, the two horses pulling the carriage grew dragon scales and wings. They flapped their wings and soared into the skies, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu didn't know that he had been chosen by a certain woman and would replace her in completing a mission she had carried on her back for countless years. Although he wanted to continue cultivating like this, the restlessness in his heart caused him to sigh and temporarily pause his cultivation. Of course, before leaving the Nine Nether Tower, Qin Yu had already renewed his room. He didn't want to have to wait in line when he returned. He definitely lacked a great deal of demon crystals, so he didn't care about this bit of waste. As he stepped into the transmission array and left the 8th level, Qin Yu glanced at the demon guard behind the long table. He felt that although this fellow was silent, there was something wrong with his eyes. But at this time, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about it. He smoothly returned to the inn. Only He Tiangang was here. According to him, Old Fox had gone to think of a way to earn demon crystals. To a demon commander, demon crystals weren't a problem. To put it bluntly, even if they directly went to the City Lord Mansion of Dark Peak City, they could still ask for a large sum of money. After all, the favor of a demon commander wasn't something that could be obtained with mere demon crystals. But all things had a limit. It wasn't difficult for a demon commander to earn face with millions or even tens of millions of demon crystals. But if you wanted several 100 million or even more, there was a way, but that would require you to become a subordinate of that person and work for them. So, after knowing that Qin Yu would be crazily burning demon crystals in the Nine Nether Tower, Old Fox and He Tiangang felt a bit of pressure. After all, 1 billion wasn't even enough to play around with. Who knew how much more he would need? A solemn demon commander had actually fallen to the point where he had to run around for demon crystals. This left Qin Yu feeling a bit embarrassed. He Tiangang respectfully expressed that it was their honor to work for the young master. This was their duty to begin with. After interacting with Old Fox for a long time, this fellow's language skills had made considerable progress. At the very least, Qin Yu felt very comfortable. Suppressing his thoughts, he said, "There is something I need you to do." Qin Yu took out a branded demon crystal. "There is a woman's image inside. Find a way to determine her identity." He paused for a moment and then said, "This matter is very important. Complete it as soon as possible." Disregarding whether or not the two sides would cross paths again in the future, there was nothing wrong with preparing for a rainy day. It was better to prepare for future troubles. He Tiangang's complexion changed. He realized how important this matter was to Qin Yu. He said in a low voice, "Young master, Rest assured that as long as she is still in Dark Peak City, I will definitely find her." This was the attitude he wanted. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "If there is news, come directly to the 9 Nether Tower to find me." Because he had already spent a great deal of time saving that woman, Qin Yu didn't stay for long. He turned and hurried away. This caused Myanya, who had rushed over after hearing the news, to miss him once again. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. Although she had changed her routine, if she couldn't see Qin Yu, how could she climb into his bed? Wasn't it said that cultivating in the 9 Nether Tower would cause the demons to burn with lust? Why did it lose its effect on Qin Yu? Or was it because he had already eaten so much that he looked down on her? Thinking of this, the bitterness in Myanya's eyes almost flowed out. Was Qin Yu blind? Could it be that she couldn't compare to those lowly women in the 9 Nether Tower? No, she had to think of a way to make a substantial breakthrough in their relationship as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continued, she would become a burden in this line of work. Not to mention, there were 2 more troublesome burdens following her. If she didn't change the current situation, she would be driven away sooner or later. Myanya, who had already viewed Qin Yu as the key to the future rise of the 9-tailed demon fox clan, would definitely not allow this to happen. After thinking hard for a long time, Myanya sighed. Her face was filled with helplessness. Even if she had 100 methods, she couldn't even see Qin Yu, so how could she use them? But I won't give up. I definitely won't. Chapter 1096. The 9 Nether Tower never lacked guests, and most of them were powerful existences that didn't care about demon crystals at all. Thus, a guest who had been cultivating for a long time on the 8th floor only aroused a small amount of attention before everything returned to normal. It had to be known that this was the famous 9 Nether Tower. Even abyssal demon king-level existences had been received here. Compared to this, a guest from the 8th floor wasn't much at all. In addition, he was busy every day, so he was soon forgotten. Of course, there was another important reason, and that was that the nightmare race was strong enough. Even if the old king died and the new king didn't appear, their strength was enough to look down on the abyss. But there was one person who noticed Qin Yu's existence. That was the demon guard who was hidden beneath a black robe on the 8th floor of the 9 Nether Tower. He had once ridiculed Qin Yu about his affairs with men. The last time he saw Qin Yu was 10 days ago. In other words, he hadn't left for 10 days straight. The soul refining power of the 9 Nether Tower's 8th floor was pressuring even to a demon commander. Even he couldn't cultivate for 10 days straight. During this time, he had to stop and rest. Otherwise, the soul refining power that accumulated in his body would eventually surpass his limit. He wouldn't die, but shedding several layers of skin was unavoidable. But Qin Yu had already cultivated for 10 days straight. This was his own little secret. After staying on the 8th floor for so long, he didn't know when it started, but the demon guard discovered that there was a weak connection between him and the 9 Nether Tower. Of course, this connection wasn't enough to do anything. He couldn't even interfere with the opening and closing of a door. Cough cough, taking a step back, even if he could do it, he wouldn't be stupid enough to try. The demon guard was well aware of the strength of the nightmare race. Although he believed he was strong, if he really did something outrageous in the 9 Nether Tower, he wouldn't be far from death. In short, the appearance of this wonderful connection was a secret deep in the demon guard's heart. He had never revealed it to anyone, and that was that he could faintly feel the general flow of the soul refining power within the 9 Nether Tower. Because of this, he was sure that Qin Yu had been cultivating for 10 days straight without stopping. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was shocking enough. At least, after being in the 9 Netherworld Tower for so many years, the demons guarding the 9 Netherworld Tower had never seen someone who could continuously cultivate for so long. Narrowing his eyes, the image of Qin Yu appeared in the mind of the demon guarding the 8th floor, as well as the slight fear he felt when they first met. It was because of this that he took the initiative to speak up. It was just that Qin Yu's performance afterwards caused him to overturn his guess. But from the looks of it now, he was probably mistaken. This unremarkable kid was definitely an extraordinary person. From the current movements, it was clear that the Nightmare Clan had not realized this. Otherwise, they would have sent people to contact them long ago and strive to establish a relatively good relationship with them. After all, even the Nightmare Clan had never given up on weaving sufficiently powerful and precious connections in the abyss. In terms of guarding the demon race, Qin Yu absolutely had the qualifications to be valued by the Nightmare race. Although he guarded the 8th floor of the 9 Underworld Tower all year round, he did not have a close relationship with the Nightmare race. Strictly speaking, they were only partners. He had no obligation to remind the Nightmare race, nor did he have the mood to do so. It was just that right now, he couldn't help but think, could he obtain the method to continuously cultivate from Qin Yu? If he succeeded, his cultivation speed would rise and he would be able to save a massive amount of time. After all, there wasn't much time left for him to prepare. He took a deep breath and slowly let out a breath. Then, he subconsciously looked up somewhere above his head. In that small courtyard, there was an old fellow waiting to die. Although this old fellow hadn't completely given up, in truth, he wasn't optimistic about his chances. The demon guarding the 8th floor didn't want to be reduced to such a miserable and pitiful state in a few more years. But what should he do? The demon guarding the 8th floor was well aware that no matter how Qin Yu did it, he must have touched upon some of his secrets. It wouldn't be easy to obtain this ability. If it were anyone else, the demon guarding the 8th floor might have some unfriendly thoughts towards them. After all, he had lived for so many years and had done countless things that he shouldn't have done. Otherwise, he would not have been the only one among those people who had managed to survive to this day in the countless years that had passed. But when it came to Qin Yu, he honestly couldn't see through him. So, this could only be the last resort. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use it. In this vast abyss, how could it be described as hidden dragons and crouching tigers? If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. The older one got, the more cautious they became. This wasn't because they were less courageous, but because they had experienced enough storms and had enough awe towards this world. As Qin Yu drilled into the 8th floor of 9 Nether Pagoda and focused all of his attention on cultivation, he didn't know that even though he thought he had kept a sufficiently low profile, and besides a little accident with that little girl, he hadn't done anything out of line, he was still being watched by others. Otherwise, he would have sighed with emotion. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow me to. And as Qin Yu was wholeheartedly cultivating, worrying about how to obtain a cultivation tool from the demon guarding the 8th floor, the originally prosperous Evil Peaks city was gradually becoming more lively. Although it was lively, it wasn't just because more and more demons were gathering here. Moreover, there were at least 100 large and small conflicts occurring between these demons. Although they didn't cause brains to splatter and flesh and bones to fly, they still turned the entire Evil Peaks city into a boiling pot of porridge. It was said before that Evil Peaks City guarded the Nightmare Ancestral Land and was backed by the super tree that was the Nightmare race. If it were anyone else, even if it were a member of the royal family causing trouble, they still wouldn't have a good time. But now, facing these troublemakers, the City Lord Mansion of Evil Peaks City maintained a strange silence. Even those arrogant and fierce city guards seemed to have vanished. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, they would turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't see anything. In truth, the reason was extremely simple. These demons that had recently flooded into Evil Peaks City in large numbers and constantly clashed with each other were mostly from the Nightmare race or were closely related to them. To be more precise, they were demons that came from within the Nightmare race and belonged to 3 different factions. For any influence, once it reached a certain scale, it was impossible for it to have only one voice. Whether it was flesh and blood beings or demons, as long as they had their own consciousness, they would naturally develop their own selfish desires. Because of this, it was inevitable that the factions would split and fight against each other. This was even more so for the Nightmare race, one of the top 10 royal races of the Abyss. With the death of the old king, and before the birth of a new king, the conflict between the three factions instantly became intense and white-hot. Not to mention that everyone had gathered in Evil Peak City to compete and decide which family the new king would come from. The fact that there wasn't a river of blood and corpses littered the ground was already considered to have been handled very well by the Nightmare race. The old king was the previous Nightmare king who had died not long ago. His origin had dissipated, and it was impossible for him to return from the abyss. The direct bloodline he had left behind was unwilling to let the throne fall to someone else. This became the first force in the fight for the throne. The bloodline of the ancient king was publicly recognized as the most powerful force in the fight for the throne. The reason they were called ancient kings was because there had been 3 Nightmare kings in their direct bloodline. Although they had completely dissipated, the long years of accumulation had allowed this bloodline to become a powerful force that played a decisive role in the Nightmare race and could not be easily shaken. Now that the old king had dissipated, they certainly hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to push out a 4th Nightmare king. The last force could be called the new faction. They didn't have much connection to the 2 royal bloodlines. Instead, it was the disappearance of the old king. In this period of time, a new force had formed within the Nightmare clan. As a new faction, their background and strength were the weakest. But they were also the most aggressive, and their momentum wasn't any weaker than the other 2. Moreover, it was rumored that the new faction had the support of other powerful royal families. After all, this involved the inheritance of the Nightmare race's king. The benefits involved were unimaginably great. If they interfered, there would naturally be risk. But if they succeeded, they would obtain unimaginable rewards. This was enough for them to choose to take a risk. Of course, those that had the qualifications to interfere were absolutely formidable influences. Otherwise, if they were carelessly stirred in, they wouldn't even know how they died. The birth of a new king required the approval of the ancestral land. Thus, Evil Peak City would become the place where the 3 great influences would clash. Only when a new king was born would the Nightmare race enter a new era. Qin Yu left the 9 Nether Pagoda. When he turned around, he saw that the great doors were closing, cutting off the line of sight of the outside world. He could hear the grumbling of many demons. It was noisy, but it allowed Qin Yu to understand just what was happening. The 3 great influences of the Nightmare race had gathered in Evil Peak City to compete for the throne of the new king. This process required the cooperation of the Nightmare race's ancestral land. Thus, the 9 Nether Pagoda was temporarily closed off and would no longer be open to the outside. This caused Qin Yu's complexion to become increasingly gloomy. He wasn't sure what relationship the new Nightmare King had with the ancestral land, but without a doubt, the other party's existence would have an impact on the ancestral land. If this caused the connection he had established with the Nightmare race's ancestral land to be destroyed, then that would truly be a tragedy. But now, the 9 Nether Pagoda was completely closed off. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Although the words sitting and waiting for death weren't too appropriate, and the feeling it gave off was one of despair, this was indeed the situation Qin Yu was facing right now. He took a deep breath, looked away, and hurried away. Because his mind was unstable, Qin Yu didn't notice that as he stood outside the 9 Nether Pagoda with a gloomy and uncertain expression, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was the demon guard on the 8th floor of the 9 Nether Pagoda, shrouded in a black robe. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't step forward. This was because he could clearly feel that Qin Yu was in a very bad mood. If he approached Qin Yu now, it would be difficult to get a good look from him. In addition, what he wanted to do required a suitable opportunity, otherwise it would be difficult for him to succeed. His eyes flashed, and the demon guard turned to leave. Through Qin Yu's performance just now, he discovered that he seemed to have found a way. But to achieve this wasn't simple. He would need to carefully plan and see if he could achieve his goal. Qin Yu returned to the inn in silence. Mianya, who had been waiting for many days, was overjoyed, because it seemed that Qin Yu didn't have any intention of leaving immediately. However, his expression was gloomy, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Mianya observed him for a while, and after walking 2 circles in front of him and receiving Qin Yu's feedback, she immediately put away all her thoughts and smartly turned to leave. Qin Yu was really in a bad mood. Anyone who approached him would be unlucky. No matter how impatient she was, she wouldn't take the initiative to annoy him at a time like this. After walking 1 round, Mianya returned. She already knew the reason why Qin Yu was in a bad mood. The 9 nether pagoda was sealed. This made her heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a headache. People who were obsessed with cultivation and didn't care about anything else were the most difficult to deal with. Because to them, it was fine as long as they could cultivate. Women and whatnot were simply things that could not be done without. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang hurried back. Needless to say, it was Mianya who told them. Since there was no chance for her to climb into his bed, she obviously didn't dare to hide it. "Greetings, young master." The 2 old demons bowed respectfully. Qin Yu knew that the reason these 2 people hurried back was to help him earn demon crystals. It wasn't good for him to maintain a gloomy expression. He took a deep breath and nodded. "You've been working hard recently." Old Fox smiled. "To be able to serve young master is our honor." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Is young master angry because the 9 nether pagoda has been sealed off?" Qin Yu didn't hide anything. He nodded. "This period of time has been critical for me. But the competition for the new Nightmare King is imminent, so the 9 nether pagoda is no longer open to the outside world." He had demon crystals, but he couldn't spend them. He could only watch helplessly as things grew out of control. This was the source of Qin Yu's anger. Hei Tiangang had a dignified expression. "We already know about this." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment, revealing a hesitant expression. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "What do you want to say?" Hei Tiangang cupped his hands together. "I don't dare to hide anything from young master. During our recent cooperation, I met a demon commander-level powerhouse of the nightmare race. During a conversation with him, I inadvertently obtained some information. It seems that the sealing of the 9 nether pagoda has nothing to do with the competition for the new Nightmare King. Rather, it is because as the competition for the new Nightmare King begins, the strength of the Nightmare Ancestral Land will become incomparably active. For the demons that enter the 9 nether pagoda to cultivate, this is a very good opportunity. If one's luck is good, they will be able to obtain a great harvest." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "You mean to say that because of this situation, the nightmare race will temporarily close the 9 nether pagoda?" That is likely to be the case. After all, there aren't even enough opportunities for their own race to use, so why would they be willing to trade with outsiders? Hei Tiangang nodded. He continued to say, "I didn't ask too much about the specifics. But, since the 9 nether pagoda can be opened, that means we have a chance to obtain a spot to enter. But, I fear this matter won't be easy." Of course it wouldn't be easy, but as long as there was a chance, Qin Yu wouldn't give up. Moreover, if the strength of the Nightmare Ancestral Land became active, it would likely be helpful to him. The longer Qin Yu left the 9 nether pagoda, the heavier the restlessness in his heart became. Gradually, an intense and clear intuition formed. The birth of a new Nightmare King would have a tremendous impact on the connection between him and the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Because of this, all of his previous efforts would be wasted, and he would be cut off from this connection to enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land. If so, then Qin Yu's efforts to find the secrets of the Myriad Soul Dao would be thrown back to the starting point. He would have to start all over again. Not to mention the difficulty of starting all over again, Qin Yu didn't have any confidence he could find a new method. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said, "Hey Tiangang, immediately go and find this friend from the nightmare race. As for the rest, do you understand?" Hey Tiangang nodded. "Young master, rest assured that I will do everything possible to find out any information from him." He bowed and hurried away. Old Fox grinned inwardly. He thought that this old black dog's luck was quite good. Looking at Qin Yu's performance, it was clear that he placed great importance on this matter. If he could accomplish this, he would be able to greatly increase his standing in Qin Yu's heart. "No, I can't just wait around like this. Although we are all friends and comrades in the same trench, I cannot fall behind. I have to maintain the highest position in Qin Yu's heart." Old Fox respectfully bowed. "Young master, I will also go out and see if I can find another opportunity." Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about all of the random thoughts in Old Fox's mind. He nodded in agreement. After the two old demons left one after the other, Qin Yu paced back and forth in the room for several steps. Then, he suddenly strode outside. It wasn't that he couldn't maintain his composure, fine, Qin Yu was indeed a bit restless right now. Although he didn't know why he was so panicked, he was well aware of whether or not his mind was stable. Since he couldn't sit still, then he might as well go out together. Perhaps he might be able to obtain some harvest. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's luck didn't seem particularly good. After wasting over 2 hours and drinking a bellyful of expensive tea, all he heard was a bunch of random gossip that wasn't of much value at all. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. For instance, it wasn't a secret that the 9 Nether Pagoda was sealed up for internal use by the nightmare race. But from the unwillingness and helplessness in the tone of these demons, even though they knew that the nightmare race wasn't being honest, there was nothing they could do about it. This undoubtedly proved that obtaining the qualifications to enter the 9 Nether Pagoda while it was sealed up was an extremely difficult matter. When Qin Yu returned to the inn, although he was a bit distracted, he still keenly sensed that something was wrong. He paused and turned to look behind him. There were endless demon races coming and going on the street, but that feeling of being watched had already disappeared. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this time it was someone sent by that little girl again? What did she want to do? He took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling chill in his heart. Then, he turned and entered the inn. Hey Tiangang had already returned. He met Qin Yu's eyes and bitterly smiled. "Young master, if you want to enter the 9 Nether Pagoda right now, I fear it will be very difficult." His heart sank, but Qin Yu remained calm and motioned for him to continue. Although Qin Yu appeared calm, Hey Tiangang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly told him all the information he had obtained. After listening, Qin Yu bitterly smiled in his heart. He raised his hand and rubbed the area between his eyebrows. Only the nightmare race, and those who were recognized, had the qualifications to enter the 9 Nether Pagoda. Others didn't have a chance at all? With the identity that Hey Tiangang had revealed, since the other party had said all this, it was absolutely impossible to hide it. Obviously, this was the truth. After a moment, Old Fox hurried back. He couldn't help but praise that the fox race really had outstanding talent in interpersonal communication. Although he wasn't as lucky as Hey Tiangang, he still got the information he wanted in a short period of time. It was basically the same as what Hey Tiangang had said. Qin Yu let out a breath and waved his hand. "You too must be tired. Go and rest." Seeing that he wasn't in a good mood, the two old demons didn't dare to say much. They respectfully bowed and retreated. Qin Yu pursed his lips and a trace of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Was he really going to let it go like this? But he wasn't willing to let it go. What else could he do? With the situation having reached this step, it was already a dead end. As Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought, feeling that there was no way forward or retreat. He couldn't even find a window. At this time, in a massive and luxurious courtyard in Evil Peak City, a demon respectfully knelt on the ground. "Sir, I have already found that person's whereabouts. Have you been discovered?" A faint voice sounded out from above. The kneeling demon stiffened. "Yes, I only glanced at him for a moment. That person's sensing abilities are indeed terrifyingly strong. I already told you not to meddle. Go and receive your punishment." "Yes, sir." The demon respectfully bowed. He stood up and took several steps back before quietly leaving. The demon that was called Sir was currently standing with his back to the window. He was tall and straight, naturally emitting a terrifying aura. It was clear that he was someone who had occupied a high position for a long time. "Tell the tribal elder that I have found him. As for what happens next, I ask the tribal elder to arrange it." The figure outside the door shook. No one responded, but without a doubt, his orders had already been passed on. "Qin Yu." A low voice sounded out in the room. Although it was calm and indifferent, there were also some extremely complex emotions mixed in. He was looking forward to it, but more than that, he felt uneasy. Chapter 1097. An invitation was placed in front of Qin Yu. It was sealed with a top-grade demon crystal cut into slices. On the thin layer, there were exquisite carvings carved into it. After opening it, there was a top dragon-patterned paper that was said to be worth thousands of gold in the abyss. It was made from dragon blood vines, and was made from the highest quality dragon-patterned paper. The surface was covered with patterns similar to dragon scales, and it was soft and delicate to the touch, even better than a woman's skin. Putting aside everything else, just this invitation card alone was enough to make one feel a sense of nobility and heroism, so dense that it was suffocating. Moreover, this dragon-patterned paper was covered in flamboyant demon race characters. The name of the blue tile courtyard was written at the beginning. The general meaning was that Qin Yu was invited to attend a banquet that would be held at noon tomorrow, and they hoped that he could arrive on time. The words were sincere and full of the style of a great master. But it didn't make one feel as if they were arrogant or overbearing. In short, the person who wrote this invitation card was definitely a master in the art of language. This could be ascertained from the way Old Fox stroked his beard and nodded. But at this time, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about the value of this invitation or the art of language. His eyes fell on the words blue tile courtyard, and he subconsciously rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing. "I remember you mentioned that the temporary imperial residence of the old king's bloodline in Evil Peak City was called this, right?" Old Fox nodded. "There's no mistake. Young master, please take a look at the cover of this invitation. There's an exquisite pattern carved into it. This is a hidden clan mark that only the nobles of the abyssal abyss would use. Only people of the same level can recognize it. This clan seal represents the identity of the former king's bloodline, and the blue tile courtyard is the temporary palace they built in underground Crest City." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Yu. He thought that Qin Yu was actually able to receive a banquet invitation from the former king's bloodline. It had to be known that the Nightmare race was one of the top 10 royal abyssal races. Their degree of arrogance was directly proportional to their strength. The Demon King rank was fine. As a formidable existence that had obtained the approval of the Abyss and could even be regarded as a part of the source of the Abyss, even the Nightmare race had to give them sufficient respect and awe. As for the rest, even though she was a demon commander, she still had some face, but it was very limited. Such a formal invitation with the clan seal was already a display of great courtesy and sincerity from the old king's bloodline. Just from this invitation, one could see the respect and approval of the old king's bloodline towards Qin Yu. Could it be that you have some sort of relationship with the previous king's bloodline? But if this was really the case, then if Qin Yu wanted to enter the Nine Nether Pagoda, wouldn't it be better to directly look for the old king's bloodline? Why go through so much trouble? He Tiangang remained silent. But from the way his eyes flickered, It was clear that he too had similar thoughts in his heart. But in truth, let alone them being curious, even Qin Yu himself was a bit confused. The old king's bloodline? He had heard of this name before, but he had never interacted with it before. Why would they send someone over to invite him so solemnly? Thinking about the behavior of the nightmare demon who had sent him the invitation, Qin Yu suppressed the thought of sending him the wrong address. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His thoughts raced, and after several breaths of time, a sharp light flashed deep in his eyes. If Old Fox and He Tiangang could think of something, he certainly wouldn't overlook it. No matter what the reason was, there was no reason for him to refuse the invitation. As one of the three great influences of the nightmare race, the old king's bloodline undoubtedly had a decisive say in the affairs of the race. Perhaps he could obtain the qualifications to enter the 9 Nether Tower through them. Of course, disregarding how easy it would be, even if he could achieve his goal, he feared he would need to pay a corresponding price. But this was also normal. In this world, there were gains and losses. There was no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Make some preparations. Tomorrow I will be punctual to attend the Blue Tile Courtyard's banquet. Old Fox and He Tiangang had to be brought along. No matter why the old king's bloodline had invited him to a banquet, he had to reveal his strength. This was the key to rapidly improving the relationship between both sides and seeking cooperation. Soon, the next day arrived. There were still 2 hours before the banquet began. A carriage drove out of the inn. Since he wanted to show off his strength, his outfit couldn't be shabby. Old Fox had spent a great deal of money to purchase this carriage. It was pulled by 4 tall horses, each of them possessing a variation bloodline. They were covered in scales and their eyes were dark red, as if they were constantly burning with flames. Although he didn't ask how much it cost to purchase this carriage, to find such a top transportation tool in such a short period of time, he feared it would be a bit more expensive than normal. Qin Yu wore black robes and a demonic jade crown was placed on his head. A purple gold pendant hung from his waist and his black hair hung down behind him. His aura was noble and lofty, as if he were a noble. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and horses make the saddle. Inborn factors were important, but acquired factors couldn't be ignored. Qin Yu didn't feel much towards this outfit, but as Mianya helped him dress up, her face became increasingly red. Her eyes were so charming that they seemed as if they would flow out at any moment. Old Fox and He Tiangang, the 2 old demons, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Qin Yu originally had a good appearance, and now that he had tidied himself up, his charm was simply irresistible. The carriage quietly moved forwards. It smoothly arrived at the Blue Tile Courtyard on a long street. Everywhere they looked, all sorts of carriages lined up. In the distance, in front of a massive courtyard, there was a hubbub of voices. Guests constantly got off their carriages and were respectfully invited in. Old Fox and He Tiangang had solemn expressions. They sat on the left and right of the carriage, restraining their auras as they quietly lined up. Many eyes gathered on them. Although these 2 were unfamiliar, looking at their bearing and the carriage they were riding in, no one dared to underestimate them. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. The one responsible for welcoming guests at the Blue Tile Courtyard was an old fox. His wrinkled face revealed a warm and respectful smile. When he saw Old Fox, his eyes brightened and his smile became a bit more sincere. "I wonder which guest has arrived? If there is any neglect, I hope you won't take offense." Those demons that had the qualifications to be invited to the Blue Tile Courtyard at this critical moment were certainly not ordinary individuals. Even if they couldn't interfere with the succession of the throne, they at least had the qualifications to speak in this matter. Of course, they had to be respected. Old Fox jumped off the carriage. After bowing, he took out a jade slip and smiled. "My young master has been invited here. Please inspect it." When the old fox from the Blue Tile Courtyard saw the invitation in his hand, his complexion changed. Then, He revealed an even warmer smile and bowed respectfully. I didn't know that an honored guest had arrived. I apologize for not going out to greet you. I ask that honored guest does not blame me. He immediately gave some instructions. Soon, demons from the courtyard took the initiative to welcome him. Although they were all young people, their demeanor was extraordinary. The arrogance in their eyes revealed their noble status. But now, although there was still a trace of arrogance in their eyes, they did their best to restrain it. They bowed and said, "Welcome, honored guest." Outside the courtyard, the clamor died down. Countless eyes gathered, filled with surprise, curiosity, and puzzlement. Of course, there was even more awe and envy. To be able to make the blue tile courtyard treat him with such respect, this person's status was bound to be extremely noble. Behind him, it likely represented a terrifying strength capable of overturning the heavens and seas. But those present today weren't ordinary characters. Their eyes and ears could be considered well-informed, and they hadn't heard of any other great figures from Evil Peak City arriving recently. Moreover, they had never seen Old Fox or Hei Tiangang before. The competition for the new king was imminent, and the old king's bloodline was holding this banquet. Everyone was well aware of what their goal was. For such an honored guest to suddenly appear, could it be that the old king's bloodline had found a new and formidable helper? As the demons were all thinking this, the carriage door opened from the inside and Qin Yu stepped out. As they saw him, most of the demons couldn't help but praise him inwardly. What a handsome young man! But when it came to seducing women, although being handsome had a powerful additional effect, in front of strength and status, it couldn't even be considered trash. Besides being handsome, there was nothing special about this young junior, and yet he was the honored guest of the blue tile courtyard? It was understandable if the subordinates were unfamiliar, but this master was also someone they had never seen before. Something was wrong. Just what was the old king's bloodline planning? Not to mention the puzzled guests, even the several young demons outside the door were stunned. Was this the honored guest that the patriarch had solemnly ordered them to respectfully wait for? Their complexions changed. But, since they were able to assume the responsibility of welcoming guests, they certainly weren't idiots. With a light cough, the leader of the young demons smiled. "Honored guest, we have been waiting here on the orders of the patriarch for a long time. Please follow us." Qin Yu could sense that the expressions of these people were a bit unnatural. He furrowed his eyebrows inwardly but didn't reveal anything on his face. He nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Stepping off the carriage, surrounded by several young demons, Qin Yu entered the blue tile courtyard. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang followed behind. The carriage naturally had its own specialized demons that would make arrangements for them after they left. The several young demons constantly glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes. Everyone here was a relatively outstanding figure in their race, and they usually had high standards. They originally thought that because of the patriarch's orders, they would be welcoming a highly respected and tyrannical figure. Who would have thought that the ideal was so perfect, but the reality was so harsh? Such an ordinary boy, apart from his handsome appearance, did he really need them to personally welcome him? Moreover, in terms of handsomeness, that proud son of heaven in their race was the one with the true incomparable handsomeness. Who knew how many young women had their eyes squinted at him? Just today, for such an important banquet, there were still many women that came. There was no need to think about their goal. After exchanging glances, the young demon standing at the front smiled and said, "Honored guest, you look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. May I ask where you are from?" Qin Yu had a calm expression. "I apologize, but it is not convenient for me to reveal my identity for the time being." With a single sentence, all the probing words were blocked back in their mouth. The smiling young demon's face flushed red. Although he was a bit angry, he didn't dare to take action. In the end, this was an honored guest that the patriarch had solemnly ordered. Although he didn't know what was going on and it seemed normal, before things were made clear, acting rashly was an incomparably stupid thing to do. The young demon took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He said, "It was I who was rude. I ask honored guest to not take offense." His tone was a bit stiff. For the rest of the journey, Qin Yu's ears were quiet. He certainly knew that he had offended someone. But if he didn't do this, how could he reply? It wasn't difficult to make up a lie. What was difficult was to make one lie after another, and they had to be closely linked to each other in order to justify themselves. This was far too tiring. Qin Yu didn't want to waste his energy on this. Moreover, although these youths looked extraordinary, it was clear that they weren't the characters that had the qualifications to wield authority within the old king's bloodline. Qin Yu still needed to preserve his energy to deal with his true master. He didn't have the time to waste words with them. Strictly speaking, the Blue Tile Courtyard was the place where the old king had stayed in Dark Peak City before he perished. Its scale, architectural specifications, and degree of extravagance didn't need to be mentioned. And today, the location of the banquet was the largest hall in the Blue Tile Courtyard, the Nine Nether Temple. Looking at the massive plaque with the words Nine Nether written on it and feeling the invisible aura that circulated around it, Qin Yu's heart chilled. He was also a bit curious. Was there some connection between this hall and the Nine Nether Pagoda? As his thoughts raced, his feet didn't stop. Surrounded by several young demons, he stepped into the main entrance of the hall. Many guests had already arrived. Although the banquet hadn't begun yet, they were already chatting with each other. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, it seemed like the atmosphere was quite good. As a group of people entered the hall, they immediately attracted attention. As they saw the several young demons leading the way, the complexions of many guests changed. Of course, this change in mood was quickly restrained. But their eyes still fell on Qin Yu's face with interest. Their thoughts were probably the same as those of the demons outside the house. "Patriarch, we have already invited the honored guests you requested." The leading young demon bowed, his voice respectful. In the seat of honor, a middle-aged demon with long crimson hair and thick eyebrows revealed a bright smile. "Little friend Qin Yu, you've come? I took the liberty to invite you here today. If there is any disrespect, I hope little friend won't take offense." Qin Yu looked at the old patriarch in front of him. For him to be able to host today's banquet at the Blue Tile Courtyard, that was more than enough to prove his strength and status. But as he searched through his memories, he couldn't find anyone that matched up with him. But it seemed that today's invitation had come from this patriarch. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He smiled and cupped his hands together. "To be invited to today's banquet at the Blue Tile Courtyard is my honor." "Ah, I knew that little friend was a generous person. Please, sit down." The red-haired patriarch's name was Yunwei. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, the truth was that he was an old demon that had lived for countless years. At this time, he had a warm and amiable smile on his face. His eyes swept over Old Fox and Hei Tiangang. His expression didn't change, but he couldn't help but frown inwardly. This boy was far too cautious. Moreover, his strength wasn't weak at all. He of the two demon commanders, the one from the Fox clan was decent, but the other should be a demon commander from the three-headed demon hound clan. His strength was extremely fierce. Peak demon commander? Or perhaps he had already crossed that step and touched upon the threshold of the demon king level. Although touching upon the threshold didn't mean he could cross it, there was a high possibility of doing so. Just this point alone was enough to make him feel dread. It seemed that the first plan wouldn't work. Luckily, he had other preparations. No matter what, he had to figure out this boy's depths today. What Qin Yu didn't know was that this old fellow in front of him, who was smiling warmly and courteously towards him, was actually thinking of finding a reason to capture him and then carefully examine him. It was only because of the existence of Old Fox and Hei Tiangang that he had no choice but to give up on this idea, otherwise, he would have spat on his face. These words seemed to be a bit of boasting. because with Qin Yu's temperament, in addition to the current situation, even if he really knew about this matter, he would probably pretend not to know and then think of a way to get the quota to enter the 9 underworld tower from the other party's hands. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Sometimes, turning a blind eye was the only way to conduct oneself in society. After being respectfully invited to sit down, Old Fox and He Tiangang stood behind Qin Yu. The 2 old demons looked calm, but their eyes were dignified. Especially He Tiangang. He was stronger, so of course he could feel it more clearly. The strength of the old king's bloodline elder in front of him, who was smiling brightly and talking to Qin Yu, could not be described with the word terrifying. Chapter 1098. Yun Wuya wasn't an abyssal demon king, but besides someone at the demon king's step, He Tiangang didn't think there was anyone who had the strength to suppress him. The nightmare race had at least a dozen or more elders like Yun Wuya. Even if not all of them were as powerful as Yun Wuya, it was enough to prove just how powerful the nightmare race was. To be ranked as one of the strongest abyssal royal races, their reputation wasn't undeserved. This was the first time he was attending a formal demon race banquet, so he wasn't too clear on the specifics. Fortunately, although his acting skills weren't top-notch, putting on airs was relatively simple. Qin Yu maintained his composure. As long as Yun Wuya didn't speak first, he would sit there calmly. In the eyes of the surrounding demons, he seemed a bit calm and dignified, as if he were unfathomably deep. Everyone. A moment later, all the guests had arrived. Yun Wuya smiled and stood up. The entire 9 Nether Temple immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gathered on him, demonstrating the honored status of this nightmare race elder. Today's banquet is held for 2 reasons. First, we haven't seen each other in a long time, so we should get closer to each other. Second, I hope that everyone here can bear witness. His eyes flashed and he continued to speak. The late king has vanished and our bloodlines are inherited. Our bloodlines will naturally be affected. Recently, there have been many rumors in underground Peak City. I won't repeat them, but I believe that everyone present has heard of them. The many guests that had been invited to the banquet all had different expressions. They were surprised by Yun Wuya's crude and direct words. After all, this sort of matter was extremely sensitive at this time, and it wasn't good to discuss it in front of everyone. Or, could it be that Yun Wuya was doing this on purpose? Was he using today's situation to have them express their stance? That wasn't right. With Yun Wuya's status as a dignified elder of the late king's bloodline, he shouldn't only be at this level. He didn't match up with the rumors that he was resourceful and clever. Could there be another reason? His thoughts raced. Although he hadn't figured it out yet, it wasn't difficult to deal with it. He laughed and gave some responses. I have indeed heard of what Patriarch has said, but that is all nonsense. I don't believe any of it. That's right, that's right. Although the late king has unfortunately vanished, there is still a powerful existence like Patriarch guarding the place. There is no need to worry about our bloodline. It's just some preposterous words. There's no need for clan elder to bother about it. Instead, you'll lose your status. His words were sincere, and perhaps there was some resentment in them, but there was no substance to it. It was in the category of being pleasant to hear, but it was fine to just listen to it, and there was no need to take it to heart. Take a stand? Of course, it was impossible for him to make his stand so easily. The contest for the new king had just begun. Placing a bet in advance was indeed the best way to reap the greatest reward. But what if he was blind? The consequences were not something they wanted to face. Therefore, before attending the banquet, everyone had their own plans. Eating and drinking well, bragging and bragging, and even waving flags and cheering were not a problem. However, before they could see the situation clearly, or if the old king's bloodline did not offer any practical benefits, they would not say a word. If he could muddle through, then he would. If he couldn't, then he would pretend to be dead. In short, it was impossible for him to express his stance. Yun Wuyao was a mighty figure, so there was no way he wouldn't be able to sense the thoughts running through the minds of these demons. Sneering coldly, Zhang Xian did not really care much about it. After all, today's banquet and the people at the banquet could only be regarded as a relatively large background wall. He wasn't prepared to get anything useful from this banquet. The contest for the new king depended on strength and skill. It was not something that could be decided by who paid for the food and drink. Although what you say is correct, the people of this world are ignorant. Moreover, the disappearance of the former king will indeed affect our inherited bloodline. Therefore, I will use today's banquet to bring some juniors from my clan, and use the power of the ancestral land to test their bloodline potential. Everyone here will be witnesses, and it will be good for my bloodline. After all, this is a critical moment for the succession of the king, and we cannot be careless in the slightest. These words were reasonable. The birth of a new king meant that the nightmare race would enter a new era. Whoever succeeded would be able to look down on the world and become the true ruler of this colossus. The benefits involved in this. Even if there was something like the Council of Elders that could restrain the royal power to a certain extent, but to be honest, the Council of Elders' restraints were really very limited. Because a king was a king. Not only did he represent the acknowledgement of the Abyss will, but he was also the sole and supreme existence in the entire race. When it came to this matter, it was best to be cautious and careful. So Yun Wuya's words didn't arouse any suspicions. They even thought that the old king's bloodline was taking advantage of this chance to dispel the rumors, but they were also flexing their muscles in another way. After all, the potential of a bloodline descendant was an extremely important part of an entire family's strength. The demons that were invited all expressed their acceptance, their faces filled with joy and honor. This wasn't a disguise. With the status of the old king's bloodline, for them to be able to participate in the bloodline potential of their descendants was in itself a recognition of their status and strength. This could be considered a very important exchange with the old king's bloodline. It was enough to deepen the relationship between both sides without leaving behind any hidden dangers. It was also something that they could brag about in the future. For instance, if they casually said that they had participated in this matter at a banquet on a certain date, this was called acting cool and would definitely attract the attention of others. Qin Yu certainly didn't have any objections. In particular, when he heard Old Fox quietly explain the meaning behind this matter, his eyes brightened. To put it in a more utilitarian way, what Qin Yu was thinking about right now was how to draw closer to the old king's bloodline so that he could take the next step. Old Fox and He Tiangang were strong enough to participate in this matter. But their status today was that they were Qin Yu's subordinates. Thus, there was no reason for them to stand side by side with Qin Yu. There were naturally people who invited them to wait in the side hall. Qin Yu followed a maid from the blue tile courtyard into the courtyard that had been prepared in advance to bathe and change clothes. The following bloodline potential test would borrow the strength of the nightmare ancestral land. Anyone who participated had to go through this process in order to express their respect to the ancestral land. All the guests happily smiled and agreed. Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. But in truth, this matter wasn't simple for him. This was because he wasn't the only one bathing and changing clothes. When the courtyard maid who led the way closed the door and respectfully left, 4 demonic women walked out from the back and gently knelt on the ground. Their nearly transparent clothes weren't able to hide anything at all. In short, wherever one looked was white, wherever one pointed was soft, wherever one looked was curvaceous, and all sorts of seductive postures could be seen. With a single glance, he could see everything. Qin Yu's heart tightened. He furrowed his eyebrows. "You are?" One of the demon race beauties stood up, revealing a dreamy face. Her voice was soft and her breath smelled like orchids. "Reporting to honored guest, this is the rule of my race. One must carefully bathe in order to show respect to my nightmare ancestral land." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. If this was the case, Then there didn't seem to be any leeway to ease things up. But he didn't give up. He asked again, "Can't you bend the rules a little? In truth, I can wash myself." The beauty shook her head. "This is the rule of our race. I ask honored guest not to make things difficult for us. Of course, if you don't like us sisters, then we can also change you to someone else." As she spoke, a hint of bitterness appeared in her eyes. Although it wasn't obvious, it only made it even more alluring. Qin Yu felt a great headache coming on. Whether or not he changed people didn't matter to him. In short, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid the beauty in front of him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "Then," he said, "then let's begin." The four beauties stood up. They brought with them a fragrant wind and their soft hands fell onto his body. Yun Wuya should have been bathing and changing his clothes, his expression solemn and respectful to the ancestral land. But now, he was sitting on a wide chair, his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes heavy. "Qin Yu still hasn't submitted?" "Yes, Patriarch," the kneeling demon respectfully said. Yun Wuya's frown deepened. He waved his hand, "Go and add some incense. I don't believe that a hot-blooded youth like him can really endure this." "Patriarch, if you do this, he might notice." "Humph. If he notices, then he notices. What proof does he have? If he can't produce any proof, then no matter what he thinks in his heart, he will have to hold it in." Yun Wuya coldly sneered. "Hurry up and go. I want to see just how long he can last." "Yes, Patriarch." From his words, the kneeling demon could feel a trace of arrogance and unreasonableness. His heart chilled and he didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly drew back. To bathe and freshen up to show respect to the nightmare ancestral land, this was indeed a procedure. But whether it was important or not, anyone could tell from Yun Wuya's current performance, but this was a matter of face. No matter where it was, it couldn't be avoided. Moreover, to have four beauties bathe with him? Standard? Of course that was impossible. Those four beauties were so pure that they were 1 in a million. It was unknown just how great a price had been paid to raise them. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was far too important and he was worried that Qin Yu's standards were too high, Yun Wuya wouldn't have been willing to take them out. But as long as this brat Qin Yu took the bait and fooled around with these four beauties, then these losses wouldn't be anything at all. It was just that things had deviated a bit from his expectations. TSK, just those four little fairies? Those little bastards in the clan could be considered experienced and experienced. Even so, they were all dumbfounded. He was already old and he didn't care too much about the matters between men and women. But he still found them pleasing to the eye. His thoughts raced. Although it was just a little, it was enough to show just how great their allure was. Even so, Qin Yu still hadn't taken the bait. Could there be some problem with this boy's body? If so, then things were going to be troublesome. If there was a problem, it was impossible for there to be a problem. Qin Yu fled out of the room in a distressed manner. If he could choose, he would rather desperately slaughter a horde of demon beasts than experience what happened just now. Of course it was alluring, but with the label of only looking but not eating added to it, that was no different from a form of torture. He took several deep breaths and the hot blood in his head calmed down a little. Qin Yu began to regain his composure. He sniffed at the faint traces of fragrance on his body. He hadn't thought too much about it before, but now that he thought about it, this matter was extremely strange. It wasn't that he didn't have self-control, but he had nearly lost control just now. Could someone have done something to him? This thought only appeared in his mind a few times before Qin Yu suppressed it into the depths of his heart without hesitation. Not to mention the fact that the old king's bloodline didn't have the right to do such a thing. Moreover, he didn't think that there was anything about him that was worth the old king's bloodline trying to curry favor with. Not to curry favor with you? To send four beauties of this level into your bathtub on their own initiative. Although they didn't explicitly say it, it was clear that they could do whatever they wanted with you. Moreover, his thoughts were a bit darker. Even if the old king's bloodline was scheming against him, not to mention whether or not they had evidence, so what if they did? Did he have to go against the old king's bloodline because of this? Not to mention whether or not it was worth it. If this matter was spread out, others would only point at his head and call him an idiot. Beauties were sent to his mouth and he didn't want to eat them, but instead he wanted to bite them. This was simply outrageous. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He knew that no matter what the truth was, his only choice was to pretend that he didn't know anything. When he returned to Nine Nether Temple, most of the guests that had finished bathing had already returned. Yun Wuyao wasn't here, so everyone was relatively free. In addition, they were about to participate in the bloodline potential test of the old king's bloodline descendants. This was an event with such profound significance, so everyone was a bit excited. Of course, Qin Yu's background was also something they cared about. In short, Qin Yu was soon surrounded by a small circle of demons. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although they didn't directly ask him anything, it was inevitable that they would try to beat around the bush. Qin Yu calmly dealt with them one by one. At the same time, he verified his previous speculations from their mouth. Having 4 beauties serve him in a bath wasn't a treatment that just anyone could enjoy. Or, it was more accurate to say that he was the only person that had such an erotic experience. As he thought, this matter wasn't simple. But what was the reason? Did the old king's bloodline want to grab hold of his weakness? But that didn't seem to count. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Although he couldn't grasp the crux of the matter, his heart was already filled with dread and caution. Today's banquet wasn't simple at all. After Old Fox and Hei Tiangang received Qin Yu's gaze, their hearts chilled. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear that something had happened that made him feel uneasy. Although these 2 old demons had grown much stronger recently and were confident in themselves, this was Blue Tile Courtyard. What they were facing was the bloodline of the old king, one of the 3 giants of the nightmare race. Disregarding everything else, just Yun Wuya alone was enough to make them feel dread. The 2 old demons bitterly smiled and prayed that nothing happened. Otherwise, whether or not they could leave here alive would be a great problem. Luckily, everything proceeded smoothly. The various changes they expected didn't occur. Yun Wuya returned to Nine Nether Temple with a smile on his face. Besides looking deeply at Qin Yu, he didn't say anything else. Then, he personally presided over the ceremony. Through some unknown method, he was able to summon the strength of the nightmare ancestral land.